Li Rong, you were a refugee. That was how my wife of 3 years said good morning to me. I was standing in the flower hall of her manor, holding a cup of tea I had just poured for her, because that is what I did at that hour every single day, and she opened with my immigration status. Chen Yuexiu, third daughter of the Emperor of Great Feng, Princess Fenghua. She was wearing the peony dress that morning, the good one, with the flower painted between her brows, and she was looking at me the way you look at a stain on a rug you have finally decided to replace. If not for me, she said, you would be rotting on the bitter frontier right now. True. Genuinely, factually true. I set the tea down anyway, because it was going to get cold and I hate wasting good tea. For 3 years, I let you enjoy wealth and honor you had no right to. Her voice did not shake. She had rehearsed this. What is not yours will never be yours. Wake up from the dream, Li Rong. Do not harbor greedy thoughts about things that do not belong to you. Then she put a piece of paper on the table between us, a divorce agreement, already written, already sealed, already dated. She had woken up that morning, had someone brush out a legal document ending our marriage, and only afterward come to tell me the marriage was ending. Efficient. I have always admired efficiency. Good, I said. She blinked. That one word did something to her face that the whole speech had not. I picked up the brush. And here is the first thing you need to know about me, because it comes back later and it ruins several important men's lives. My handwriting is horrific. I do not mean untrained. I mean a 7-year-old with a grudge could out-calligraphy me. In a dynasty where a man's brushwork is basically his face, I signed my own divorce like I was scratching a note to a milkman. She stopped my hand before I finished. Have you thought about it? She said. The moment you sign, you go from noble consort to commoner, instantly. Isn't that what the princess wanted? My husband can only be Zhang Haozhe. There it was, not even a pause before the name. She had been holding it in her mouth the entire conversation like a candy. And I am going to tell you right now what she did not know, at the top, before anything else happens, because you are going to be watching this woman for a while, and you deserve to know more than she does. There were 4 great novels in that empire. Everybody read them. Scholars fought over copies in the street, and the Empress Dowager had worn out 2 sets. Mr. Shu wrote The Dream of the Red Chamber. Mr. Guo wrote The 3 Kingdoms. Mr. An wrote The Journey to the West. None of those men existed. Not one of them had a household registration in any prefecture of Great Feng, because they were the same person, and that person was standing in her flower hall with a brush in his hand, signing her divorce. She had read the dream out loud to me, twice. She asked me what I thought of it, and then told me I had no soul. Under another man's name, I had 100,000 taels in silver, a publishing house, a bag of seeds from a century this one had not reached yet, and 2.5 years of preparation for exactly this morning. And the Princess of Great Feng was standing over me, making absolutely certain I understood that without her, I was nothing. So I signed. And she stood there staring at the paper with an expression that was not, in any way, joy. It looked more like a woman who had thrown a rock at a window expecting a crash and gotten silence instead. Princess, I bowed, properly, all the way. I do not want the money. If not for you, I would have died 3 years ago. I have lived on your household for 3 years, and I would not dare ask for more. Today we part, and from today we are strangers. I wish you and young Master Zhang a long and happy marriage. I meant it. That is the part nobody believed later. I actually meant it. Because here is the thing she never knew. I already knew I was a substitute. I had known from day one. 3 years earlier, I was a guy on a hiking trip who slipped off a ridge. I should have died on some rocks with a phone in my pocket and 11% battery. Instead, I woke up in Great Feng, in a dynasty I had never heard of, in a body that was somehow mine, with no household registration, which in this country makes you roughly as legal as a stolen horse. They arrested me inside 2 days. The sentence for an unregistered vagrant was the army, on the northern border, which was a polite way of saying a shovel and a shallow hole. And then a princess rode past the cage, looked at my face for 4 seconds, and bought me, not because of my charm, because I looked like a man who had been exiled with his family 3 years before, a young scholar named Zhang Haozhe. I was a photograph she could keep in the house. 3 years. I never touched her hand, not once. I ran her household, balanced her books, managed her estates, tasted her food before she ate it, and cooked most of it myself, and I never touched her hand. because I knew exactly which chair I was sitting in. You are in such a hurry to leave me, she said suddenly. I looked up, and her eyes, for 1 second, were not a princess's eyes at all. There was something hurt in them, something small and confused. I opened my mouth. Princess, young Master Zhang has arrived. I have never seen a human being change temperature that fast. The hurt evaporated. She lit up like a festival lantern, snatched the divorce agreement off the table, and walked straight past me toward the door. She did not slow down. She did not turn around. 3 years, and she cleared the room in about 4 steps. I stood there alone with 2 cups of tea, one of which nobody was ever going to drink. Hey, Li Rong, I said out loud to nobody. Did you actually think she was going to hesitate? Apparently, I did. A little. Somewhere in there. Fine, cool. Love that for me. All right, I said. Pack up. Let's get out of here. And I want to be very clear about something before we go any further, because it matters later, when men much more important than me start explaining to a crowd what kind of person I am. I did not leave that manor plotting revenge. I left it with a plan I had been building for 2.5 years, a set of account books nobody would ever be able to find a hole in, and a bag of seeds. The revenge showed up on its own. I just kept saying yes to it. Now, the pavilion in the back garden. I was not present for this. I got it later, in pieces, from people who worked in that house and had absolutely no reason to lie to me. Zhang Haozhe was standing in white. He always stood in white. The man dressed like a scholar in a painting who had never once carried anything heavy. Some background, because you need it. 4 years before, the old emperor died, and Chen Junjie took the throne and immediately tried to reform everything. The reforms went the way reforms go when the old guard still owns the palace. They failed. Zhang Haozhe's father had been the loudest voice of the new faction, so the whole Zhang clan got packed off south to the malaria provinces, and Mei Fen begged her father to stop it and got blocked by men older and meaner than she was. Now the reforms were quietly back on, and so were the Chen family, and Zhang Kun was Minister of Revenue. So Zhang Haozhe came home a martyr with a title. He bowed to her when she came in, deep, formal, hands folded. We are still ruler and subject, princess. Beautiful move. If you ever want to make a woman insist she does not outrank you, bow harder. She showed him the paper. He looked at it for a long moment and then made his face very sad. Princess, do you truly wish to divorce him? 3 years, he cared for you flawlessly. He has a good reputation. Li Rong is just a substitute I found for you, she said. Now that you are back, what use do I have for a substitute? He pressed. He always pressed. Do you truly have no feelings for him at all? Feelings, she actually laughed. He was a toy, something to comfort me. Then, because he had been pushing at exactly the right bruise for 10 minutes, she said the thing he had been fishing for since he walked in the gate. That the marriage had never been anything. That in 3 years I had never once come near her. That she was, in every way that the men of this dynasty counted, untouched. And his eyes did something. I have had this described to me by 2 separate servants, and they both used the same word. Delight. Not relief. Delight. The man had been standing there for a quarter of an hour, genuinely worried that the Princess of Great Feng might be second-hand goods. Then he arranged his face and said, Princess, what do you take me for? I would not care even if it were otherwise. And she cried a little, because it was so moving. He stopped performing about 90 seconds after he got what he came for. Nobody in that garden noticed. I have thought about that a lot since. The palace was worse. She knelt in the imperial garden and asked for the divorce to be formalized, and her mother, the empress, went off like a dropped crate of fireworks. You are a princess, a daughter of His Majesty. Do you have any shame? Abandoning your current husband for another man is shameless. Are you trying to kill your own mother? Mei Fen tried to talk. Nobody let her. You do not know how Li Rong treated you for 3 years? He was loyal. He never complained once. He ran your household without a single flaw. Other women would kill to have a man like that. Feng Hua, you are a fool. And Mei Fen said the sentence that I think about whenever anyone tells me I should have forgiven her faster. Is it not natural that he was good to me? Without me, Li Rong would be nothing. Her father read the agreement in silence. The Emperor of Great Feng, Chen Junjie, a man who had spent 4 years trying to drag this country into a better century and getting his hands slapped for it, read a piece of paper about his daughter's marriage and then looked up. Feng Hua, are you certain? I am certain. So he granted it. He stamped it, dissolved the marriage, and struck my name out of the imperial genealogy, which is the dynasty's way of unpersoning you. 1 brushstroke and 3 years were administratively deleted. Then she asked, immediately, in the same breath, for a decree of marriage to Zhang Haozhe. And her father said no. Too soon. People will talk. She left furious, and the moment the door closed, her father said the thing that explains the entire first half of this story. As long as I do not issue that decree, Feng Hua still has a road back. Once Li Rong is gone, her household will fall apart on its own, and she will understand. And when she understands that she cannot manage without him, she will come and beg me to undo it. The Empress said, Your Majesty is wise. Then she looked at the door her daughter had gone out of and whispered, Foolish child, wake up soon. So that was the plan. Give the girl 3 months of bad soup, let reality do the teaching, and put the marriage back together. Excellent plan. Airtight. Not one thing wrong with it. Except that 900 li north, in the second capital, a woman had been waiting 2 years for exactly this. The city of Jingxin is where the dynasty started. Old walls, old money, and 1 palace that belongs to Grand Princess Jingxin, the emperor's only sister, Chen Ruohan. 23 years old, fief since she was 3, a real one with real revenue. First beauty of Great Feng, which in a country this size is not a compliment so much as a job description. That afternoon, she was reading a book with a pink cover, Dream of the Red Chamber. I want you to hold on to that because I am going to need it in about 6 chapters. A messenger came in and knelt. Your Highness, Princess Feng Hua has divorced. His Majesty has approved it. Li Rong has been struck from the genealogy and has left the manor. And Chen Ruohan put the book down. Divorced, she said. He is finally free. The messenger said later that her eyes changed. Whatever she had been for the last 2 years, patient, quiet, unreadable, it came off her like a coat. Where is he? Is he still in the capital? He is, Your Highness. Prepare the carriages, now. I am returning to the capital. And then, to herself, 3 times, the way you say something you have not been allowed to say out loud in a very long time. Li Rong. Li Rong. Li Rong. 2 years. She had been waiting 2 years for a piece of paper I signed in under a minute. Meanwhile, the princess I had actually been married to woke up with a hangover. She had celebrated. Of course she had celebrated. And at some point in the morning, before her eyes were properly open, she called out the same thing she had called out every morning for 3 years. Li Rong! Nothing happened. Then some soft panicking noises from the doorway. Consort, Your Highness, the consort is no longer here. She wanted the hangover soup. There was no hangover soup. There had never been hangover soup in the kitchen ledgers because the hangover soup had always been made personally, at dawn, by me, and nobody had ever bothered to ask why the recipe was not written down anywhere. 3 maids got sent to the laundry over that, which, honestly, is not their fault. Nobody hands you a job description for a man who was never officially doing the job. Then, Granny Liu, her own nurse, told her the rest. Young Master Li left about a quarter of an hour after you rode to the palace. He took nothing, and he did not take the separation payment. He left it all in his room. So she went to my room. Everything was exactly where it had always been. Bed made, brush laid straight. 3 years of a man's life sitting there looking like he had just stepped out to check the kitchen. And on the table there was a box. Every hairpin, every jade piece, every string of silver, every scroll of calligraphy, and every painting she had ever handed me over 3 years, when she was pleased with me, the way you toss a coin to a musician. All of it, stacked, listed, and left. Plus the separation payment, untouched, on top. Granny Liu said, very carefully, It appears the consort wished to leave cleanly, without taking anything. Mei Fin stood there and felt something she could not name. She described it later as a hand closing around her heart and squeezing. What came out of her mouth was, cutting ties with me completely? Is he that heartless? Yes, that was the read she went with. She asked where I had gone. Nobody knew. I had not told a single person in that house because I had spent 2.5 years making sure there was not a single person in that house who could find me. Princess, Granny Lu said, "Are you worried about him?" What a joke. He was just a substitute. Then they brought her breakfast, and she sopped it out and broke the bowl. Who authorized changing the cook? And Granny Lu, who had served this family since before Mayfen was born and had a very good sense of when to say a true thing, said it. The cooks have not been changed, Your Highness. It is only that your breakfast, your lunch, and your dinner for 3 years were prepared personally by young Master Li. There was a pause in that room that I would have paid money to watch. Li Rong, said the Princess of Great Feng, knows how to cook? 3 years. 9 meals a day counting hers and her guests, every single one. She ordered new cooks hired immediately. Then she pushed the tray away and said she had no appetite and she was going to visit Brother Bojin. Which is how the whole thing started, really. Not with revenge, with breakfast. Because at that exact moment, I was 3 streets away on the East Market, buying a restaurant. The restaurant was on the East Market, on the corner, on the kind of ground that in my old world would have had a coffee chain on it inside a week. And it was dying. Boss Qian wanted 2,000 taels for it. He said the number, the way men say numbers they have decided not to move on. Boss Qian, I said, let us be honest with each other, because I have somewhere to be. Tianxiang opened 40 paces from your door and took every customer you had. Your dining room seats 60, and I counted 4 people in it, and one of them was your son. In my eyes, this place is not worth 1,000. He went red. Then why are you here? Because I am not a scavenger. 1,200. 1,500, and I am robbing myself. In a few days, nobody will give you 500 for it. You know that better than I do, because you have been watching your own dining room for 4 months. My offer is the highest you will hear, and it is going to get lower in about 10 heartbeats. Then I turned around and walked toward the door. I got 3 steps. Wait! Boss Wen, wait! 1,200. Sold. Negotiation, in any century, is mostly just being willing to leave. He was still counting the silver when he asked me the question everyone asked me for the next 2 weeks. Why a restaurant next to Tianxiang? Are you sure you can beat them? I have my own plan, I said, and I never once thought I had to beat Tianxiang. Food is not a business where somebody has to die. Sometimes you differentiate and you both live. He nodded like that meant something to him. It did not. It was just the first time anyone had said it in this city. Old Son was waiting outside with the deed box, and Old Son is the second thing you need to know about me. Imperial son-in-law, he said, why on earth do you want a restaurant? You already have a bookshop. Your Dream of the Red Chamber, Journey to the West, Water Margin, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, people treat those like divine texts. Scholars fight over copies in the street. Old Son, I am not the imperial son-in-law anymore. Call me young master. He got emotional about it. He always got emotional. Sun Quan had been the steward of Fenghua Princess Manor until 2.5 years ago, when he offended the princess in some way that was never really explained to me and got thrown out into the street with the clothes on his back and no reference. I spent 6 months watching what he did after that. Not helping, watching. Whether he begged, whether he stole, whether he sold anything he knew about the household to anyone who asked. He did not. He got thinner, and he kept his mouth shut. Then I hired him, quietly, under his own name, with his own seal, as the legal owner of every business I intended to build. Which means yes. To answer the question the entire capital would eventually be screaming at me in public, I had been preparing to leave from almost the beginning. Not because I hated her, because I could read a room. A man kept in a house for his face is kept until the face stops being useful, and I did not intend to find out what the street looked like at that particular moment with nothing in my hands. The books had made me 100,000 taels and change. They should have made me 4 times that, but this dynasty has no copyright law worth the paper it is not written on, and a good pirate shop can reproduce a whole novel inside a month. I was, effectively, a very successful man being robbed on a schedule. So, food. But young master, Old Son said, where will we find famous chefs? A restaurant lives or dies by its chef, and every good chef in this city is already under contract. Old son. I stopped in the doorway. There is a kind of restaurant that does not need a single chef. It needs people who can cut vegetables. And it scales. He looked at me like I had told him water runs uphill. Meanwhile, back at the manor I no longer lived in, the fifth cook was being fired. The fifth one! Chopsticks hit the floor. What is this, pig slop? The servants had tasted it beforehand, because by then the servants tasted everything beforehand, out of pure survival instinct. The food was fine. The food was better than fine. The problem was that the princess's palate had been calibrated for 3 years by a man from a century with chili oil in it, and now she was being handed correct, respectable, ancestral Great Feng cuisine, which is to say, boiled things with a whisper of salt in them. Granny Leah tried the careful approach. Perhaps your highness has simply grown used to the consort's flavors. She got a look that could have stripped lacquer. Then Zhang Haozhe came in with a fan. I was just returning from the Hanlin Academy, he said, and I thought I would call on you. Mei Fen frowned. But the Hanlin Academy is not on the way to my manor. Watch this. This is a masterclass, and I want you to see the footwork. He froze, just a half beat. He had no answer ready, and she built him one, out loud, with her own mouth. She decided he had come all the way across the city on purpose, and had been too shy to say so, and by the time she finished saying it, she believed it more than he did. 3 years I had cooked her breakfast at dawn. This man got credit for a wrong turn. Then he did what he had come to do. Princess, we are divorced, but we are not betrothed. My frequent visits will start rumors. That is my father's fault. She was constantly furious on his behalf. He is the emperor. Who would dare gossip? I will have their tongues pulled out. In 2 days I will go and I will get the decree. Your highness is too kind. He fanned himself. Incidentally, a very strange restaurant opened yesterday on the East Market. Hai Li Lao Hot Pot. My colleagues went last night and they have not stopped talking about it. That was Zhang Haozhe's one genuinely good deed of the entire year, and he did it by accident. Now, the part of this story I was not in and would not have believed if you had told me. A 6-horse carriage came through the capital gates that afternoon, and the woman inside said, not to the princess manor, directly to the emperor. 6 horses. Nobody rides 6 horses. 6 horses is a gift the western regions made to the old emperor, and the old emperor handed to his little sister, and it is the kind of vehicle that makes traffic dissolve in front of it. Inside the palace, the emperor was in a very good mood, because Granny Lu had just filed a report. Your Majesty, the princess has punished dozens of servants in 12 days. She has replaced 5 cooks, 6 as of this morning. Nothing satisfies her. He laughed until he had to put his cup down. It is not the cooks. She has grown used to Li Rong's cooking. The empress was delighted. Good. Let her find out what life is like without him. Then the doors opened, and Grand Princess Jingxin walked in, and the emperor came off his seat like a man greeting a daughter, which is roughly what she was. He had more than 10 brothers and exactly 1 sister, 20-odd years between them. He raised her. She let him fuss for about a minute. Then she knelt and said, I ask your Majesty to grant me a marriage. You could hear the room stop. Wonderful, he said. Wonderful. Who is he? Li Rong. There is a specific silence that happens when a man's brain rejects a sentence and has to be handed it again. Li Rong? Feng Hua's husband? Sister, have you lost your mind? They are divorced. Her voice did not move at all. You approved it yourself. He has been struck from the genealogy. He is an ordinary man now. Which part of this violates anything? The world will laugh. And who exactly is the laughingstock here? That was where she stopped being polite. Feng Hua married him because he resembles Zhang Haozhe. She used him as an object of comfort for 3 years. Now she has thrown him away like a worn shoe, and 3 years of a man's effort have become a joke in the marketplace. If we are speaking of laughingstocks, brother, the laughingstock is Li Rong. And her brother, cornered, told the truth. I do not want them divorced. I am waiting for Feng Hua to come to her senses. So, Chen Ruhan stood up, you intend to keep Li Rong on a shelf, a spare, something to hand back to Feng Hua when she has finished playing. Sister. 3 years she kept him for her own selfishness. To call him a consort is generous. Slave is closer. She stepped forward. And if Feng Hua simply does not love him, if she never turns around, do you intend to keep Li Rong in that prison for the rest of his life? That was when the emperor stopped being her brother and became the throne. Insolent! The cup came down hard enough to jump. Li Rong is a commoner. If not for me, if not for Feng Hua, he would have died in a border ditch 3 years ago. Even if I want him to spend his entire life as Feng Hua's spare, he will accept it. That is his honor. I want you to sit with that sentence, because I have. That is the single most honest thing anyone in that palace said about me in 3 years, and the man who said it genuinely thought he was being reasonable. Wait a year, he said, gentler. 2. If Feng Hua has not come around, I will grant it myself. No, and she took a scroll out of her sleeve. Here is what that scroll was. When Chen Ruohan was 13, the princes of 4 vassal states and 2 foreign kingdoms all sent proposals for her in the same season. At the mid-autumn banquet that year, she danced, and there is not a man who was in that hall who can describe it without reaching for the word immortal. And the old emperor, drunk and delighted and out of his mind with pride, offered her gold. Any amount, name it. A 13-year-old girl looked at a room full of envoys who had come shopping for her and asked for a decree instead. Grand Princess Jingxin chooses her own husband. No one, including the Emperor of Great Feng, may compel her. He wrote it out on the spot, in front of the ministers and the foreign ambassadors, and stamped it, because he was in a good mood, and because he loved her, and because in that moment it cost him absolutely nothing. Her brother stared at it and went pale, because there was no way out. Refusing that scroll was not refusing his sister. It was publicly refusing his dead father's own hand. In a dynasty where the vassal princes were already looking for exactly one crack like that to put a wedge in. Brother, she said, and now her voice did move. I can give up everything else. I can give up the fief. I can give up the title. But I am marrying Li Rong. This is not pressure. This is me begging you. He sat down. Fine, he said. I agree. Tomorrow I will grant the marriage. She thanked him and left, and the second the door shut, the Empress started panicking, and he raised a hand. There are 2 chances left to turn this around. The first is the Empress Dowager. Jingxin is her favorite in the world. She will not want the girl marrying a divorced consort with no family and no rank. He was already reasoning it out. The second is Feng Hua herself. The moment she hears that her aunt is taking Li Rong, she will feel the ground move. Urgency shows people their own hearts faster than any advice I can give. The Empress sent Granny Liu out of the palace at a run. A ruler's word is law, he said, to nobody. If nothing has changed by tomorrow, I will have no choice but to issue the decree. 2 chances. He had 2 chances and about 14 hours. Now let me tell you what my restaurant looked like that morning, because everything that happened for the next 2 months came out of this one room. There was a crowd blocking my own front door. A waiter was standing on a stool, shouting numbers off wooden tallies like a man calling a lottery. 270! 271! Mei Fen's carriage got there around midday, and she could not get out of the street, let alone into the building. What is this? She actually asked her guard. All these people are here for food? Your Highness, they say the wait is dozens of tables, half a day if you come at the wrong hour. She had never seen this. Not at the first restaurant under heaven, not at the imperial kitchens. Her guard went and gently convinced a man with an early tally to sell it, and they came in at number 278. And then the smell hit her in the doorway, and her stomach made a noise she had to pretend was somebody else. Upstairs, in the back, Old Sun was having a religious experience. Young master, you are a god. Hot pot. I have traveled to the western regions, and I have never heard of such a thing. And these, what did you call them? Chilies? Tomatoes? Potatoes? I have never seen these crops anywhere. Not in any tribute list. Not in any market. A gift from heaven, I said. Which is one word for it. The actual word is backpack. I came through that ridge with hiking gear, and in the gear was a seed pouch because I had been on my way to a friend's plot to help him put in a garden, which is the single most boring reason anyone has ever survived a dimensional transfer. Chili, tomato, potato. And for 3 years I had been running Mei Fen's estates, which meant I had land, labor, and nobody looking over my shoulder, and I put the book money into buying more of all 3. So by the time I walked out of that manor, I was not a man with a bag of seeds. I was a man with the only chili supply in the empire. The hot pot itself is stupid. That is the beauty of it. A copper pot, charcoal under it, my broth base, and then raw ingredients sliced thin and brought to the table. The customer cooks his own food. I sell him the fire. No chef. None. Not one. I had actually hired people to sit in the dining room on opening day and eat enthusiastically because I was not sure Great Feng could handle spice. I need not have bothered. This country's food is bland in a way that is difficult to explain to someone who has not had it. The Imperial Kitchen, the finest cooking in the empire, is worse than the eight-tail noodle place under my apartment building back home. I did not bring cuisine to Great Feng. I brought seasoning, and they lost their minds. But young master, old son is a worrier. It is one of his best features. Tian Qiang will copy this in a month. Everyone will copy this. Books can be pirated, I said. Hot pot cannot. Why not? Because it is not a dish, it is a broth base, and the recipe and the proportions exist in one place, which is my head. And more importantly, I tapped the pot. Every chili pepper in Great Feng grows on my land, all of it. If they want to copy me, they have to buy from me. And if they do not buy from me, they can produce a very sad bowl of hot water with cabbage in it and call it hot pot. Monopoly. It is not a clever word, it is just a very effective one. And that is why I was working the floor as a waiter. I know how it looked later, but I do not like being a face, I never have, and old son was the legal owner on every document in the building, and if you actually want to know what people think of your product, you do not read a report about it. You carry their plates, and you listen to them complain. Which was exactly what I was doing when a waiter came sprinting through the kitchen. Boss, there's a disturbance on the second floor. I went myself because old son has a temper, and a second floor full of nobles is not where I wanted to test it. There was no disturbance. There was a group of students from the Donglu Academy who had recognized Zhang Haozhe and were falling over each other to give up their private room. To hear a single sentence from young Master Zhang is worth 10 years of reading. Sure it is. I stood at the top of the stairs and looked at him for the first time in my life, and yes, the resemblance is real. Not identical. But if you had seen one of us in a portrait and then met the other on a bad night, you would not be certain. I had seen his picture in Mei Fen's study more times than I could count. She kept it where the light was good. Then Mei Fen turned around and saw me standing there in a waiter's apron with a tray in my hand. Her eyes went very, very wide. Li Rong, what are you doing here? Not hello. Not, how have you been? What are you doing here? In the tone you would use on a dog that had gotten into the pantry. Zhang Haozhe got there first with the knife, and he did it so politely. Ah, Master Li, I am so grateful to you for taking care of the princess these past years. Small bow, warm voice. But why are you dressed like that? And the second floor lit up. Wait, is that the former consort? The princess's ex-husband is a waiter? A sparrow flew up as a phoenix, and then the luck ran out. Look at him. One of them is carrying plates. The other is a reader of the Hanlin Academy and the son of the Minister of Revenue. No wonder she divorced him. 20-odd voices, all of them delighted. There is nothing a crowd enjoys more than watching a man be returned to where they think he belongs. Princess, I said, I do not believe this concerns you. Are you actually a waiter? I am. Why? I set the tray down on the rail because I could feel this was going to take a minute. Your Highness has a stipend and a fief. Common people work in order to eat. What exactly is the problem? I gave you gold. Her voice cracked up half an octave. I left you a separation payment. Why did you not take it? Because your Highness told me it was all a dream. I kept my voice completely level. Do not harbor greedy thoughts about things that do not belong to you. So I assumed it was all yours to begin with. And Zhang Haozhe poured in the poison, right there, in front of everyone. Master Li, are you humiliating the princess on purpose? People will say she drove her former consort to carrying trays. You are doing it on purpose. She believed it instantly. That is the thing about her. She believed him instantly, every time, for 3 years. You are taking revenge on me. So I took the sword. There was a guard standing 2 paces to my left, one of hers, and I reached over and pulled his blade out of the scabbard and turned it around and held it out to her, hilt first. The whole floor made a sound. If the princess wants me dead, I said, here, do it. And Zhang Haozhe jumped backward, not a flinch, a full step, away from her. His face went the color of rice paper, and he ended up half behind a pillar with his fan up like it would stop anything. Mei Fen was babbling. I did not mean, that is not what I meant. I lowered the sword. And then I did the only genuinely cruel thing I did that entire day. Master Zhang, I said, when I drew that blade, every person in this room assumed I was going to strike the princess. If you love her, why did your body take you backward instead of forward? Silence. You are 4 paces away. I am 1. If I had actually wanted her dead, she would be dead, and you would be behind that pillar watching it happen. I handed the sword back to its owner. Your love seems a little thin. He went white, and then he went shiny. You could see the sweat come up on him in real time. And Mei Fen, who had watched all of it, who had felt him leave her side, looked at his face and said, "It is human instinct. I do not blame you." She built him a bridge, again, out of her own hands, while he was still standing in the water. That is the destructive power of a white moonlight, and I say this with real admiration. It is not that they lie well, it is that they never have to. Then she tried to buy me. Li Rong, chin up, very generous. Come and be my personal cook, 50 taels a month. I looked at her for a second. 50 taels a month to cook for her and for the man standing next to her. I have had some strange job offers in 2 lifetimes, and that one is still in first place. Zhang Haozhe's face went black at the edges, because he had just worked out the same arithmetic I had, and could not say a word about it, and had to keep smiling. I am sorry, princess, I said, loudly enough for the whole floor. I decline. Do not be ungrateful. I am showing you pity. My life is worthless. I am not worthy of such great kindness. And I turned around and walked toward the stairs. Stop, she came after me. She actually came after me, in front of 100 people, 3 steps. Li Rong, stop right there. I am not. And Zhang Haozhe grabbed his stomach, doubled over, gasped, reached for the table. The old malaria, you understand, from the southern exile, it comes and goes. He does not like to mention it. She had him in the carriage in under a minute. I stood at the top of my own staircase and watched her go. Unshakable, I said. The positional advantage of a white moonlight is simply unshakable. Then I went and found Old Sun and put him in the back kitchen for the rest of the day, because the last thing I needed was the Princess of Great Feng connecting my face to this building's deed. Which, in hindsight, was adorable of me. Now, the palace of Qi Ning that same afternoon, where my entire future was being decided by a woman I had never met. The Empress Dowager of Great Feng has served 3 emperors. She is not Chen Rohan's birth mother, and she loves her more than anything else alive. Chen Rohan went to her, knelt, and told her everything, and the old woman said, "Excellent," not what her nephew had been counting on. Li Rong is a good man. 3 years of care. How many consorts in this palace are capable of that? Feng Hua is blind. Mother. Chen Rohan chose her words carefully. It is possible that the real Li Rong is not inferior to Zhang Haozhe in talent at all. Oh? Some men shine because they have been gilded, and some men are unknown because they are dragons lying at the bottom of a pool. She said that about me before she had ever heard me say one clever thing out loud. I did not learn about that sentence for weeks, and when I did, I had to go and stand outside for a while. Meanwhile, Granny Liu was running. She got to Fenghua Manor, and the princess was not there. She got to the Minister of Revenue's residence, and there was a queue of nobody willing to interrupt. She sent 2 messengers in, and finally got word to Mei Fen directly. And Mei Fen came to the gate, impatient, half turned back toward the house. What is it? Your Highness, it concerns the former consort, Li Rong. Her Majesty says it is urgent. You must. And Mei Fen hesitated. Genuinely hesitated. I want that on the record, because it is the last time the door was opened. And from inside the house, Zhang Haozhe coughed. Then he coughed again, and there was blood on his sleeve. He had bitten the inside of his own lip. I know this because 2 years later, a servant of that house told me for the price of a job, and because a man who is really coughing blood does not do it with his eyes open, watching the doorway. She stayed the night. Granny Liu stood in the courtyard for a long moment and thought, in her own words, that the princess appears to have no feelings whatsoever for the former consort. And she did not deliver the message. Window closed. Chance 1, gone, because a man bit his own lip. That night, in the Chen residence, the father came into the son's room. "I hear you coughed blood." I bit my lip. Zhang Kun did not even blink. He knew the malaria story was garbage. The Zhang clan's 3 years of exile had been perfectly comfortable. A large house, servants, a good local magistrate who wanted friends in the capital for when the wind changed. The suffering was for the poems. Fool, what are you afraid of? Li Rong is an ant. For 3 years it was him beside her. Zhang Haozhe was pacing. Not me, him. I do not know what is in that woman's head, and the marriage decree still has not come. And Zhang Kun smiled, and I have to give the old fox this much. It was a genuinely good move. The princess is spending the night in the residence of the Minister of Revenue. Unmarried, undeclared. He let that sit. Make sure the city knows by morning. Public opinion will force His Majesty to grant the marriage immediately, for the sake of his daughter's name. He will have no other option. Father, and take sick leave tomorrow. If you are going to play a part, play it properly. Zhang Haozhe bowed and said, "The position of consort to Princess Fenghua will be mine in the end." He was right about the pressure. He was completely, catastrophically wrong about where it would land. Because at that exact hour, the Emperor and the Empress were standing in the palace of Chening, asking the Empress Dowager why she had not stopped his sister, and the old woman was playing dumb with the skill of a professional. If Jingxin is happy, why would I interfere? I am not her birth mother, and she holds the late emperor's decree. What would you have me do? Argue with your father? And then she hit him. When Li Rong appeared out of nowhere with no name and no family, you did not consider him unworthy of your daughter. Now, after 3 years of faithful service, he is unworthy of your sister? She set her cup down. You behave less like her brother and more like her father, and I do not remember your father being this stingy. He turned red. He was still deciding what to say when the doors opened and Granny Liu was announced. Your Majesty, the princess, is spending the night at the residence of the Minister of Revenue. The Empress Dowager's palm came down on the table hard enough to move the cups. The Emperor was on his feet. Send people, now! Bring her back! With what? The old woman said. It is past curfew. You send a company of palace guards through the streets at this hour to drag your daughter out of a minister's house, and by dawn, every wine shop in the capital will be telling the story with improvements. He sat back down, slowly. And she took the opening the way a hawk takes a rabbit. So, Fenghua has made her position perfectly clear. She is determined to have Zhang Haozhe, which means all your worries about Jingxin and Li Rong were for nothing. Sip of tea. Grant Jingxin the marriage. Mother, I said tomorrow. Not tomorrow, today, now, tonight. And then she reminded him of the second half of the decree, which he had genuinely forgotten, and which changed my life more than anything else in it. Whoever marries Grand Princess Jingxin receives a dukedom, rank 1, hereditary for 3 generations. His father had written that in too, in the same good mood, at the same banquet, in front of the same ambassadors. Her fief is 6,200 households, the Empress Dowager said pleasantly. Give Li Rong the title of Duke of Jin and 800 more, and let us make it around 7,000. The Emperor of Great Feng picked up a brush and wrote a decree that turned a waiter into a duke. He did it at night in his mother's sitting room because 2 women had him boxed in. Then the Empress Dowager took the decree off the desk and put it in her own sleeve. Mother, what are you doing? I am worried this old man will do something clever overnight. I am the Emperor. Exactly. He watched her walk out with it, and then he laughed, tired, and said something the Empress repeated to me years later. In 3 years, that boy has gone from nobody to my son-in-law, then to a divorced commoner, and now to the consort of a grand princess and a duke of the first rank. Some men are simply carried by heaven. Sure, heaven. And 2.5 years of seed cultivation, 100,000 taels in book revenue, and a steward nobody remembered I had hired. The next morning, Zhang Haozhe made a full recovery. Mathan picked at breakfast in the Minister of Revenue's dining hall and finally put her chopsticks down. I used to think the cooks in my own manor were bad. Yours are no better. Your Highness, our head cook is a retired imperial chef. She considered that. Perhaps Brother Bojin simply lived too long in the malarial south, and now everything tastes good to him. What a shame. I would have paid a great deal of money to see Zhang Haozhe's face at that moment. She was not being cruel. That is what makes it perfect. She was being sympathetic. He excused himself, went into the corridor, and said very quietly to a man waiting there, "Is everything arranged?" "Everything, young master. Just wait for the performance." By the time they arrived the next morning, my dining room was already full, which on day 9 of trading is not a thing that happens to restaurants. Zhang Haozhe had reserved a private room the day before. I noticed that later. At the time, I noticed nothing, because I was standing in a corner with a ledger doing the happiest arithmetic of my life. 4 markets in this capital: east, west, south, north. 1 highly Lao in each of them, then the prefecture cities, then everywhere there is a road. I had the broth, I had the supply, and I had a business model that ran on cheap labor and copper pots. I was going to eat this country alive, 1 bowl at a time. I was so pleased with myself that I did not clock the man at table 11, who was the size of a door and had ordered nothing. "Waiter, pour the wine." Fine. I picked up the jug. And the jug came apart in my hand, not cracked, not chipped, came apart into 6 pieces all over his sleeve in a spray of yellow wine, and he was already on his feet and roaring before the first shard hit the floor. "You blind piece of trash!" I did not look at him. I looked at the floor. Because our tableware was 3 weeks old, custom fired, thick as a thumb, and I had personally dropped one on stone during the fitting to see what it would do, it bounced. That jug had not broken. That jug had been broken. And here is the part that told me everything. He did not shout at the restaurant. He shouted at me. He had not looked at the manager. He had not asked for the owner. He had not said 1 word about compensation. He had been sitting there for an hour, waiting for the specific man in the apron. Somebody had bought this, and they had bought it aimed at me personally. Old Sun came out of the back at a dead run, bowing every 3rd step. "Sir, sir, our fault entirely. The boy is clumsy. We will cover the garment. Name your price." "This robe is shoe brocade. 30 taels. 30 taels for a robe that had never seen shoe in its life. Old Sun did not argue for even a second. 30, done. Bring the silver. And the room, which had been enjoying the show, turned. 30 taels? For a waiter? That is 2 years of the boy's wages, and the owner just pays it? That is a decent house. I am coming back here. For about 4 heartbeats, I was actually winning. Then the big man swept the silver off the table onto the floor with the back of his hand. "You think money settles everything?" And there it was, out loud, in front of 80 witnesses. A man who refuses 30 taels for a stained sleeve is not a customer. He is an employee. "Then what does the gentleman want?" I asked. He smiled. He had been waiting to say this since before he sat down. "Lick the wine off the floor, then crawl between my legs. Then we are square." The room went quiet, in the way rooms do when everyone has decided to watch and nobody has decided to help. And upstairs, on the gallery, something happened that I did not see at the time and have thought about since. Mei Fen stood up. She did not think about it. Her guard said later that she was out of the chair and moving before the sentence had finished, and that her face had gone the particular white that in that family means somebody is about to lose a household. She could not stand to watch me humiliated. She had watched me be humiliated at a dozen banquets in 3 years without moving a muscle, but she could not stand this. And Zhang Haozhe saw her do it, and his jaw set so hard his fan shook. Me, I was looking up, because I had caught his eyes for exactly as long as it took him to pull them away, and a man does not look away from a fight in a restaurant unless he already knows the ending. "Do you know who I am?" the big man was saying. "Zhang Guangyi. I run the East Market. My brother is Zhang Jian, Left Street Envoy of the Golden Guard, rank 6, which means the safety of this market is his personal responsibility." Ah, I thought. Municipal administration. Every century has one. Old Sun tried the only card he had. "Brother Dahai and I have drunk together. I know him well. If you would simply—" "My brother has never mentioned you." And then Zhang Jian arrived in person, with a squad, which is not how a street envoy responds to a broken jug. Old Sun lit up anyway. "Brother Dahai!" Zhang Jian looked straight through him. "Who are you, that you call my lord your brother?" Cold, rehearsed, he had come to do a job. Then he turned around to my dining room and performed. Everyone, come and meet this man. He put a hand on my shoulder and turned me like a piece of furniture. This is Li Rong, former consort to Princess Feng Hua, a sparrow who became a phoenix overnight and then got thrown back out. And now here he is, carrying your dishes. He leaned in. Li Rong, next to Master Zhang, you are dirt beside the moon. The room ate it up. Of course they did. Upstairs, Mei Fen was 3 steps toward the staircase when Zhang Haozhe got in front of her. Your Highness, think. Move. If you appear now, the whole capital will say you are still entangled with Li Rong, days after the divorce. Defending him in public. He was very gentle about it. It would be very bad for your reputation, and for the decree. And she stopped. She stopped, and then she apologized. To him. For almost doing it. He accepted graciously and offered a compromise, and the compromise was beautiful because it cost him nothing and paid him twice. Allow me to send my own people down, in the name of the Chen residents. That way you are not involved, and the matter is still settled. 2 birds. Points with her for solving it, points with the crowd for being magnanimous, and Li Rong rescued by the mercy of the man who ordered the whole thing. Down on the floor, Old Sun was whispering at my ear. Young master, the princess is upstairs. 1 word. Ask her for help. Old Sun. I did not take my eyes off Zhang Jian. If I have to ask her for help, I would genuinely rather crawl between his legs. Young master, do not rush. I picked up one of the broken shards and put it in my sleeve. I have my own way. And then the street outside went silent. Not quiet. Silent. 80 people in a market at midday, and the noise dropped out of the world like someone had shut a door on it. Boots. A lot of boots, in step. Imperial Guard came through my front door in double file and split, and between them walked a eunuch in dark red with a scroll in both hands held at his chest, and the whole restaurant went down on its knees like a wheat field in wind. Wang Yu Chung, chief attendant of the inner palace. Zhang Haozhe came down that staircase so fast he nearly fell. Princess, he was whispering and beaming at once. Princess, it is our decree. It has to be. After last night, His Majesty has no choice. He must protect your name. This is the marriage decree. And Mei Fen came down after him with her chin up and her heart going, and she walked into the middle of my dining room in front of 200 people to receive it. Wang Yu Chung looked at me and his eyebrows went up. Oh, consort Wen, whatever are you wearing? I am no longer the consort, father in attendance. Nonsense, he said it loudly. Whoever dares laugh at you, I will tear his mouth. You are still the consort in my book. Mei Fen could not wait. Eunuch Guo, you have come with the decree of marriage for myself and brother Bojin, and the room started to hum, and not the way she expected. She brought the decree for her own wedding here? To the place where he works? He served her like a slave for 3 years, and she comes to rub his face in it on the last day? That is cold. That is genuinely cold. Zhang Haozhe spun around and started shouting at the crowd to be silent, which is exactly what you do when the crowd is right. And Wang Yu Chung, bless him forever, looked completely lost. Your Highness, you have thoroughly confused me. He turned the scroll over in his hands. I have indeed come with a decree of marriage, but it is not for you. Mei Fen's smile stayed on her face for a moment after the rest of her had left it. Then for whom? And the eunuch turned and looked at me. I am here to read the imperial decree of marriage to consort Li Rong. I would like to tell you I had a witty line ready. I had nothing. I stood in a stained apron in the middle of my own restaurant with a broken wine jug at my feet and a man's hand still on my shoulder, and my brain produced no words in either of my native languages. Kneel for the decree! 200 people went down. Zhang Jian went down. His brother went down. Zhang Haozhe went down. Mei Fen went down. I went down. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Grand Princess Jingxin, Chen Ruohan, and Li Rong are joined in marriage. The Ministry of Rites shall prepare the ceremony for 3 months hence. Li Rong is raised to Duke of Jin, first rank, hereditary for 3 generations, with a fief of 800 households. Let it be known. There is a specific noise a crowd makes when it cannot decide whether to cheer or scream, and I heard it from the floor with my forehead pointed at my own floorboards. Duke? First rank? His ancestors' graves are not smoking, they are on fire. 3 years ago, the man had no household registration. If he had not already married 2 of the emperor's own women, I would suspect he was a lost prince. Mayfen got to her feet before anyone told her she could. That is impossible! Wang Yucheng, you have made a mistake. Your Highness, the eunuch's voice went flat. If I had 1,000 heads, I would not dare make a mistake in a decree. Then my father has lost his mind, the whole room inhaled. Princess, Wang Yucheng went pale. Watch your words. I beg you, watch your words. And then he delivered the actual blow, because he was still annoyed about the tone. And it was not His Majesty's idea. Grand Princess Jingxin requested this marriage herself, yesterday. She went to His Majesty and she asked, and when he hesitated, she produced the decree of the late emperor. Mei Fen did not say anything at all. She told me, a long time afterward, that it felt like 1,000 needles going in at once, and that the worst part was not the marriage. The worst part was the word yesterday. Her aunt had been in the capital for 1 day. 1. And she had spent it on me. As for Zhang Haozhe, let us do the arithmetic he was doing on his knees. His father was a baron. He himself was rank 6 and about to be less. I was now rank 1, hereditary, with a fief, married into the direct imperial line 1 generation above his intended wife, which meant that from that morning he was required to address me as Your Grace, and if he ever did marry Mei Fen, he would be required to address me as uncle. He said later that he would rather have eaten filth. I believe him. It would have gone down easier. I got up off the floor, and Mei Fen turned on me like it was somehow the last thing I had done to her. Li Rong, what sorcery did you use on my aunt? Princess, I dusted my knees. If I possessed sorcery of that quality, do you think I would have spent 3 years serving you and then been thrown out? She had no answer, so she found a new question. Why are you even reacting? You are the one being married off, not Master Zhang. Why are you… That is my point exactly. It is me being married. Why are you the one shouting? I will not allow it. You are not worthy of my aunt. Oh. What do you mean, oh? I did not answer. I had turned around to hand Wang Yucheng 100 taels for wine, which is the correct tip for a man who has just made you a duke in front of the person who fired you. Old Sun was shaking, actually shaking, standing there with tears running down into his beard, and I want you to understand why. 2.5 years earlier, that man was sleeping under a market stall. Then I looked at the 2 brothers. They had gone the color of old paper. Zhang Jian had recovered enough to be halfway into a bow, and his face was doing the thing faces do when a man is trying to remember every word he said in the last 10 minutes. Do not worry, I said. I have not forgotten. Old Sun got his revenge in first, and he had clearly been drafting it for several minutes. Surtout, I am only a dog who was thrown out of the princess's manor. How could I possibly presume to call you brother? Zhang Haozhe tried to step in because he could not help himself. Li Rong, this is beneath. And Old Sun cut him in half with etiquette, which in this dynasty is a legal weapon. Master Zhang, you are a reader of the Hanlin Academy, rank 6. When addressing my master, a duke of the 1st rank, you are required to say Your Grace or Your Lordship. You do not say his name. Shall I explain the statute, or would you prefer the Ministry of Rights explain it to you? Guards, Mei Fen was past thinking. Slap him. A guard actually moved. I stepped in front of Old Sun. Who dares? He stopped. His hand hung in the air about a foot from an old man's face, and then it came down, because a rank 1 duke had said 2 words, and every instinct that guard had was screaming at him. Princess. I did not raise my voice. Sun Quan is my man. Should you not ask me before you strike him? Since when is he your man? You are a waiter in his restaurant. And who told you, I said, that I am a waiter? Old Sun stepped forward, and I swear the man had been saving this line up like a jar of good wine. Your Highness is mistaken. I am merely the steward. The true owner of this restaurant is standing in front of you. The room came apart. The hot pot? He invented the hot pot? The Duke of Jin owns Haili Lao? Wait. He was carrying plates in his own restaurant. He works his own floor to hear what the customers say. Who does that? Who has ever done that? And they cheered. Genuinely cheered. The same 200 people who had been laughing at me 9 minutes earlier. And I stood there and let them, because I am not made of stone. Mei Fen did not cheer. She was standing very still in the middle of it, and I watched 3 years run backward behind her eyes. Every dish tasted first, every ledger closed on time, every festival lantern hung before she woke up. Every single thing in that manner that simply worked, that had always simply worked, that she had never once wondered about. Then Zhang Haozhe leaned toward her and said, quietly, "Your Highness, if he refused your gold, where did the money for a restaurant come from?" And she turned to me with her face completely changed. "Where did the money come from, Li Rong?" She said it like a woman who had already answered her own question and was giving me one chance to agree with her. Zhang Haozhe helped, of course. He was very good at helping. "Your Highness managed an enormous household, estates, shops, tribute, allowances, and for 3 years, the man who held every account book in that manner was him." He looked genuinely pained about it. A restaurant on a corner lot of the East Market, 1,200 taels at the very least. Where does a man with no family and no income find 1,200 taels? "You stole from me." She said it out loud in front of 200 people. "You stole from me for 3 years, and you played the noble martyr about a separation payment. That is disgusting." I want to be honest with you about the next 2 seconds, because I have been dishonest about them before. That one hurt. Everything else that day was theater. The apron, the jug, the dirt beside the moon. But she had watched me close her books at midnight for 3 years, and her first instinct, her actual first instinct, was thief. "Every account in that manner balances," I said. "Every entry, every month, 3 years. Send for any bookkeeper in this city. Send for the Ministry of Revenue. They are standing right here, in the person of Master Zhang's father. Have them open the ledgers and read them out to the street." "He kept the books himself," said Zhang Haozhe sadly. "Of course they balance." Beautiful. Genuinely, professionally beautiful. If the books are wrong, he is a thief. If the books are right, he is a clever thief. There is no answer to that in front of a crowd, and he knew it, and he moved straight to the kill. "Your Highness, you must tell Grand Princess Jingxin. She is about to marry this man. She deserves to see his true face before the wedding, not after." "Exactly." Mei Fen's chin came up. "You will not be my aunt's husband. I will go to her myself, today, and—" "There is no need to work so hard, Fenghua." The voice came from the door. I have described a lot of silences in this story already, and I am aware of that, but this one was different in kind. 200 people stopped mid-word. The men on their knees at the front of the room forgot to get up. Somebody dropped a bowl in the kitchen, and nobody in the dining room heard it. Chen Rohan came in out of the sunlight. I am not going to attempt the description. I have tried it several times over the years, and I always end up sounding like a bad poet, which is ironic given what happens later in this story. I will say only that the first beauty of Great Feng is not a title anyone voted on. You walk into a room, and the room reorganizes itself around the fact of you. And her eyes went across 200 faces and stopped on mine, immediately, like she had known exactly where in the room I would be standing. Mei Fen got to her first and grabbed her hand. Aunt, listen to me. Why would you want Li Rong? He is—" "Be quiet." She said it without heat. That was somehow worse. She took her hand out of her niece's grip, the way you remove a leaf from your sleeve, and then she walked past her, across the whole length of my dining room, and put her arm through mine, in front of everyone. "Fenghua, remember this," her voice carried without effort. "He is not your consort. Li Rong is Chen Ruhan's man now, my consort, and as consort to a grand princess, and as your senior, he does not deserve this from you." And here is the thing I could not say out loud at the time, standing there with a stranger's arm through mine. In 3 years of banquets, I had been needled by marquises' sons, laughed at by scholars, given the wrong seat, given no seat, asked to explain my ancestry to entire tables. And in 3 years, at every single one of those tables, Chen Yueshou had sat there and watched with her face perfectly composed, like a woman observing weather. Not once. And a woman I had met 4 minutes ago walked across a room and put herself between me and 200 people. I have been protected exactly once in this dynasty, and that was the first time, and I did not know what to do with my hands. Mei Fen was still going. "He is a dog I kept for 3 years. What sorcery did he use? What did he—" The slap went off like a plank breaking. Chen Ruhan hit her across the face, open-handed, hard, in front of the entire East Market. Mei Fen's head snapped around. She came back up with her hand on her cheek and pure disbelief in her eyes. You hit me. Even my father and mother have never hit me. Then they should have. Chen Ruhan did not even shake her hand out. Who gave you the right to speak to your elders that way? Today, I am teaching you on their behalf, since they clearly could not be troubled. Somewhere behind me, a man whispered, 2 princesses fighting over 1 man in a hot pot restaurant. He was not wrong, and I have never lived it down. Zhang Haojia, who had been quietly recalculating, decided the theft was still his best asset. Your Highness, please, before you strike your niece, consider that she is defending you. This man embezzled from her household for 3 years. Chen Ruhan turned to me, and she asked me. That is the part. In front of 200 witnesses and a rival princess and the son of the Minister of Revenue, she turned and asked me directly, like my answer was the evidence. Are you that kind of man? No, I said. I never took 1 coin out of that manner. Who among murderers admits to murder, said Zhang Haojia. And Chen Ruhan said, loudly, so that it reached the street, I believe him. 4 words. No proof, no ledgers, no witnesses. She had known me for the length of a conversation. Then she finished him. Besides, why on earth would the owner of the Yuechuan publishing house covet the silver in your household? There was a pause of about 1 second while 200 people processed that sentence. Then the room detonated. Yuechuan? The Yuechuan? They print Dream of the Red Chamber and Journey to the West, and Water Margin and the 3 Kingdoms, all 4 of them, all from one house. Nobody knows who owns Yuechuan. Nobody has ever known. And I want to be clear that this was a disaster for me. I had spent 2.5 years keeping that name off my face. Anonymity was not shyness. Anonymity was the entire reason the pirates could not find a man to lean on. But you cannot exactly stop your fiancé mid-defense to explain your operational security. Mei Fen had gone very quiet. Because Chen Yuexiu, Princess Fenghua, was a reader. Not a casual one. She had a shelf. She had opinions about Baoyu that she would share with anyone in earshot. Twice she had made me sit in a chair for an hour while she read passages out loud to me and asked me what I thought, and I said it was very good, Your Highness, and she said I had no soul. I had written the book. I had listened to her read it to me. I had been told I had no soul. Zhang Haojia had gone quiet too, and for a worse reason. He had spent 3 years pretending to sneer at popular fiction, and he had read all 4 of them twice, and he had once stayed up until dawn with Water Margin and lied about it in the morning. This is absurd, he managed. Anyone can claim to own a publishing house. Old Sun had been waiting for a door, and someone had finally opened one. Yuechuan pays the Golden Guard of the East Market a protection fee every month, he said, for quiet streets. Very reasonable arrangement. Every business does it. I hand over the silver personally. He turned. To Sir Zhang Jian, standing right there. 200 heads turned. Zhang Jian had gone the color of a fish belly. Sir Tu, said Chen Ruhan pleasantly, do you take a monthly payment from the Yuechuan publishing house, or do you not? There was no version of that question he could survive twice. He could deny it and be a liar in front of a grand princess, or he could confirm it and be a man who took protection money in front of a grand princess, and he was already sweating so hard his collar had gone dark. I do, Your Highness. Zhang Haojia's last card burned in his hand, and Mei Fen was looking at my face like she had never seen it. She said something then that I did not fully understand until much later, and it was not aimed at anyone in the room. 3 years, she said. I have looked at this face every day for 3 years, and I do not know it at all. I do not know what he likes to eat. I do not know his favorite color. I have never asked him one question about himself in my life. Chen Ruhan let that sit for exactly as long as it needed. Fenghua, you are his wife, and you do not know a tenth of your own husband. She said it almost kindly, which was the cruelest available option. You should ask yourself why you do not know. I could have left it there. Everyone in that room would have let me. Instead, I said the thing I had been holding since the word disgusting. If you do not believe me, report me. Take it to the Jingzhou Prefecture. Take it to the Court of Judicial Review. Take it to the Ministry of Justice. Open every book in that manner and audit 3 years of my life, and I will sit in the room while they do it and pour the tea. I let my voice drop. But if there is no evidence, do not slander me. In 3 years you never managed to make me yours, princess. 3 years ago you would not have dared speak to me like this either. Her eyes filled up. Li Rong, she said, you have changed. I had not changed at all. I had simply stopped being paid to absorb it. And then, because the day was not finished with anyone, I turned around and picked up the pieces of the wine jug. Now, Master 2. I held up a shard. Did I truly spill that wine by accident? Look at the break. I held it to the light. An old sun came in close, and I watched his eyes change. This is custom firedware, 3 weeks old, thick as your thumb. And here, on the inside of the shard, along the fracture line, what are those? Old Sun turned it over twice. Knife marks. Young master, these are knife marks. Someone scored it. Scored it deep enough to give way when it was lifted, and shallow enough that it looked whole on the shelf. I dropped the shard. That is patient work. Somebody sat down with my crockery and did that with a good blade. Search him. Zhang Guangyi bolted for the door and got about 4 feet before 2 guards folded him back into the room. They found a dagger at his belt, ornamental sheath, working blade. I drew it out myself. And a piece of glazed porcelain fell out of the sheath onto the floor and skittered under a table. I have had a few moments in this life where the universe simply handed me the win, and that is still the best one. He had scored the jug in the back, chipped a fragment loose, and put the knife away without checking. It had been riding in his sheath all morning. I crouched and picked it up and turned it against the broken lip of the jug, and it fit like a tooth. Even heaven is not on your side, I said. Would you like to explain how a fragment of my wine jug ended up inside your scabbard? He went down on his knees so hard the floor shook. And Chen Ruhan, who had been watching all of this with an expression I could not read at all, said one sentence in the pleasant conversational voice of a woman ordering lunch. Slandering the consort of a grand princess and duke of the first rank. That is 9 generations of your family, executed. The market did not laugh at that one. Zhang Guangyi broke instantly and completely, the way men like that always do, because they have never in their lives had to hold anything. It was not me. I was hired. I was paid. It was the steward from the Chen residence. Every head in the room turned at once, like a field of wheat. Ridiculous, said Zhang Haojia. Absolutely ridiculous. My steward? For what possible reason? Your Highness, this man is drowning and grabbing at names. Then send for your steward, I said. He is standing outside. I saw him come in with your carriage. They brought in Chen Ji-chung. He was maybe 40, neat, quiet, the kind of man who has run a household so long that he holds his hands a certain way. He came through the crowd and he did not look at anyone except his master, and for 1/4 of a second, Zhang Haojia's chin dipped. Barely, less than a nod. I saw it. I was watching for it. Chen Ji-chung knelt on my floor and said in a clear, steady voice, "It was me. I did it alone. I acted out of my own resentment toward the Duke of Jin over an old master, and my young master knew nothing about it. I take full responsibility. There is no need to trouble anyone else." And then his mouth opened and dark blood came out of it, and he went down sideways. He had taken it before he walked in the door. Somebody screamed. Old Sun got a table between himself and the body. A physician was sent for and did not arrive in time and would not have mattered. And Zhang Haojia exhaled. That is the detail, not the panic he performed 12 seconds later, not the horrified explanation he gave Mei Fen, not the way he called for water. The exhale. A man's servant died face down on a floor in front of him, and the first thing his body did was relax. I looked at that, and at the dead man, and I said the sentence that started everything that happened for the next 2 months. What a waste. A servant that loyal, dying for a man like that? And then, because I was angry, and because in my old life I had a bad habit of quoting things when I was angry, I said the rest of it. The most righteous are often the lowly butchers, while the most ungrateful are often the scholars. The room applauded. Chen Ruhan looked at me the way you look at a card you did not know was in your hand. Mei Fen looked at me like she was seeing a stranger who had been doing her laundry. And somewhere in that crowd, a young man in a scholar's cap turned around and walked out very quickly and got on a horse and rode straight to the Donglu Academy. I did not notice him at all. That sentence cost me the next 9 days of my life. We settled the two brothers before we left. Zhang Guangyi to the Jingzhou prefecture for criminal damage and conspiracy. Zhang Jian handed to his own superiors in the Golden Guard, with the Grand Princess's name attached to the complaint, which, in that dynasty, is not a slap on the wrist so much as a sealed envelope. Old Sun wanted me to do worse. I did not. Not because I am kind. A man who takes personal revenge in public becomes a story. A man who files paperwork becomes a precedent. And the paperwork was going to kill them anyway. Outside, at the carriage, I tried to thank her and got about 3 words in. Between husband and wife, Chen Ruhan said, gratitude is not required. Then she took my sleeve. Come, we are going to the palace. Now? You are a duke as of this morning, and you have not thanked the emperor. Also, she said, entirely straight-faced, I want to see his face when he meets you. Eunuch Fu Changning met us at the second gate and did something I had never seen a palace eunuch do. He got in our way. Your Highness, Your Grace. He was bowing and blocking at the same time, which takes practice. I beg you, not today. Why not today? Because the censorate impeached the princess at this morning's council. Ah, the night at the Minister of Revenue's residence had made it out of the Chen household exactly as Zhang Kun intended, and it had traveled beautifully, and by dawn it had reached the one institution in Great Feng whose entire job is to write angry letters about other people's behavior. Except it had not produced pressure for a marriage decree. It had produced 11 separate memorials about the moral condition of the imperial house. Zhang Kun had built a very good bomb and set it down on his own foot. We went in anyway, because Chen Ruohan does not turn around, and we arrived in time to watch something I would not have paid to see. Mei Fen came through the doors ahead of us. She did not kneel. She did not announce herself. She walked into her father's study and said, Father, where were you when you gave my aunt that decree? Where was I in your thinking? And the Emperor of Great Feng, who had raised this girl to believe that the world came when she called it, stood up. Insolent! On your knees! I have never heard a room go that cold, that fast. Chen Ruohan stopped in the doorway and put a hand back to stop me too, and we stood in the corridor like two people who have walked in on a family at the wrong hour. Mei Fen went down. Her mouth was open. You came to ask where I was. His voice was shaking, which was worse than shouting. Then I will ask you, where in your head am I? Where is your mother? Where is this entire house? Where did you sleep last night? She began to cry. She had been crying at that man successfully for 19 years. It did not work. That was the moment it stopped working, and I think she felt the floor move. He gave her the marriage in the end. That is the part people forget when they tell this story. He gave it to her, because he was her father, and he was exhausted. But he attached a condition to it, and the condition was a trap he did not know he was building. In 2 days, it is the Peony Festival. The Donglu Academy holds its poetry gathering. He sat back down and rubbed his eyes. Zhang Haozhe will attend. If he wins it, I will announce your betrothal on the strength of it. A triumph in public, a decree on the same afternoon, and the gossip about last night drowns in it. That is the only door I can open for you, Feng Hua. Take it or do not. She took it. Of course she took it. She thanked him, and she went out, and she got into her carriage, and she sat there. Her maid asked if she was happy. She said she felt like someone had taken a spoon to the inside of her chest. Meanwhile, in the palace of Zining, I was being fed cakes by the most powerful old woman in the empire. She had heard about the peony arrangement before we did, because she hears about everything before anyone does, and she laid it out for us over tea with the enthusiasm of a woman describing a horse race. So the boy has to win a poetry competition to get his bride. How romantic! That is real devotion, actually, I said. You have to admire a man who will do anything for love. Chen Ruhan's cup stopped halfway to her mouth. The Empress Dowager gave me a very long look over the rim of hers. Then she made me promise, in a completely different voice, to look after Jing Xin, and I said I would, and I meant it in the mild way you mean things you have not yet had to pay for. I am glad, she said. That girl has been holding something for 2 years, and I could never get it out of her. And I said, because the moment seemed to want something, "You will not betray me, nor will I betray you. I only wish your heart were like mine." The old woman put her cup down. "Where," she said, "did you get that line?" And my fiancé, who had been waiting for a door like a cat waits at a door, said, "Mother, the dream of the Red Chamber you have been rereading for 2 years. He wrote it." I would like the record to show that I tried. "Your Highness is mistaken," I said. "I merely publish." "Then summon the authors," said Chen Rohan. "Mr. Shu, who wrote The Dream, Mr. Guo, who wrote The Three Kingdoms, Mr. An, who wrote The Journey. Bring them here, all three, and let me shake their hands, and I will apologize to you in front of the whole court." Silence. "I looked," she said. "For 2 years I looked. Mr. Shu has no household registration in any prefecture of Great Feng. Neither does Mr. Guo. Neither does Mr. An. 3 of the most famous men in the empire, and not one of them has ever bought a bowl of noodles, attended a funeral, or paid a tax. There is a particular feeling that comes over you when a beautiful woman calmly reads out the results of a 2-year background investigation into you. I recommend it to no one." "Fine," I said. "Yes." The Empress Dowager took me by the wrist, moved me physically to the seat beside her, sent for her personal copy, and made me explain 14 passages, 3 of which I had genuinely forgotten and had to reconstruct in real time. It went on for 2 hours. At one point, she disagreed with me about a character's motivation, and I lost the argument. And that is the story of how I spent the afternoon of the day I became a duke. 2 streets away, in a study at the Donglu Academy, a piece of paper was being put into an old man's hand. Liu Qingshan, dean of the Donglu Academy, 78th generation of the Han clan, which is to say a direct descendant of Confucius, in a country where that is not a fun fact, but a form of nobility. First scholar of Great Feng, and, as it happens, the personal teacher of Zhang Haozhe. On the paper was one sentence, copied out and delivered by a student named Zhou Fun. "The most righteous are often the lowly butchers, while the most ungrateful are often the scholars." Who said this? The Duke of Jin, master, Li Rong, in public, in a restaurant, in front of 200 people. Zhou Fun kept his eyes down. He said the scholars of the world are ingrates. That was a lie of omission so clean it should be taught somewhere. Not one word of it was false. He simply left out the corpse on the floor. The old man's hand closed on the paper. "Send him an invitation, the peony poetry gathering. Let us see what this duke is capable of." And, in the Chen residence, a man who had lost his steward that morning was lying on a couch with a cool cloth on his forehead, feeling much better. The arithmetic was genuinely elegant, and I want to give him credit because he almost never got any. If I refused the invitation, I was a coward who insulted the scholars of the empire and then hid, and the story would follow me for years. If I accepted, I would stand in front of 400 literati and be dismantled by the finest classical education in the country, and the woman who had just publicly staked her name on me would watch it happen and reconsider. And either way, it happened on the afternoon when he received his marriage decree. He said, and this was reported to me by a maid who later worked in my own kitchen, that the thought of it was so pleasant he expected to laugh in his sleep. Now I have to tell you about the carriage ride, because it is the first time I understood what had actually happened to me. Chen Ruhan said, "Come and live at my manor. We are not married. People will talk. People are already talking. They have been talking since yesterday morning." She looked out the window. "Husband, are you still going to call me Grand Princess? It is very formal." "What should I call you?" "Wife." I made a noise. "I do not like palace etiquette," she said. "It puts distance between people who should not have any." Then she turned and looked at me directly, and her voice changed. "And I will say this once so that you never have to wonder. I know you do not love me. I know you are going along with this because it is the current, and you are in it. I do not blame you for that at all. Your Highness, let me finish. My decision to marry you was not an impulse. I have not been swept away by anything. I love you, and I have for some time, and I am telling you plainly because I would rather be embarrassed than misunderstood." She smoothed her sleeve. "And I hope that when you know me, you will love me too. That is all. You may take as long as you like." I sat there in a moving box with a woman who had just done something that most people never manage once in their entire lives. "Wife," I said. "Say it again." "Wife." And she leaned over and kissed my cheek and immediately turned to face the window and would not look at me for the rest of the ride, and I sat there with my ears burning like a man of 15. She gave me 2 reasons for the move, and only the first one was romantic. 1. I want you to love me before the wedding, not after. 3 months is not long. And 2? 2. She stopped being soft. You are a duke of the first rank as of yesterday, married into the imperial house, with enemies you have not met yet. Your restaurant has a staff of 30 and no walls. My manor has 300 guards, 4 of whom I would put against any assassin in this empire, and I would like you inside it. I moved in that evening, and she did something with it that I did not expect. She called the household. All of it. Not the senior staff, the household, hundreds of people, gardeners and grooms and kitchen boys, out into the main courtyard with lanterns at an hour when most of them had already gone to bed. From today, she said, my husband Li Rong is the master of this house. You will treat him exactly as you treat me. That is all. Good night. 3 years in Fenghua Manor. 3 years of running that place, from the accounts to the roof tiles, and I had been, at absolute best, the man who handled things. The servants had called me consort and looked at the princess for permission. Nobody had ever said the word master and meant it. I stood in that courtyard and did not trust my voice for a bit. Next morning, I got up at dawn out of pure habit and cooked because I did not know what else to do with myself in a house where I was not allowed to work. Chen Ruhan does not rise early. She is famous for it. She rose at nearly noon that day, and she came out of her rooms at a run, barefoot, hair down, outer robe trailing off one shoulder, having smelled something coming up from the kitchens and made a decision about it somewhere between sleeping and waking. I caught her before she hit the courtyard stones. You are barefoot. You will catch cold. I missed you. She set it into my shoulder, completely unembarrassed. I wanted to see you sooner. So I carried her back, and I put her shoes on her myself, and she sat on my knee and ate like a refugee coming off a mountain road. Braised beef with potato, steamed sea bass, scallion oil noodles. The imperial chefs are nothing, she said with her mouth full. Nothing. I am serious. Husband, they are children. If you like it, I will cook every day. If my wife wants it, I will feed you for the rest of your life. She put her chopsticks down and looked at the table for a while and did not say anything. And then she went back to eating. The moment ended when Qinglan came in with a letter. Qinglan is one of 4. 4 sisters, identical in the way that stops being charming and starts being tactical, trained from childhood by the Prince of Wang and distributed to people he wanted kept alive. She dresses as a man, walks like a soldier, and has never once in my presence used a word she did not need. An invitation from the Donglu Academy, the Peony Poetry Gathering, addressed to both of you. Chen Rohan did not even open it. A trap. We are not going. There is a difficulty. Qinglan's face did not change. The Academy has already put it about that the Duke of Jin will attend. It was in the wine shops last night. If he does not go, the story is that he ran. My wife of one day said a word I did not expect her to know. And I sat there and turned my cup around on the table and felt something come up in me that I had been keeping in a box for 3 years. You have to understand, for 3 years I had eaten it. Every banquet, every slight, every clever little insult from men whose fathers bought their positions. I ate it because I was a man with no registration, living on a woman's tolerance, and eating it was rent. I was not paying rent anymore. Since I am invited, I said, I will go. Husband, I am not a soft thing that people get to hit. I stood up. I want to taste this trap. The 15th of the 5th month, the Peony Festival. The peony is the national flower of Great Feng, which means that on this one day the curfew comes off, the gates stay open until dawn, and every window in the capital has flowers hanging out of it. Girls wear them in their hair, shops give them away. There were peonies tied to the bridles of the horses. The whole city smells like a perfumer's accident, and everybody is in a good mood. The Donglu Academy sits on a hill on the east side with a garden that runs down toward the river, and by mid-morning there were 400 people in it. Scholars, officials, the sons of officials who had not passed anything but had excellent robes. Zhang Haozhe and Mei Then arrived first and were received like visiting royalty, which in her case was accurate. She had lost weight. I did not see it that morning because I had not seen her in 9 days, but everyone else did, and it went round the garden in whispers. The Princess Fenghua has gone thin. Look at her face. Here is what 9 days had done. She had gone through more than a dozen cooks. She could not eat. She woke up every morning and said my name into an empty room before she was properly conscious, and then lay there with her eyes open. And 3 separate times she had gone to the East Market and sat in a hot pot restaurant she did not enjoy, ordering food she barely touched, in the specific hope of running into a waiter. She stopped a passing steward that morning and started to say, "Has when?" and converted it, mid-word, into, "Has my Aunt Jingxin arrived?" "Not yet, Your Highness." Then the gate horns went, and everybody turned around because a 6-horse carriage was coming up the hill. 6. Only one vehicle in the empire has 6, the one the western regions gave the late emperor, and the late emperor gave his sister, and the sound of it coming through that gate reorganized 400 people into 2 neat rows without anybody giving an order. I got out first, and the garden made a noise. "Who is that? Is that the consort? That is the consort? That is the waiter?" She had dressed me. I want that stated plainly, because I take no credit whatsoever. Shoe brocade in dark blue, a jade belt, boots with a cloud pattern worked into them, and a hairpin with a cat's eye stone in it that I later found out was worth more than the restaurant. I had spent 3 years in the good but unremarkable robes of a man whose wife did not think about him, and I had a face that had never been given anything to work with. Mei Fen stood absolutely still. She told me later that the thing that hurt was not that I looked well. It was that she had sat across a breakfast table from that face for 3 years and never once wondered what it would look like if anyone bothered. Somebody in the crowd said, out loud, "Master Zhang looks a bit plain next to him, does he not?" And there was a small pocket of laughter that got stepped on quickly. Then Chen Rulhan came down. I am not going to try. 400 educated men in a garden full of the national flower, and the general opinion afterward was that the peonies had a bad morning. We walked in with her hand through my arm, and she saw exactly where Mei Fen's eyes went, which was to our fingers, and my wife, who is the most dangerous polite person I have ever met, went straight over. "Fenghua, I heard from the Empress Dowager that His Majesty is granting your betrothal to Zhang Haozhe today. Congratulations." "Princess Fenghua," I bowed the correct amount. "Congratulations on getting what you wanted." She looked at me for a moment. "Li Rong, do you truly think that?" And I gave her the only answer I had. "Princess, you should address me as uncle, or as Duke of Jin, or as Consort Wen. Using my given name is inappropriate now." I straightened up. "And what I think does not appear to have ever mattered very much." She did not have anything to say to that. Neither did I, really. We stood there for a second, like 2 people at a funeral for someone neither of them liked. Then we went and sat down, and the ambush started. I did not know at the time that the Emperor and Empress were in the pavilion behind the screen at the top of the garden. Nobody did. He had come to watch his daughter get engaged, and he had come early, and he had made a decision on the way in that I only found out about years later. He was not going to intervene. "Let them knock the arrogance out of him," he said. "Let Fenghua watch him get taken down a peg. It may do her good." 400 people looking at me like a debt collector, and the one man in the empire who could have stopped it was eating candied fruit behind a screen. The first one came in about 90 seconds. "Duke of Jin!" A thin man in censorate blue, standing up 2 tables over, delighted with himself. "You entered this gathering without so much as greeting Dean Han. You sat down, and now you sit there smiling. Do you consider yourself above the courtesies of this academy?" "This does not concern you," I said. He went red. "I am a censor." "Still does not concern you." "I am an attendant censor of the censorate." And I want you to understand that I had been sitting on this for 3 years, because in Great Feng, the censorate is enormous. It is a whole building full of men whose profession is disapproval. They impeach ministers over the width of a sleeve. They had impeached the princess I used to be married to over a dinner, and every single one of them believes, sincerely, that his opinion is a form of public service. So I stood up and I gave them the old verse, the one that had been written 1,000 years in a world away by someone with the same problem. The remonstrance officials are so numerous they can fill a cart. The scribes so meticulously collect lost articles by the bushel. The imperial censors so powerful that anyone can push them around. And the collators simply slack off their wrists. Nothing. Dead air. Frankly, I added, there may be more censors in this capital than there are stray dogs. Behind the screen at the top of the garden, The emperor of Great Feng sprayed a mouthful of tea across his own knee. Chen Rohan laughed out loud. Not a court laugh. A real one, head back, and half the garden turned to look at her, and the censor Feng Ming went white, then gray, then his eyes rolled up, and he folded onto the grass like a dropped coat. They carried him out. Nobody moved to help for a good 4 seconds. Zhang Haozhe could not leave it alone. He never could. Li Rong, how dare you be so unspeakably rude in front of… Qing Lan, said my wife, without turning her head. Slap him! Qing Lan crossed 12 feet of grass in about a second and a half, and Zhang Haozhe went around in a full circle and ended up on his knees in the flower bed, with his hairpin somewhere in the peonies. The garden erupted. 400 voices at once. Chen Ruohan waited for it to peak, and then spoke over it, calmly, like a woman explaining a bill. I have struck Zhang Haozhe, an official of the 6th rank, who addressed a duke of the 1st rank by his personal name in a public assembly. Under the statutes of Great Feng, that is disrespect toward a noble of the imperial house, punishable by exile of 3,000 li. 1 slap is generous. Would anyone like to argue the law with me? Nobody did. Mei Fen tried. Aunt, that is not. And her aunt put the statute number on her, out loud, chapter and article, and Mei Fen closed her mouth. Behind the screen, the emperor said quietly to the empress, "She is right. He earned that." Then Liu Qingshan came down from the head of the garden to make peace, which is what deans do, and I made my second mistake of the day, and it was on purpose. Old man, I said, sit down. You are making the students nervous. 400 people inhaled at once. I would like to note, for the record, that old man was the polite option. In my head, I had gone with something considerably less respectful, and I am proud of my restraint. He took it well. He was 70-odd years old, and he had spent his life being deferred to, and he took it with a smile that did not go anywhere near his eyes. Your Grace is spirited. Come. My student was hasty and has been punished. Let us set the matter down. Certainly, I said, as soon as you apologize. I? You are his teacher, and you have come here to speak for him. That is the arrangement, is it not? Then you bow, and you apologize, and it is over. Out of respect for your position, I will accept a standing bow. I let it sit for 1 beat. If he came himself, it would be kowtows. And that is the trap closing, and everyone in that garden heard it shut. Because if the first scholar of Great Feng, 78th generation of the House of Han, bows to a duke on behalf of a student, that student is finished. Not embarrassed, finished. No academy will take him, no examiner will forget it, and the story will follow him into his grave. Liu Qingshan stood there and considered his student's entire future and his own knees. Perhaps, he said carefully, a different resolution. Today is a poetry gathering. Let the poems decide it. If Zhang Haozhe's verse is judged the finest here today, the incident is forgotten, and no one apologizes to anyone. Very well, I nodded. And if he loses? I did not even have to bait it. Zhang Haozhe got up out of the flower bed and did it for me. Lose? His voice was too loud. How could I possibly lose? If I lose, I will not merely kowtow, I will honor you as my teacher. Silence. The good kind. I have no use for a student, I said. If you lose, you will kowtow. And then you will go to each of the 4 markets of this capital, stand in the middle of them, and announce to the public that you are an empty vessel, all shine and nothing inside. He agreed without a pause, without one. That is the whole man in a single decision. Wang Yucheng materialized at my elbow at that point, having come down from behind the screen, and murmured that His Majesty instructed me to accept the dean's proposal. I turned my head slightly. His Majesty instructs me to accept the dean's proposal, I said. Nothing else? No other instruction? Nothing about the terms of the wager? The eunuch blinked. Nothing else, Your Grace. Wonderful. Legally, that is a gap you could drive 6 horses through, and I intended to. They brought out the tables, and my wife, in a robe worth more than a house, pushed her sleeves up to the elbow and ground my ink for me herself, in front of 400 people, without being asked. Zhang Haozhe went first because they gave him first, and I will not pretend he was bad. He was not bad. He was very good in the way that a man is good when he has had the best teachers in the country and nothing whatsoever to say. Reign over the capital. The peonies at the temple. Their heavenly fragrance not permitted to fall into a mortal house. The garden loved it. Old men were nodding. Somebody read it back out loud. Mei Fen was glowing like a lamp, and Zhang Haozhe, bowed to all four directions with the exact humility of a man who knows he has already won. Then it was me, and I picked up the brush, looked at it, and handed it to my wife. Would you write it? My hand is unfit for public display. Somebody laughed. Zhang Haozhe said something about a man who cannot even hold a brush. I let him have it. Then I stood there in a garden full of peonies in a country that had never heard of An Yu Xi, and I apologized in my head. Master An, I am sorry. I am borrowing this. I promise I will be embarrassed about it later. The peony in the courtyard is charming, but lacks elegance. The talking stopped. The lotus on the pond is pure, but lacks passion. Somewhere, a cup went down on a table too hard. Only the peony is truly the beauty of a nation. When it blooms, the whole capital city is stirred. And 400 people sat in a garden and said absolutely nothing at all. I have been in some quiet rooms. That one had a texture to it. I could hear the river at the bottom of the hill. Liu Qingshan got there first, and he said it out loud without meaning to. A masterpiece. Then, immediately after, in a completely different voice, how can Li Rong possibly have such talent? Behind the screen, the Emperor of Great Feng stood straight up out of his chair, and Mei Fen, who understood poetry properly, in a way I never will, sat there and worked out what had just happened. Zhang Haozhe's poem had not been beaten. It had been done to him exactly what the verse itself does to the courtyard peony and the pond lotus. Named, praised, and dismissed in the same breath, and then walked past. Zhang Haozhe's face came apart. Forgery, he shouted. That is not his. That is plagiarism. The word plagiarism went through that garden like fire through dry grass. And I want to be fair to those 400 people because I have been unfair to them before. They did not believe it because they were stupid. They believed it because it was the only explanation that let the world go back to the shape it had been that morning. A waiter who becomes a duke overnight is already difficult. A waiter who becomes a duke overnight and then writes the best poem any of them had heard in a decade is not a story, it is an insult. Somebody had to have written it for me. That was simply easier. Li Rong, Mei Fen had turned around in her seat. Did you really steal it? There it was again, same instinct, 9 days later. Nobody would blame you for being unable to write poetry, she said, and she meant it kindly, which somehow made it worse. Nobody expects it of you, but to steal, that is beneath even you. Now I have to be honest with you, because there is nobody else in this story I can be honest with. I did steal it. I stole it from a man who was born 1100 years and 1 dimension away from that garden, who wrote it in about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, and who has been dead for so long that the country he lived in does not exist. I am not a plagiarist. I am an interdimensional cultural distribution channel. There is a difference, and I will die on that hill. Out loud, I said, where is your evidence? From whom did I steal it? And that was Zhang Haozhe's problem. He had shouted the accusation before building the second half of it. He stood there in front of 400 people with his mouth open. And then, in real time, in about 4 seconds, he invented the single best lie of his entire career. Mr. Xu, the garden went quiet again. That poem was written by Mr. Xu, the author of Dream of the Red Chamber. He was gaining speed. Li Rong owns the Yuechuan publishing house. He has admitted it, which means he is personally acquainted with Mr. Xu, with Mr. Guo, with Mr. An, the greatest writers of this age, and he commissioned a peony verse in advance and brought it here in his sleeve. You cannot disprove that. That is what made it good. He had attached my poem to a man who does not exist and dared me to produce him. That is exactly what happened. Of course it is. He knew about the gathering 2 days ago. 2 days is more than enough. Liu Qingshan was nodding, slowly, but nodding. And then my wife started laughing, not politely. She put her hand on the table and laughed at 400 of the most educated men in the empire, and it went on long enough that it stopped being funny and started being frightening. You call yourselves scholars, she said. Look at you. Not one witness. Not one document. Not one line of evidence. A man says a thing out loud, and 400 literati stand up and convict on the strength of his tone of voice. Is this what the Donglu Academy teaches? Because if so, I would like the Ministry of Rights to review its charter. Somebody at the back said something about how the resemblance was suspicious, and she went after him. Very well, let us use your logic. My husband owns a publishing house and is close to Mr. Shu. Therefore, Mr. Shu writes his poems. She turned. Master Zhang, you are the favorite student of Dean Han. You have studied under him since you were 12. You live in his shadow. You eat at his table. You show him every line you write before anyone else sees it. Zhang Haojia's face began to change. So by your own reasoning, every poem and every essay you have ever published was written by Dean Liu Qingshan. You could hear the river again. No, wait, she said. Let us be thorough. Dean Han is the 78th generation of the House of Han, so perhaps his work was written by his father, and his father's by his father. Shall we run this all the way back and see whether anyone in Great Feng has ever written anything at all, or whether it has been Confucius the entire time? Liu Qingshan had gone the color of paper. Behind the screen, the emperor was laughing so hard he had to hold on to the frame. My sister, he told the empress, plays the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She reads astronomy and geography. She rides and she shoots, and she is better at it than half my guard. He wiped his eyes. If she had not been born a woman, I genuinely do not know which of us would be on that throne. Zhang Haojia grabbed for the last thing he had. Then produce him. Produce Mr. Shu. If he is your friend, if you know him, bring him here and let him say the verse is not his. And Chen Ruhan stopped laughing and said, very pleasantly, Mr. Shu is present at this gathering. The whole garden turned its head at once. 400 people scanning 400 faces. Where? Which one? Is he here? Is he actually here? Mr. Shu, said my wife, is the owner of the Yuechuan publishing house. He is the Duke of Jin of Great Feng. He is my husband. He is Li Rong. I have never wanted to be under a table so badly in my life. Because here is the thing nobody in that garden understood. I was not hiding out of modesty. I was hiding because the moment Mr. Shu has a face, Mr. Shu has a house. And a house can be visited by men who would like a quiet word about the 4 best-selling books in the empire. I had built that wall on purpose over 2.5 years. My wife had just kicked it flat in order to defend my honor. I could not even be angry. That is the worst part. Absurd. Impossible. He is a waiter. He was carrying plates 9 days ago. Dream of the Red Chamber is a work of 40 years. He is what, 22? And Zhang Haojia, drowning, produced his second invention of the afternoon, and it was almost as good as the first. I understand now. He raised both hands for quiet and got it. He does not merely wish to steal one poem. He intends to steal a name. He has Mr. Shu hidden somewhere, dependent on him, and he is standing in front of us claiming to be him. He is stealing a man's entire body of work in public. That landed. That landed hard. Half the garden had already decided. Liu Qingshan went down on both knees, faced the pavilion at the top of the garden, and called out in a shaking voice, Your Majesty, your servant begs for justice on behalf of the scholars of the empire. Which is how 400 people found out the Emperor of Great Feng had been sitting behind a screen eating fruit for the last hour. He came out. Everybody went down. Grass, gravel, flower beds, it did not matter. 400 men flat on the ground, and the Emperor walking down the middle of them, with his hands behind his back and his face giving away absolutely nothing. Mei Fen got to him first. Father. She had not even stood up properly. Father, dissolve his marriage to my aunt, strip his title, and then give him to me as a household slave, and let him serve in my manor for the rest of his life. I have been threatened with a lot of things. That one made the hair stand up on my arms. This woman had thought about it. She had a plan. She had picked a legal category. There is a kind of love that is really just an inability to accept that a thing is not yours, and I was looking straight at it, kneeling on the grass in a peony garden. Do not talk nonsense, said her father, without even looking down. Every accusation made here today has been a guess. Get up. Then he turned to me. Li Rong, speak. So I did. Your Majesty, the accusation is that I could not have written these books, and that any manuscript I produce could have been forged in advance. Very well. I accept both halves. I got up off my knees. Then let us not rely on manuscripts alone. I keep the original drafts of all 4 novels at the Yuechuan house. Send your own men, not mine, to collect them. And send a second party to Fenghua Manor for any household ledger from the past 3 years, in my hand, written and dated long before any of this. Compare the writing. There was a certain amount of noise about that. Liu Qingshan wanted to know how anyone would verify the ledgers, and Mei Fen said, unhelpfully for herself, that of course they were his, he wrote every one of them. The emperor sent the imperial guard. We waited about an hour. It was, without question, the most uncomfortable hour of my life. 400 men in a garden with nothing to do but look at me. Then they came back with 2 chests, and the drafts went out on the tables, and the ledgers went beside them, and the garden made a completely new noise. Because my handwriting is atrocious, I have mentioned this. I want to be clear that I am not being modest. In Great Feng, a man's brushwork is his face, his education, and his moral character all at once, and mine looks like a chicken had a disagreement with an inkstone. I never learned. There was never a point at which learning was going to be more useful than the 11 other things I was doing. Chen Ruohan picked up the first page of Dream of the Red Chamber, looked at it, and had to turn away and put her sleeve over her mouth. Husband, she said with enormous difficulty. Your calligraphy. Go ahead. I know. No, I mean, this is a child's. I said I know. A dean of the Donglu Academy stood over the original manuscript of the most beloved novel in the empire and made a small, strangled sound. But it matched, that is the point. Page after page of ledger, page after page of draft, 3 years of receipts and 40 chapters of fiction, and every one of them written by the same appalling hand. And Liu Qingshan, to his credit as a fighter, if not as a human being, found the crack. This proves nothing, he was breathing hard. It proves the same man wrote the ledgers and the manuscripts. It does not prove when. He knew the Yuechuan connection would come out. He could have copied the drafts himself, in his own hand, at any time in the last 9 days, and burned the originals. And he was right. He was completely right, and everybody in that garden knew it, and I watched 400 faces start to close again. Mei Fen was looking at me with something that I think, in a different woman, would have been hope. Your Grace, said the Emperor. Your Majesty. I picked up the top sheet of the manuscript and held it out flat. Do not look at the writing. Look at the paper. He came down 2 steps. It is a strange paper, faintly green, very smooth, almost slick under the fingers, and it holds ink without feathering, and if you put it close to your face, it smells like bamboo. I know this paper, said the Emperor slowly. I know this paper. Chengdu Prefecture sent it 2.5 years ago. 2 years and 7 months ago, I said, as tribute. A single shipment. There was something about it. There was. I looked at him. Your Majesty may recall that this paper is made from the droppings of the iron-eating beast of the Western Mountains. The animal eats nothing but bamboo. The fiber passes through it and comes out long and clean and takes ink beautifully. It is genuinely superior paper, and it is made of exactly what I have just said it is made of. The Emperor of Great Feng dropped the page, actually dropped it. It went sideways onto the grass, and he stepped back from it, and there is no dignified way to describe the noise Mei Fen made, because she had picked up a second sheet and was now holding it at arm's length with 2 fingers, like a woman holding a dead mouse. 400 scholars discovered, in a single moment, what they had been leaning over. You will recall, I went on, that your Majesty found the origin distasteful and ordered the remainder burned. Chengdu was told not to send it again, and they never have. Princess Fenghua received a share of the same tribute and burned hers as well. I let that sit. Which means this paper does not exist. It cannot be bought in any market in this empire. It was never sold. It existed for 1 season, 2 years and 7 months ago, in the hands of the imperial family alone. Nobody said anything. And at that time, I said, Dream of the Red Chamber had not yet been published. Not 1 chapter. The first volume went out 14 months ago. I put the manuscript back down on the table. So, if I forged these in the last 9 days, I would like someone in this garden to tell me where I obtained a stack of paper that has not been made for 2.5 years, that was never sold to anyone, and that was burned on your Majesty's own instruction. The emperor looked at the pages on the table for a long time. Then he said, loudly, so that the back of the garden could hear it, Li Rong did not lie. He is Mr. Shu. There is no deception here, and there is no plagiarism. The Duke of Jin is innocent. And then, in a voice that did not carry, looking at his daughter, Fenghua, what kind of husband did you throw away? The garden turned around inside 4 seconds. Mr. Shu, it is truly Mr. Shu. I said from the first that no ordinary man could write that verse. I said so. Your Grace, this student has read the dream 11 times. 11. Master Huang, if I might trouble you about the 18th chapter. 400 men who had been ready to see me stripped of a title were now trying to get close enough to touch my sleeve. One of them had tears in his eyes. 2 of them were arguing about who had defended me earlier, and Liu Qingshan stood in the middle of it and lost his composure completely. Look at you, his voice cracked. Look at all of you. An hour ago you were baying for his blood, and now you are queuing to praise him? Spineless, weather vanes, not one spine in 400 men. Is this what learning produces in this age? The garden went quiet and embarrassed, because he was not wrong. And I said, everyone in this world has the right to call other men spineless weather vanes. He turned. Everyone, I said, except you, Liu Qingshan. What did you say? Your family has held the same position through 6 changes of dynasty. I did not raise my voice. I did not need to. Every time a new power took this country, the House of Han was the first through the gate with the surrender document. Not the second, the first, every single time. Your ancestors have congratulated more conquerors than any family alive. I looked at him. So tell me, with what mouth do you lecture 400 men about principle? Somebody actually cried out, because everyone knew. That is the thing. Every educated man in that garden had always known, and it had never once been said out loud, because you do not say it out loud about the descendants of Confucius. Liu Qingshan made a sound, and blood came up out of him. He got a hand on the table. His students rushed forward. He waved them off, which was brave, and stood there swaying with red on his chin. And I finished it, because I was not in a forgiving mood, and because a couplet had arrived in my head, fully formed. With an iron will and unyielding spirit, he persuades men to be loyal. His family has cultivated the tradition of submitting to Confucius. That is a filthy piece of wordplay, and I am not going to explain the mechanism. I will only tell you that in that language, the second line can be heard 2 ways. The second way is the reason a man in the 3rd row sat down on the grass. Then I stopped performing and asked him the only question I actually wanted answered. Dean Han, do you know why I said that sentence about the butchers and the scholars? He did not answer. 9 days ago, in my restaurant, a household steward named Chen Zhi-Cheng knelt on my floor and confessed to a crime he had been ordered to commit and took poison so that his master's name would not come up. He died on my floorboards in front of 200 people. I let him hear it. I said that a man of that rank had more loyalty in him than the scholars I had met. That is all I said. I did not insult the literati of the empire. I insulted the man who let him do it. Liu Qingshan's eyes moved, not to me, past me, to a student standing at the edge of the crowd in a scholar's cap who had gone very still and was looking hard at the ground. Zhou Fun, the boy who had ridden up the hill 9 days ago with a piece of paper and half a story. I watched an old man work out, in front of 400 witnesses, that he had been aimed like a weapon by his own favorite student's friend, at his own favorite student's request. So, I said, you are not only a weather vane by family tradition, you are also a fool. You stood up for a man without ever asking what the quarrel was about, and you were used by your own people to do it. He was shaking. 10,000 volumes of poetry and books are of no use, I said. You might as well go back to farming. The second mouthful of blood came up, and he went down, and this time his students caught him, and they carried the first scholar of Great Feng out of his own garden with his feet dragging. I would like to report that I felt something about that. Mostly what I thought was, is that it? I have been through a Hongmen banquet, more or less, and it turned out to be 400 men with no stress tolerance whatsoever. 2 exchanges, and the strongest of them was horizontal. In my old world, I once had an argument in a comment section that lasted 9 days and ended with a stranger finding my employer. These people had glass jaws, truly. The trolls of my century would have eaten this garden alive before lunch. The emperor declared me the winner of the gathering, which by then was a formality with a corpse in the room. And then he did not announce his daughter's betrothal. He simply did not mention it. The condition had been that Zhang Haozhe win. Zhang Haozhe had not won. And more than that, I watched the Emperor of Great Feng look at the young man on his knees in the flower bed and quietly revise a whole set of assumptions he had been carrying for 4 years about what kind of son-in-law that was. Zhang Haozhe crawled to Mei Fen. "Your Highness, please, say one word to His Majesty. One word, and this can still—" And she pulled her sleeve out of his hand. "Have you not humiliated yourself enough today?" She said it with irritation, not anger, irritation, the way you speak to a servant who has broken something in front of guests. And I saw his face when she said it. And that was the moment, not the poem and not the wager, that the second half of this story got written. I asked for justice on the slander because I am not a saint. The sentence came down inside a minute. Zhang Haozhe demoted from reader of the Hanlin Academy, rank 6, to copyist of the Hanlin Academy, rank 8. 2 full grades in 1 afternoon in front of the entire literary establishment of the capital. 6 months' salary suspended. And the kowtows. He tried for a standing bow. My wife would not have it, and she quoted his own wager back at him, word for word, in his own voice, with the intonation, which I thought was excessive and enjoyed enormously. So he knelt on the gravel of the Donglu Academy and put his forehead to the ground for a man who had been carrying plates 9 days earlier. He did it until there was a mark on the stone in front of him. That was more than the arrangement required. I think he did it because it was the only weapon he had left. He did not look up. But I was close enough to hear him. "Li Rong, Chen Ruhan, and you, Chen Yueshou, you filthy woman. Every one of you will pay this back 100 times. He hated her by then. That is the piece everyone misses. Somewhere between the flower bed and the gravel, Zhang Haozhe stopped wanting Princess Fenghua and started wanting to watch her burn. And she had no idea, and she would keep handing him kindling for another month. I stood up and dusted off my knees and thought, well, 3 years in this dynasty without a single real enemy, and now I have one. Mei Fen caught us at the carriages. "Li Rong," she was almost running. "Can we speak? Alone, please, 5 minutes." And I said no. I want to be precise about why, because I have thought about it a great deal since, and the honest reason is not the noble one. Our positions have changed, Your Highness. I am nominally your uncle. A private conversation between us would be improper, and both of our households would hear about it before dark. That was the polite reason. Then I gave her the real one. And more than that, I do not want the Grand Princess to misunderstand. I did not look at my wife when I said it. I heard her breathe in. "Li Rong," Mei Fen's voice went up. "Stop! Come back here! Do not walk away from me!" Chen Ruhan turned around. She did not say anything. She looked at her niece for about 2 seconds with an expression I have only seen on her 3 times in my life, and Qinglan stepped sideways into the gap between them with her hand resting on nothing in particular. Mei Fen stopped. "You lied to me," she said to my back. 3 years. You hid all of it. Every single day you sat there and let me think you were— Let her think I was what, exactly? She never finished that sentence. I have wondered about it for years. And on the gravel, 40 feet away, still on his knees, forehead down, Zhang Haozhe heard every word of it. He heard the woman he was supposed to marry stay behind in a garden where he had just been publicly destroyed. And he heard that she had stayed for someone else. Sao Mei Fen, he thought, you will regret the day you were born. She threw him 2 cold sentences of comfort on the way past and went home. She told her maid afterward that she could not stand to look at him, that he was a fallen god with all the shine scraped off, and it was unpleasant, like seeing a beautiful vase after somebody has dropped it. She got no comfort at the palace either. "Undo it," she said to her parents. "Undo my aunt's marriage." "The decree has been proclaimed to the empire," said her father, "and it rests on the decree of your grandfather. I am the emperor of Great Feng, and on this particular question, I am a man holding a piece of paper he cannot burn." Then undo mine. Undo my divorce. It was 9 days ago. Nobody has to. Do you think a divorce is a joke? He was tired in a way I had not seen. Divorce today, undivorce tomorrow, remarry on the 3rd day. Shall I put your household on a calendar so the ministries can keep up? She started on me then, that I had hidden my talent, that I had deceived her for 3 years, that any woman would have been fooled. And her father cut her off. Your aunt, did she live with him for 3 years? No. She met him 12 days ago. She had never spoken to him, and she found the diamond in a few days that you could not find in 3 years while sharing a house with it. He leaned forward. Why do you think that is, Fenghua? Truly, why? The Empress put it more plainly, because mothers do. If you had given Li Rong 1/10 of the attention you gave Zhang Haozhe, you would have noticed everything. 1/10. You watched that man's face for 4 years for the smallest sign of feeling. You never once looked at your own husband's. And Mei Fen screamed at her. I do not know exactly what she screamed. Nobody would repeat it to me. But I know that her mother, the Empress, slapped her across the face and then knelt down on the floor in front of her husband and said, This is my fault, Your Majesty. I did not raise her properly. That was what finally reached her. Not the slap. Her mother on the floor. Mei Fen came back into herself and stood there and cried like a person for the first time in the whole of this story. And her father asked her the question, Fenghua, which of them do you love, Zhang Haozhe or Li Rong? She was quiet for a long time. I do not know. And then, because the wall had come down, all of it came out. I thought I loved Brother Bojin. I have thought so since I was 15, but since the divorce there has been a hole in me, and I cannot find the edges of it. Even sitting with him, I do not feel what I used to feel. And when I heard that Aunt Jingxin was going to marry Li Rong, it got worse. It felt like somebody had taken something out of my house. Which is the most accurate self-description she ever produced, and she did not hear it. Her parents gave her the only advice available. Then there is one road, said the Empress. Win his heart yourself, not by decree, not through your father, yourself. You have 3 years of shared life against her 12 days, and that is your advantage if you are willing to use it. Put down your pride and go and be a person in front of him. Mei Fen looked up with red eyes. But I am a princess. If I humble myself like that, the whole capital will laugh at me. Her father laughed. It was not a good laugh. Then do not, he said. Stand aside and let them marry and keep your dignity intact. It will make excellent company. No, I will not give Li Rong to my aunt. And her mother said, quietly, Then we have said everything we can say to you. The rest belongs to fate. 2 days later, Zhang Haozhe paid the wager. He did it properly, I will give him that. Head bandaged from the gravel, court robe on, 4 markets in 1 morning. He climbed onto a grain crate in the middle of the East Market and shouted in a clear voice over the noise of the vegetable sellers. I, Zhang Haozhe, am without talent and without virtue, all shine and no substance, an empty vessel. Then he got down, walked to the next market, and did it again. A crowd followed him from the second one onward. Children ran ahead to tell people he was coming. A pie seller did the best trade of his year. Here is what those 2 days had cost him, on top of the crate. Liu Qingshan had sent back every letter he wrote, and left instructions at the academy gate that the name Zhang Haozhe was not to be announced to him again. The title of First Talent of Great Feng, which he had carried since he was 19, had transferred to me by public acclamation within about 4 hours, which is not how titles are supposed to work, and is exactly how they always work. The peony verse was on every fan in the capital. 2 separate wine shops had put it up on a board outside. The only thing keeping him upright was his father's seat at the Ministry of Revenue. And it was at the 3rd market, while he was up on a barrel doing his announcement, that a procession came through and the whole street knelt. 14 carriages, guards in Liangzhou colors, a banner with a single character on it that I could not read at that distance and would not have understood if I could. Grand Royal Concubine Wang. Now, this is the woman who eventually decides my career, so pay attention. She was the favorite consort of the late emperor, not one of the favorites, the favorite, for something like 25 years, in a palace containing several hundred extremely motivated women. She bore him 2 sons and 1 daughter. The daughter is my wife. Since the old emperor died, she has lived in Liangzhou with her eldest, the Prince of Wang, on the northern frontier, and she had come 900 li at speed because a rumor had reached her, and she is fat. I need to state this plainly because everyone in Great Feng found it fascinating. This is a dynasty that prizes slenderness to a degree that is genuinely unhealthy, where court ladies eat like sparrows, and the poets have written approximately 9,000 verses about waists. Grand Royal Concubine Wang is broad in the shoulder and thick through the middle, and has been since she was 20. Her face is beautiful. The rest of her is a woman who enjoys her dinner and has never once apologized for it. And she was the favorite for 25 years. The whole court had a theory about it. Every single theory was wrong, and I will get to the real one. She heard the shouting from inside her carriage and had it stopped. What is that boy doing on a barrel? Grand Royal Concubine, that is Zhang Haozhe, son of the Minister of Revenue. He lost a wager at the peony gathering. He is required to announce himself an empty vessel in all 4 markets. A wager with whom? With the Duke of Jin, Li Rong, the Grand Princess Jingxin's betrothed. There was a pause inside the carriage. That scoundrel, said my mother-in-law, who had never met me, is using my daughter's influence to humiliate a scholar in the public street. I will make her break the engagement today. And 40 paces away, in the crowd, a young woman in a veil heard the name on the banner and started running. Mei Fen got to that carriage before it moved. I have to admire the speed of it. She had been told 2 days earlier to put down her pride and win me honestly, and she had gone away and thought about it, and what she came back with was a poisoned well. She got into the carriage. She wept a little first because she is genuinely good at that, and then she laid it out. Aunt Wang, I am so glad you have come. Nobody else will listen. Sniff. Li Rong and my Aunt Jingxin must have been in contact while he was still my husband. It is the only explanation. How else could she have asked for the marriage the very day after my divorce? The very next day. She was 900 li away. That is a very good lie, because the timeline is genuinely strange, and the truth is stranger. And he hid it from me for 3 years that he was Mr. Shu. 3 years, in my own house, at my own table. Think of the depth of that calculation. I have wondered whether he concealed his talent from me on purpose, whether he had set his sights on my aunt from the beginning, and I was simply the door he came in through. Grand Royal Concubine Wang swallowed the entire thing without chewing. A man like that is rotten at the root. I will not let my daughter marry him. Please do not tell her I said anything. She is angry with me already. Child, do not worry. And if she refuses me, said the woman who had run a harem for 25 years, I will make a scene and threaten to hang myself. It has never failed. Meanwhile, my wife and I were standing in a field, not a metaphor, an actual field on one of her estates outside the west wall, and I was holding a potato. That, said Chen Rohan, is a root. It is a crop. It is a lumpy brown root, and you have 300 mu of them, and I would like to know what you intend to do with them. 3,000 to 4,000 caddies per mu, I said. She stopped walking. I should explain. The best land in Great Feng, in a good year, with everything going right, gives you 700 or 800 caddies of grain per mu. 1,000 caddies per mu is not a harvest, it is an omen. It gets reported to the throne. Officials write memorials about the virtue of the emperor being reflected in the soil. Say that again? 3,000 to 4,000, on worse land than this. And it will grow where wheat will not, and it stores through winter, and you can eat it without milling it. She looked at the potato for a long moment. Husband, she said, from today you manage everything I own. You have not asked how I know. I have decided not to. She handed the potato back. You will tell me when you want to tell me. Everyone in my life has explained themselves to me constantly, and none of them were worth listening to. That was the day I stopped thinking of the marriage as weather that had happened to me. Then a rider came in at a canter with his hat in his hand. Your Highness, the Grand Royal Concubine has returned to the capital. She is at the manor. I went cold. We did not ask her permission. No. We did not even inform her. Your mother learned that her only daughter is marrying a divorced commoner from public gossip. I was already walking. She has ridden 900 li in 5 days. She is not here for the wedding. She is here to have a conversation. Chen Rulhan laughed at me, openly. My mother is a kind, simple woman. Your mother, I said, was the reigning favorite of an imperial harem for 25 years. Do you understand what that means? Do you know what it takes? I have seen this. I know exactly what she is. She will be gracious. She will feed me. She will ask 3 questions, and by the 3rd one, I will have agreed to something. And Chen Rulhan laughed harder. Now I will tell you what was actually happening inside the manor while I was out there constructing my palace intrigue. Little Pang, Grand Royal Concubine Wang, was standing in the middle of the reception hall, trying out a facial expression. Do I look imposing? Very imposing, Grand Royal Concubine. Are you certain? I want to look like a mother who is displeased, not like a mother who is hungry. Both are visible, Grand Royal Concubine. Fetch me a cushion, and do not let them bring out any food. If food comes out, I will lose my authority immediately. Then we walked in, and she looked at me, and I watched her whole plan fall over. She told me about this herself, years later, over dinner, with great enjoyment. Her first thought was, he is that handsome? Well, of course, no wonder he has bewitched my daughter. What chance did the girl have? Her second thought was, no, stop it. Stop that at once. A pretty face without virtue is simply a gigolo with better bones. Her third thought was that she should assemble a list of my faults, and she began to assemble one, and it came out as follows. He is very good looking. He apparently writes rather well. My daughter says he cooks for her every morning and puts her shoes on. None of that is the point. The point is, he is a bad man. Mother, Chen Rulhan bowed. Who told you all this? Nobody told me anything. Break the engagement. I will not. Then I am no longer your mother. Then please return to Liangzhou. Shall I send word to my brother to come and collect you personally, or would you prefer to travel alone? I stood there, holding my hat. I will go on hunger strike, said my mother-in-law. I will starve myself in this house until I die, and you will be disgraced in front of the entire empire. And my wife said, without one flicker of anything, Mother, you genuinely do need to lose weight. The imperial physicians have been telling you for 11 years, and you have never once listened. I did not expect you to finally see sense. The Grand Royal Concubine fainted. She fainted very carefully into a chair, with one arm arranged over her eyes, and she began to weep and call out to the late emperor about the ingratitude of daughters. Chen Rulhan let her run for about a minute. Mother, if you are going to perform, perform properly. You are sobbing for my father, and there is not one tear on your face. The weeping stopped. I stood in that hall and mentally set fire to everything I thought I knew about imperial favorites. This was not the Empress Lu. This was not a woman who had schemed her way through a harem across 25 years of poisoned soup. This was somebody's very stubborn aunt. Dinner was carried out of her rooms untouched, on her instruction, and she watched it go through the door and swallowed. She had not eaten anything good in 5 days on the road. She had been planning the meal since Baoding. Little Pang. She was lying on her side facing the wall. If I eat now, it is a surrender. Do you understand? To a girl of 23. Yes, Grand Royal Concubine. So I will not eat. Yes, Grand Royal Concubine. Pause. Go and tell her that if she comes and apologizes, I will eat. That evening, in the courtyard, Chen Rulhan told me who her mother actually is, and I stopped laughing about halfway through. She was a fisherman's daughter, born on a boat, raised on a boat, and at 17, she was standing in the shallows of a river, gutting a catch, when a young man in plain clothes came down the bank and asked to buy a bowl of fish soup. He was traveling incognito. He was 29, and he was the emperor of Great Feng, and he had spent a decade in a palace where every single sentence spoken to him had been calculated in advance by somebody with a family to advance. She had no idea who he was, and she talked to him like a person, and she told him his hands were soft and he would be no use on a boat. He came back 4 times. What got him was not the face. My wife was very clear about that. It was that she said what she thought, immediately, with no filter and no ladder behind it. He had been drowning in cleverness for 10 years, and here was a girl who was simply loud. She has been greedy about food since she was a child, and he worked that out early. and he lured her upriver, a meal at a time, like a man taming a cat. It was only after she was inside the palace walls that she found out who had been buying her soup. And then he did the thing that made her. He exempted her from the harem regulations. All of them. She did not have to eat the ceremonial portions, she did not have to keep the fasts, she did not have to maintain the figure that every other woman in that building was starving herself to maintain. He told her to eat what she wanted. So she did, and she got broad and heavy and comfortable, and she remained the most favored woman in the empire for a quarter of a century. And there is not one recorded instance of that man showing so much as a flicker of displeasure about it. On his deathbed, he had two requests for his heir. One was about the succession, the other was about her. The Empress Dowager told me later, without any embarrassment at all, that she would have traded the position of Empress and the position of Empress Dowager, both, the whole set, for what that fisherman's daughter had. I did not say anything when Chen Rulhan finished. I took her hand. Some things do not want a line on top of them. The next morning, eunuch Pang came to us on his own, wringing his hands, and gave up his mistress inside about 9 seconds. It was Princess Fenghua, Your Highness. She got into the carriage in the market. She said the Duke had been in contact with you while he was still her husband, and that he concealed his talents in order to reach you, and other things. Chen Rulhan went white around the mouth. I will speak to her, I said. I will explain the timeline. It is simple enough. I have never. It will not work. My wife was already walking. Explaining does not work on my mother. Come with me. I will show you how it is done. The plan took 2 hours and most of a kitchen. I cooked, she directed, and I do mean directed, standing at my shoulder with her arms folded, vetoing dishes. Not that. Too clever. She does not like clever. It is a delicate broth. She does not want delicate, husband. She wants a mountain. So I built a mountain. 8 treasure duck steamed inside a whole winter melon, braised beef brisket with potato, which I would like the record to show was the first appearance of that dish in the history of this world. Pork belly done twice, scallion oil noodles, and in the middle of it, the largest sea bass I could get out of the river market that morning, scored and steamed and finished with hot oil. We carried the whole thing to her rooms, and Chen Rulhan went in first without knocking. Mother, do not misunderstand, she set the tray down. This is not for you. I have been out riding the estates all day, and I am starving. The grand royal concubine sat up so fast the couch moved. You came in here to eat in front of me? It is my house. I eat where I like. My wife sat down and picked up her chopsticks. If you do not care for it, the Prince of Wang keeps a fine table. Then she looked at me and tipped her chin about 1/4 of an inch, which was my cue. So I began to name the dishes out loud, the way a waiter does, slowly. 8 treasure duck in winter melon, braised brisket with golden root, twice cooked pork, scallion oil noodles. My mother-in-law's ears moved. I watched them move. The weeping had stopped entirely. Her eyes had cleared. She was staring at the wall with the expression of a woman doing very difficult mathematics. I am not eating. What a shame, said Chen Rulhan. My husband made the sea bass especially for you. He heard you liked it. He picked it out himself this morning, and he steamed it whole. Her stomach growled loudly enough that the eunuch looked at the floor. And then, because I am incapable of leaving well enough alone, I said the poem. People coming and going on the river. I have a particular fondness for the taste of the sea bass. But look at that little boat, appearing and vanishing amid the storm. The room went quiet. And the grand royal concubine of Great Feng put both hands over her face and began to cry properly, with actual tears, which she had been entirely unable to produce 40 minutes earlier. Because she was 17 again and standing in the shallows. Because her father had died in a squall off a sandbar when she was 12. Because a young man with soft hands had once sat on a riverbank and eaten her soup and never told her his name. Chen Rulhan leaned over and murmured, without moving her lips, Husband, I think I am going to have to ask you to write fewer poems. Then she picked up a piece of the sea bass with her own chopsticks and held it out to her mother. The grand royal concubine sat there with her face wet and her lower lip out like a child of 6, and then she opened her mouth. Good? Good. And she came to the table and she cleared it, all of it, everything except 2 noodles and my dignity. There is an old saying about how a man who has eaten your food is bound by it, and I have never seen it work faster. Halfway through the brisket, she pointed her chopsticks at me. You scholars are always saying a gentleman keeps away from the kitchen. And here you are with a cleaver. Is this how you seduce girls? Mother, said Chen Rohan. No, it is a fair question, I said. But you have the phrase the wrong way round, Grand Royal Concubine. It does not mean a gentleman should not cook. It means a gentleman has a merciful heart and cannot bear to watch a beast slaughtered, and so he does not go where the killing is done. It is a reminder to keep that mercy intact, so that when he enters the palace, he brings it with him, and the people are better for it. She chewed slowly. Oh, she said. Then she looked at her plate, and she looked at the eunuch, and she said, Fine, fine. Go away, both of you. I am tired. We got outside, and my wife took my arm and did not say anything for about 10 paces. That went well, I said. That went catastrophically, said Chen Rohan. Now she likes you. She was in the palace of Tining by mid-morning, which is 900 li of travel and 1 hunger strike later, eating a bowl of congee in about 4 swallows. The Empress Dowager watched her do it with the expression of a woman watching a favorite dog dig up a garden. You have not changed at all. I have been on the road for 5 days. You have been in the capital for 2. That is also a kind of road. I should say something about these two, because their friendship is one of the stranger facts of that palace. The Empress Dowager was the late emperor's principal wife. Grand Royal Concubine Wang was the woman he actually loved. In any other harem in recorded history, that arrangement produces 30 years of quiet poison. In this one, it produced a genuine, slightly exasperated affection, because it turned out to be structurally impossible to hate a woman who has never once in her life schemed at anything. You are a fool, you know, said the Empress Dowager pleasantly. You always have been. If I had not stood over you for 25 years, they would have eaten you down to the bones and used the bones for hairpins. You are like the Buddha, said my mother-in-law, and I am like the Monkey King. I cannot jump out of your palm, no matter how far I go. The Empress Dowager put down her cup. You have been listening to Journey to the West again. Little Pong reads it to me. We are up to the Mountain of Flames. Then she started complaining about me, and the old woman took her apart piece by piece. They have been in contact all along, that is what Feng Hua said, and it does look. Feng Hua was married to that boy for 3 years, and that marriage was never anything but a name on a register. She has said so herself, in front of her own mother. 3 years under one roof, and he never once presumed. The Empress Dowager let that sit. Whatever he is not a man who takes what is not his, and they were divorced, publicly and legally, before Jingxin ever spoke his name. My mother-in-law chewed on that. Well, she frowned, but then, perhaps Li Rong simply cannot? The Empress Dowager choked on her tea. What a repulsive thing to say! I am concerned. I am a mother. What if my daughter is going to live like a widow with a husband in the house? Get out of my palace. You see, this is why I never come to visit. It took the whole day to undo the damage. The Empress Dowager laid it out like an accountant. The divorce, the timing, the 2 years Jingxin had spent asking after a man she had never spoken to, the decree of the late emperor, the peony gathering, the lot. And the moment my mother-in-law understood that she had been steered into that carriage by a 19-year-old, she went very quiet and very red. Feng Hua did that. To me. Feng Hua is drowning and grabbing at everything within reach, including you. A sip of tea. Do not be too hard on her, but do not be a rope again either. Then, at the end, almost as an afterthought, your daughter is not naive, you know. She saw what he was 2 years ago, and she waited in silence for the situation to open. That is patience I have never had. She set down the cup. And that Journey to the West that little Pong reads to you, he wrote it. And the Dream of the Red Chamber, which I have read 4 times, and the Water Margin, and the 3 Kingdoms. 4 books, 1 man, 4 false names, because he did not want the fame. There was a pause in the palace of Ning. That will not do at all, said Grand Royal Concubine Wang. The Empress Dowager sighed. Now what? I am not against the marriage. I have decided I am for it. I am against the fact that my son-in-law is merely a duke, and only because my late husband happened to write a decree about it 14 years ago. She set her bowl down with a click. A man of that ability with no position, no post, nothing to do all day. It is a waste. Would you like him made Minister of Personnel? The Minister of Personnel runs the appointment of every official in the empire. It is, functionally, the second most powerful job in the country. The Empress Dowager was being sarcastic. Can we? Said my mother-in-law. And that was the moment, and neither of them knew it, and then the doors opened, and the Emperor and Empress walked in. They had come with a plan. That is what makes this so good. They had come specifically to recruit Grand Royal Concubine Wang against the marriage, having heard she had arrived breathing fire, and they were both wearing the pleasant faces of people about to be very sympathetic about a difficult situation. Sister-in-law, the Emperor sat down. I hear you have had a trying couple of days. And my mother-in-law's eyes filled instantly with tears. Your Majesty, she said, my son-in-law. The Emperor's face did something complicated. The Empress actually looked at her husband. Your son-in-law. My son-in-law is the most remarkable young man I have met in 20 years. Sister-in-law, 3 hours ago you were reportedly threatening to hang yourself. That was before I met him, she waved a hand. Sit down, Your Majesty. You must hear the poem. And she recited it. The sea bass one. She got it word perfect, which given that she had heard it once, in tears, over a plate of fish, is genuinely impressive, and she delivered the last line with her hand on her chest. The Emperor stopped being amused about halfway through. He composed that on the spot? For me, because I was a fisherman's daughter and would not eat. That is, he was quiet for a second. That is very fine. And then, she said, he explained to me about the gentleman and the kitchen. She got that right, too. All of it. The mercy, the slaughter, the man who carries it into the palace with him and governs better for it. She had heard it once, with her mouth full, and she had kept the whole thing. The Emperor of Great Feng sat in his mother's sitting room and said, What breadth of spirit? And my mother-in-law leaned forward and shut the trap. Is it not, Your Majesty? Such a talent, and no position at all. No post, no duties, nothing to occupy him. She dabbed her eyes. There is a phrase for that, is there not? A talent left unrecognized. And you are a wise ruler. Surely a wise ruler would not allow a man like that to go to waste. I have been told there was a very long silence. The Emperor understood, at that exact moment, with total clarity, that he had walked into his mother's palace and been sold a horse. What, he said carefully, did you have in mind? She had a list. That is the part I love. She had a list, and she went through it out loud like a woman at a market stall. The left vice director of the Department of State Affairs. The Emperor made a noise. Or the right vice director, I am not particular. Those two positions are the deputies of the chief minister of the empire. Grand secretary. Or one of the 6 ministries, any of them. Personnel would be best, but I am reasonable. Or a general of one of the 16 guards. He is young. He would look well on a horse. The Emperor turned to his mother for help. And the Empress Dowager had turned her chair slightly and was looking out of the window with a teacup in the pose of a woman who has absolutely no involvement in the present conversation and is thinking about the weather, which is to say, she was helping enormously. Sister-in-law, said the Emperor, perhaps I should simply hand your son-in-law the throne and be done with it. Oh, do not be ridiculous, Your Majesty. It was the Empress who found the exit, and she found a good one, and I have always suspected she had it ready before she came in. Your Majesty, the Vice Minister of Rights tendered his resignation this morning. He is 71, and his eyes have gone. The Emperor looked at her. The Ministry of Rights is the weakest of the 6. Ceremonies, examinations, foreign envoys, ancestral sacrifice. Enormous dignity, 3rd rank, and almost no leverage over anything that actually decides who gets what in that empire. Nobody in the court would fight over it. Nobody in either prince's faction would consider it a loss. And, more to the point, the Emperor of Great Feng had spent 9 days being extremely curious about exactly what Li Rong would do if you gave him something to hold. Vice Minister of Rights, he said, 3rd rank. That is the offer, and it is a very generous one for a man of 22 with no examination degree, and I will hear no more about the Department of State Affairs. Done. My mother-in-law was already standing. Can it be today? It can be within the week. Today. Sister-in-law, today, Your Majesty, while everyone is in a good humor. She did not leave. That is documented. She stayed in that room until a brush was produced. She stayed while it was written. She went with the eunuch to have it sealed. Then she got into her own carriage, with Wang Yucheng sitting opposite her holding the decree, and personally escorted the imperial edict across the capital to her daughter's front gate, where my wife and I were standing in the courtyard, having a completely different conversation. "Imperial guard at the gate," said Qinglan, "and the grand royal concubine's carriage, and eunuch Guo with a scroll." Chen Ruohan went still. "She has done it," she said. "She has gone to my brother, and she has come back with an annulment. Wife, listen to me." She turned around and took hold of my sleeve with both hands, and her voice was absolutely level, which is how I knew. "If that scroll dissolves the betrothal, I will renounce the title of Grand Princess. All of it. The fief, the household, the rank. I will be a commoner, and I will be your wife, and we will live over your restaurant, and I will learn to cut vegetables." I would like to tell you that I said something worthy of that. I said, "You cannot cut vegetables. I will learn." Then the gates opened, and my mother-in-law came out of the carriage at a speed I would not have believed possible. "Son-in-law, my good son-in-law, look what mother has brought you." And she took hold of my cheek and pinched it, in front of the imperial guard, in front of eunuch Guo, in front of about 60 of my wife's household staff, and roughly 200 citizens of the capital who had followed the guard formation up the street out of pure curiosity. "Grand royal concubine. Mother," she pinched harder. "Call me mother, or I have not forgiven you." Mother. Good boy. Wang Yucheng read the decree out at the gate with the crowd kneeling in the street, and the words, "Vice Minister of Rights, third rank," went out over 200 heads, and the noise afterward was something to hear. 3 years ago, that man had no household registration. Duke of the first rank and a minister of the third grade in 12 days. 12 days! I have been trying to make deputy clerk for 9 years. My mother-in-law took my arm on the way in and started talking and did not stop. "Now, son-in-law, you have been keeping things from me, which I will overlook. Journey to the West is also yours. Little Pong has read me the whole thing twice." She squeezed my elbow. "So explain to me, of all the heroes in the world, why did you make the hero a monkey? Why a monkey? Who thinks of that?" Mother. "And another thing, I am hungry. Make me something." 2 streets away, in the Chen residence, the son of the Minister of Revenue was crying in front of his father. He had reason. His teacher had cut him off. Mei Fen would not see him. He was rank 8 and doing copywork for men he had been senior to a fortnight earlier, and every fan in the capital had someone else's peony poem on it. Jiang Kun let him get most of the way through it, and then slapped him across the face. "Sit down." "Father, 3 years ago I was thrown out of this capital like a stray dog. My clan was stripped and sent south, and every man I had ever helped in 20 years of service found a reason not to be at home." He was not shouting. That was the frightening part. Did I weep? Did I go to bed? Your misfortunes are 1/10 of what mine were, and you are lying here, leaking. Put your ridiculous pride down and pick your face up. Zhang Haozhe wiped his eyes. And as for Li Rong, his father sat back, and here is where the old fox actually earned his reputation. Early success is not always a blessing. The nail that stands up is the nail that gets hammered flat. He smiled. And more to the point, before this week he was outside, a commoner with a restaurant. I could have done nothing to him without dirtying my hands in a way that shows. And now? Now he is inside the court. Jiang Kun picked up his tea. Now he is one of us. At the same hour, in Fenghua Manor, the account books were on the floor. 1 month without me. That is all it took. The manor's ledgers were in a state that would have gotten a shop closed by the magistrate. 4 separate stewards had been reconciling against each other's numbers. Somebody had been recording the estate rents twice. She threw them, and then she made her people pick them up, and then she went through them herself and found more. That was the afternoon she learned that Grand Royal Concubine Wang, far from breaking the engagement, had extracted a third-rank ministry post for the groom before lunch. Her own man told her, quite bluntly, because at that point people had started telling her things bluntly. "Your Highness, forgive me, your methods against the Duke of Jin are too crude. Every one of them has made him stronger. If you keep pushing pieces onto the board, he will keep eating them." Then Zhang Haozhe was announced. I do not want to see him. He waited in the outer hall for an hour, and then she changed her mind and had him brought in and was warm to him for the first time in a fortnight. And I want you to watch what she does here, because this is the closest that woman ever came to being clever. She was not forgiving him. She was harvesting him. She asked about his father. She asked about the Ministry of Revenue. She said she was worried, terribly worried, that the Zhang clan and the Duke of Jin would come into conflict now that both were inside the court, and that she could not bear to see brother Bo Jin hurt again. And Zhang Haozhe, who had not been looked at like that in 2 weeks, told her his father's entire plan, all of it, the timing, the mechanism, the intended fall. He was so pleased to be trusted that he did not notice he was being milked. She smiled at him. He thought it was for him. She was thinking that if she knew the shape of the trap before it closed, she could pull me out of it herself, and that a man does not easily walk away from the woman who saved his life. Then, on his way out, she said, Brother Bojin, do you know how to keep accounts? He did not, particularly. He said he did. He sat in her outer study from the 9th hour of the evening until the sky went gray, working through a month of a princely household's ledgers by candlelight, with no supper because nobody offered him any and he was too proud to ask. At dawn, he brought her the reconciled books with his hands stained and his eyes red. She said, leave them on the table. That was all. No thanks, not a bowl of soup. His father, when he heard, was delighted. She gave you her private accounts, her personal ledgers? Do you understand what that means? She trusts you completely. And Mayfen, later that morning, went through his work and pushed it aside after a page and a half. No better than my own clerks. The errors are visible at a glance, and he has carried a mistake forward 3 times. She rubbed her eyes. The first talent of Great Feng. He cannot even close a ledger. Then, to nobody, he is not fit to carry Li Rong's inkstone. Juche Street runs straight at the Chengtian Gate, and at the 5th hour of the morning it is full of men in colored robes standing in the dark waiting to be let in. You can read the entire court off that street by color. Purple is 3rd rank and above. Scarlet is 5th. Green is 7th. Blue is 9th and is mostly worn by young men trying not to be noticed. I was in purple. Twice over, technically, since a duke wears it and a vice minister wears it, and I was 22 years old, standing in a river of men in their 50s and 60s who had spent 30 years getting where I had gotten in 12 days. I could feel them looking. I could feel one man in particular breathing at me, and my wife made it considerably worse by bringing me herself. The 6-horse carriage came up Juchia Street at the exact moment when the largest number of officials were standing in it. She got out with me, in front of everybody. Then she straightened my collar and smoothed the front of my robe with both hands, like a woman sending a boy off to his first day of school. Wife, stand still. There are 300 officials watching. Then they will all see that you are neatly dressed. Behind us, somebody said, quite audibly, a young prime minister, and I have never worked out whether that was admiration or a curse. Now I need to explain the shape of that court, because everything that happens from here runs on it. Great Feng does not pass the throne to the eldest. It passes it to the worthiest, decided by the reigning emperor, written into a sealed testament that sits in a box behind a plaque in the main hall, and which the emperor may change as often as he likes without telling anyone. Which means that in this country, an imperial prince does not inherit. He competes, for decades, in public. There were 2 of them in the running. Prince Rong, Chen Yan, the eldest. Broad, loud, likable in the way of a man who has never once had to be clever. His mother's father was a marshal, and so the whole military establishment of the empire sat behind him like a wall. Prince An, Chen Jie, the 3rd, quieter. His mother was noble consort Liu, and behind her stood the Liu clan, which has produced ministers for 4 generations, and had a man sitting in the Department of State Affairs at that very moment, soldiers against scribes. It had been going on for 11 years, and both of them came at me before I got through the gate. Uncle, that was Chen Yan, arriving at speed with his hand already out. Uncle Wen. Let me walk you in. The layout is confusing. You will want someone who knows the halls. Elder brother. Chen Jie had come in from the other side without appearing to hurry at all. Uncle Wen is family. It would be more appropriate if I escorted him. I offered first. You shouted first. That is not the same. I stood between 2 grown princes of the empire arguing over who got to hold my elbow, and I thought about the fact that 11 days ago a man had asked me to lick wine off a floor. Then Chen Ruhan took my arm and walked me straight through both of them. He is going with me. Good morning, nephews. She took me to a small, dry old man standing on his own at the edge of the courtyard, and the moment we approached him, both princes stopped following. Wu Zhen, rector of the Guojijian, the Imperial Academy. He had been the teacher of Grand Princess Jingxin. He had also been the teacher of the Emperor. He had never, in 30 years, said a single word in favor of any faction, and as a consequence, he was the only man in that courtyard whom everybody was slightly afraid of. So this is him. He looked me over the way you look over a horse. Poetry, publishing, hot pot, and the Ministry of Rights. That is an unusual sequence. I have had an unusual month. He took my sleeve. Come and stand with the old men. Nobody will ask you whose side you are on if you are standing with people who do not have one. He put me among the neutrals, and the neutrals turned out to be terrifying. There was Tutor Zhang, who had once told the late emperor that a memorial was badly written and made him do it again. There were 2 grand secretaries who had between them survived 4 purges, and there was Wang Ming, Prince of Fenyang, the war god of Great Feng, started life as a common sailor out of Bohai, worked his way up through a navy that did not particularly want him, and then took the kingdom of Dongyi apart so thoroughly that it does not appear on maps anymore. The only man in the empire holding a princely title who is not a member of the imperial clan. He was 60-something and built like a door, and he came at me with his hand up. You, Li Rong, you are the Yuechuan man. I am, your highness. Then you know Mr. Guo. Oh no. Mr. Guo, said the war god of Great Feng, who wrote the romance of the 3 kingdoms. I want to meet him. I have wanted to meet him for a year. Your highness, Mr. Guo is a very private... The later chapters. He was not listening. He had that look men get when they are about to tell you what a book did to them. The last third. When they are all old and it has all gone wrong, and the men who could have done it are dead, and the men who are left are not the men who could have done it. I read that at night, alone, an old man with a lamp, and I felt like a hero whose ambitions came to nothing. He tapped my chest with 2 fingers, hard enough to move me. That Wang is a kindred spirit. Arrange it. There is a saying where I come from. The old should not read the 3 kingdoms, and the young should not read the water margin. One of them will make you bitter about everything you did not do, and the other will make you think a fight solves things. I had never once considered that I would have to look the war god of an empire in the eye and explain that Mr. Guo has no household registration. I will see what can be done. Good. He clapped my shoulder, which hurt considerably, and left his hand there. And if you are lying to me, boy, I will beat you. I do not care that you are consort to a grand princess. I have beaten the Prince of Wang. He was my student. Then the bell went. 99 strikes. That is the count for the Great Council, and I had time to think that it is a strange number, and then to be told by Wu Zhen that it takes about 4 minutes, and that I should stop shifting my weight. And on the 91st strike, we all heard hooves. Hooves at the gallop, inside the capital, on Zhuqie Street, which is a straight run at the palace and is closed to riding under any circumstances whatsoever. 300 officials turned around at once. He came up the middle of the street at full speed on a horse that was finished, and there was a red feather in his hat. I did not know what that meant. Everyone else did. I watched the color drain out of a courtyard containing the most powerful men in the empire. A red-feathered messenger is the highest grade of military dispatch in Great Feng. He may ride anywhere, including here. Every post station on his route must give him a fresh horse and food within the time it takes to change a saddle, and if they do not, the punishment is the extermination of the station master's entire family, and that has actually happened twice. Nobody had seen one in more than 30 years. Urgent dispatch from Liangzhou, my wife's eldest brother's fief, the northern frontier, where the wall runs out and the grass begins. And then, before the courtyard had finished making its noise, we heard a second horse. Urgent dispatch from Shuzhou. Shuzhou is the southwest, the Tibetan border, 2,000 li from Liangzhou in a straight line and further by any road a man can ride. 2 red feathers in one morning, from opposite ends of the empire, within 100 heartbeats of each other. You did not have to be a strategist. Everyone in that courtyard did the arithmetic at the same instant. That is not coincidence. That is scheduling. The hall of Taifeng is enormous, and it was completely silent. The emperor read both dispatches, and then, instead of announcing them, he did something that I understood immediately and that made the hair go up on my arms. He handed them to his sons. Chen Yan, read the first one aloud. Prince Rong read it. 8 tribes of the northern steppe, unified over the past decade under the Yelu, whose great Khan is a man named Avar Changhai. 200,000 horse assembled within 100 li of Liangzhou, not attacking, not moving, sitting there. And a formal request, in polite language, for an embassy to be received in the capital. Chen Jie II. Prince An read it. Tibet, 150,000 men on the Shuzhou frontier, also not attacking, also sitting there, also requesting to send an embassy. 350,000 men. Great Feng had not fought a real war in decades. The late emperor had spent 25 years quietly demoting soldiers and promoting scribes, on the entirely sound theory that generals with nothing to do start wars to have something to do. It worked beautifully. It also meant that the empire that morning had a magnificent civil service and an army that had spent a generation guarding grain shipments. The hall came apart. Half a dozen men proposed reinforcing the frontier, and half a dozen more pointed out that reinforcing the frontier with what exactly? The decision took about an hour and was the only decision available. Receive both embassies, reinforce both borders quietly at the same time. Find out what they want before deciding whether we can afford it. And then the 2 princes started fighting over who would receive them. I want to be clear about why that mattered, because at the time I did not understand it either. And then I did, and it was the first genuinely useful thing I did in that court. An imperial prince who receives a foreign embassy gets to sit in a room with foreign power for 3 weeks. He gets to be gracious. He gets to establish, in a completely deniable way, that he is a man worth dealing with. And when the succession finally happens, there are 2 more courts on the map who would prefer him. Father, the Ministry of War falls under my supervision. It is only natural. Elder brother has no experience with rights at all. Father, if I might. I was standing 3 rows back next to Wu Zhen, and I said, without moving my lips, he will not give it to either of them. The old man's eyes came sideways. Look at his face, I said. Not his mouth, his jaw. His Majesty permits his sons to fight each other inside this court because that is how the succession is decided, and he has arranged it that way himself. But they have just asked, in public, in front of 300 officials, for permission to build a private relationship with a foreign power. That is not competition. That is a prince looking outside the family for support. I watched him. They stepped on the one nerve, both of them, in the same minute. Wu Zhen did not say anything. Then the emperor stood up. Silence, all of you! The hall stopped dead. Is this the hall of Taifeng, or is it a vegetable market? 350,000 men are sitting on my borders, and my sons are haggling over the seating arrangements. Wu Zhen turned his head very slowly and looked at me. So did the 2 grand secretaries. So, unfortunately, did Wang Ming, who then said, "Huh," in a voice that carried about 40 feet. And then Zhang Kun stepped forward. I had been in that hall for 1 hour. I had never spoken to the Minister of Revenue in my life, and he came out of the 2nd row and bowed and recommended me for the job. Your Majesty, there is an obvious candidate, and he is standing in this hall. He did not even look at me. The Duke of Jin is consort to a grand princess and the noble of the 1st rank, which means he represents the imperial house without being a claimant to anything. And he is Vice Minister of Rights, and the reception of foreign embassies is, by statute, the business of the Ministry of Rights. A small, respectful pause. By both logic and propriety, he is the only appropriate choice. It was a beautiful speech. Every word of it was true. Here is what it was. The job could not be won. 350,000 men on 2 borders and an embassy that had already been coordinated across 2,000 li. Whatever those envoys had come to ask for, the answer was going to be bad, and the man in the room would own it. Both princes would spend 3 weeks pulling at me from opposite sides. Whichever one I helped, the other became a permanent enemy, and I had been in the court for 1 hour. And if anything at all went wrong with those envoys, if there was one incident, one insult, one dead man, the receiving officer is the one who gets handed to the foreign power in a box, because that is what receiving officers are for. Zhang Kun had built a chair with a knife in the seat and offered it to me in front of the emperor, proclaim, on the record, with impeccable reasoning. I bowed. Your Majesty, your servant accepts. The hall murmured. With one request, I straightened up. The task is large, and I have been in this ministry for 4 days. I would like a deputy receiving officer, someone with standing at court, a Hanlin background, a reputation for literary refinement, since these envoys will expect ceremony and verse. Name him. Zhang Haozhe. I have replayed the next 3 seconds several thousand times, and they never get old. Zhang Kun's head came round. His mouth actually opened. Your Majesty, that is, my son is rank 8. He is a copyist. He is entirely unqualified for— He was rank 6 a week ago, I said mildly. And Minister Chen has just told this hall that literary refinement and propriety are what the post requires. His son is famously the finest young talent in the capital, or was until recently. Your Majesty, I must object in the strongest. Why? Said the Emperor. One word. And Zhang Kun stood there in the middle of the hall of Taifeng with 300 men watching and could not answer it, because the only honest answer was that he had just built the chair and did not want his own son sitting in it. The Emperor of Great Feng looked at his Minister of Revenue for a long, long moment. Li Rong is appointed Chief Receiving Officer for both embassies. Zhang Haozhe is appointed Deputy Receiving Officer. It is so ordered. On the way out, Wu Zhen walked with me. You destroyed that in one move. He offered me the seat. He offered you a gallows. You thanked him and asked whether his son might stand on the trapdoor with you. The old man was almost smiling. Watch him now. He will be extremely careful and extremely patient, and he will not forgive you. Wang Ming caught up with us about 30 paces later, having spent the entire walk working it out on his own. Wait. He stopped in the middle of the corridor. Wait. That old man was trying to set you up? Yes, Your Highness. And you put his son in the noose with you, so he has to pull it off both of you? Yes. Ha! The clap on my shoulder nearly took me off my feet. You are black-hearted, boy. You are as black-hearted as they come. He shook his head, disgusted and delighted. No wonder you get on with that Wang who wrote The Three Kingdoms. Everyone who schemes is filthy inside. Every one of you. That evening, Prince Rong came to see us, and he did it fast, which told me everything about how badly the morning had gone for him. Half a day. He waited half a day. Aunt. He had brought gifts, and he had brought his best smile, and he sat down and immediately said, Please do not call me Prince Rong. Call me Feng Er. I want to note that Chen Yan is somewhere near 30, and my wife is 23, and I had to look at the floor for a moment. Then he made his offer, and it was not small. Whatever sons you have will be made commandery princes, not marquises, princes with fiefs, hereditary for 3 generations. Whatever daughters you have will be princesses with their own establishments. He let it breathe. And Uncle Wen will hold a princely title in his own name. I did the arithmetic. Under the ordinary rules, our children were looking at a county princess and a marquisate at best. He was offering to move an entire family 2 full tiers up the imperial ladder, permanently. Then he gave the argument, and the argument was better than the offer. Aunt, I say this with love. Your position comes from my grandfather and from my father. My grandfather is dead. My father is more than 20 years older than you. He spread his hands. The next emperor will be your nephew. He will have sisters of his own to think about. He will have a mother with a clan. Where exactly do you sit in that house? Everything you have was given to you by men who will not be there. It was true. That is what made it good. And my wife said, I am aware. Then, nephew, everything I own came from my father and my brother. It is possible that the next emperor will not favor me as they did. She poured him tea. I find I do not mind. I am content with what I have. I put it less gracefully. We are not getting into this, Your Highness. Defeat Prince An on your own merits. He looked at me with a completely different face for about a second. Uncle Wen, neutrality is a position that only exists until somebody wins. Possibly, I set my cup down. But since we are speaking frankly, let me give you something worth more than the tea. The steppe and Tibet are neighbors, and they are enemies. They have been killing each other over grazing for 200 years, and this month they have arrived on 2 of our borders on the same day with identical requests. I looked at him. Whoever arranged that did not do it to give either of them an advantage over us. He did it to give himself one over both. If any man at this court is thinking of making an arrangement with a tiger to win an argument at home, he should remember that the tiger came here to eat, and it does not much mind whose hand it takes first. He was quiet. And so that you are not lying awake, I said, we will refuse your brother as well, in the same words. You will both leave here with exactly nothing, which is the only fair way to do it. He stood up and thanked us and left, and he was pleasant the whole way to the gate. His attendant told me, much later, what he said in the carriage. There are only two explanations. Either they genuinely do not want power, which is the most difficult kind of person there is to move, or they are holding out for a higher price. He had looked out of the window. I hope it is the second. A greedy man is easy to steer. And around the corner from the gate, in the dark, a second carriage had been sitting for the better part of an hour. Chen Jie had come to make his own offer. He had heard his brother's carriage arrive. He had waited and watched, and when Chen Yan came out, he had looked at his brother's face for exactly as long as it took to read it. Then he told his driver to go home. No point, he said. They will say the same thing to me, and I will have spent my one visit. He sat in the dark for a while. I will go in from the other side, he said, through my dear sister Fenghua. He came to Fenghua Manor the next afternoon with a box of pastries and the manner of a concerned older brother, and he found her exactly as he had expected to find her. She had lost more weight. The ledgers were still on the table. She had eaten one meal in 2 days, and it had been at a hot pot restaurant where she sat by herself in a corner for an hour and did not touch her plate. Chunjie sat down and did not mention any of it. He talked about the weather and the embassies and their father's temper, and he waited, and about 20 minutes in, she started crying and could not stop. He let her finish before he spoke, which is the mark of a genuinely dangerous man. He still loves you, you know. She looked up. Think about it properly. He leaned forward. 3 years, Fenghua. 3 years of a man cooking your breakfast at dawn and closing your books at midnight. That does not evaporate in a month. You humiliated him in public, badly, and then Aunt Jingxin arrived at exactly the right hour and took him while he was still bleeding. That is all this is. Timing. He said what a proud man says. He is a duke and a minister now, and you called him a thief in front of 200 people. He shook his head sadly. Put your pride down. Apologize to him properly. Swear to him that you are finished with Zhang Haojia forever. Say it plainly and say it once, and he will come back to you. She was nodding before he finished. But he will not see me. He refuses to be alone with me. He says it is improper. Leave that to me, Chen Jie smiled. I will arrange a meeting, somewhere private, somewhere respectable, where nobody can gossip and nobody can interrupt. Just the two of you and enough time to actually speak. She took his hands. Third brother, if you do this for me, do not be silly, he patted them. You are my sister. I want you happy. A beat, perfectly judged. Although, when you do have him back, it would mean a great deal to me if he could quietly introduce me to the envoys from the steppe and Tibet. Nothing improper. A private word. He is the receiving officer, after all. It costs him nothing. Of course, she said. Of course, anything. She agreed instantly. She did not think about it for 1 second. She did not notice that a man who wanted nothing had brought pastries, or that a brother who was arranging a private reconciliation had a condition, or that the condition was worth considerably more than the favor. She had walked into somebody else's trap on her way to setting her own, and she never worked out that it had happened. I had to explain it to her afterward, and it took a while. Chen Jie went home and wrote 2 letters. The first was to his mother, noble consort Liu, asking her to hold a zonzi banquet in the palace on a specific afternoon, and to make certain that Grand Princess Jingxin and Grand Royal Concubine Wang were both invited, and both kept there. The second was an invitation. The invitations arrived at our house within an hour of each other that evening, which is the only reason any of this went the way it went. Mine came from Sun Lei, the Minister of Rights, my direct superior, a genial, round man who had been extremely accommodating to me from my first day. A dinner for the entire ministry at the Xiangmanju, one of the best houses in the capital, tomorrow afternoon. Hers came from noble consort Liu, a zonzi banquet in the palace for the senior women of the imperial house, tomorrow afternoon. Chen Ruohan read both of them and put them down side by side on the table and looked at them for about 4 seconds. We are being separated. It is the festival season. Everyone is holding husband. She tapped the 2 cards. Look at the hour on each of them. They begin within a quarter of an hour of one another. My mother is invited to mine, so that she cannot go with you. Qinglan is assigned to me by protocol at a palace banquet, so she cannot go with you either. She sat back. Sunlei is Chen Jie's man. He has been Chen Jie's man for 6 years. Noble consort Liu is Chen Jie's mother. My nephew wants to talk to you without me in the room, and he has bought a minister and borrowed his own mother to do it. I looked at the cards again and felt slightly stupid. So that is why the entire Ministry of Rites has been so pleasant to me. Every one of them, yes, she poured tea. Not because you are a duke, because their master told them to. Then I will go. Husband. He will find another way, and the next one might be worse arranged. I picked up the invitation. I would rather have this conversation at a table with 200 witnesses in the building than in an alley somewhere, and I want to know what he thinks he can offer that his brother could not. She did not like it. She said so, plainly, twice, which is her habit. Then she said, "Tell me one thing about my nephews before you go, and remember it. Chen Yan is a blunt instrument. He has soldiers behind him, and men with soldiers behave in a straight line because they have never needed a curve." She looked at me. Chen Jie's family have been civil officials for 4 generations. He was raised in rooms where nothing is ever said directly. He is patient, and he is subtle, and he does not lose his temper. Be more careful of him than of anyone you have met in this city. I said I would be careful. I want that noted, because I was not. The Xiangman had been bought out. The whole building, 3 floors, 40 rooms, closed to the public for a ministry dinner of about 30 people. That should have told me something, and it did tell me something, and I walked in anyway, because I had decided to be brave that morning, and bravery is mostly a scheduling error. Sunlei met me at the door and was delightful. He walked me up 2 flights, past rooms full of my new colleagues, who all stood and bowed as I went by, and put me in a private room at the end of the 3rd floor with a table already laid. "The others will be up shortly, Your Grace. Please, sit, take some wine. It is a warm afternoon." Then he left and closed the door and did not come back. I sat there for about 4 minutes waiting for Prince An. The door opened and Chen Yueshou came in. She was wearing something pale, and she had done her hair the way she used to do it 3 years ago, and she stood just inside the door with her hands at her sides. "Do not go," she said. "Please. 5 minutes. That is all I have asked for. 5 minutes. For 3 weeks." I stayed where I was. I have thought about it every day since the peony gathering. Her voice was steady, which cost her something. And I know what I am now. I did not love Zhang Haozhe. I loved the idea of him that I built when I was 15, and I kept feeding it, and I never once looked at what was in front of me. I was married to you for 3 years, and I never asked you a single question about yourself. Princess, let me finish, or I will not manage it. She took a breath. I love you. I did not know it until you were gone, and then it was all I knew. Come back, not as a substitute, not as a consort, as my husband, properly. I will break with Zhang Haozhe in public. I will do it tomorrow, in front of anyone you like. And I had to say no. Not gently either. I have thought about whether I could have done it more kindly, and I do not believe I could have, because a soft no from me would have been another 2 months of this. Princess, what you are describing is not love. It is ownership. Her head came up. You are a princess of Great Fang. You have received everything you have ever wanted since you could speak. I was in your house for 3 years, and you became used to me the way you are used to the roof. I kept my voice level. And then the roof came off, and the house is cold, and you have decided that this feeling is love because you have never in your life had to sit with the other one, which is loss. That is not, and to be completely plain with you, because I think you have earned plain, I do not want you. Not now, and not before. Even if I had never met the Grand Princess, even if I had walked out of your manor and never seen another woman in this empire, I would not have wanted you. I stood up. I am sorry. That is the truth, and you asked for it. Her face went white, and then it went hard. You are mine. She actually said it. I found you. I bought you out of a cage. You are mine, and I am not giving you to my aunt. And then the room moved. Not much, just enough that I put my hand on the table. My mouth had gone dry. There was a taste at the back of my throat like scorched paper. And Mei Fen, 4 feet away, had stopped mid-sentence and put her hand against the wall, and I watched her eyes lose focus in real time. What is? I looked at the cup in front of me, full, untouched. I had not drunk one mouthful. Then I looked up. There was a wooden lattice panel high on the wall by the ceiling, decorative, the kind you find in every good restaurant in the capital, and behind it the air was moving. I could smell it now, sweet and heavy and wrong, coming down out of that grill in a thin, steady thread. Not the wine, the moment. Somebody was sitting in the next room feeding smoke through the wall. I got two thoughts out before my head started coming apart. The first was that this was not about a private conversation with Prince An at all. The second was that there were 40 rooms in this building full of men from my own ministry, all of them told to stay downstairs. At some point very soon, somebody was going to open a door. There would be witnesses. And whatever they saw in this room would be the only version of it that ever existed. That is what he had bought. Not a conversation, a picture. A grand princess's betrothed and a princess of the blood, alone, behind a closed door, out of their minds, and 30 officials brought up the stairs at the right moment to see it. The emperor would have had to dissolve the engagement. There would have been no choice. And after that, both of us would have belonged to the man holding the story for the rest of our lives. I could hear him. That is the part I have never been able to explain properly. Through the wall, quite calmly, in a room 3 feet away. Feng Hua, thank your brother. Mei Fen had gone down on one knee against the wall and was saying something that was not words. The room was tilting. My hands had stopped feeling like hands. I have thought a great deal about what I did next, and I want to be honest that it was not courage. It was the last piece of my brain that still worked doing arithmetic. Pain clears the head. It is the oldest trick there is, and it is old because it works. I picked up the wine jar off the table and threw it at the floor. It went everywhere, and I got down on the floor among the pieces and put my palm flat and closed my hand around the biggest shard I could find and squeezed until my arm shook. The room came back. Not all the way. Enough. Enough to see the door, enough to see the grill, enough to know which way was down. I got up with my hand full of porcelain and blood running off my wrist and went for the door, and it did not open, because of course it did not open, and Mei Fen came off the wall toward me with nothing behind her eyes at all. So I put the table between us. I want the record to show that the chief receiving officer for 2 foreign embassies, Duke of Jin, first rank, spent the next several minutes going around a dinner table in a circle in the best restaurant in the capital. Every time the room went soft, I closed my hand. I lost track of how many times. I remember the shards slipping and finding it again. I remember thinking, with total clarity, that if I passed out on that floor, the next thing that happened to my life would be decided by whoever opened the door. And then I heard something on the stairs. It was not 30 officials. It was 100 armed guards coming up 3 flights at a dead run, and a woman's voice underneath it that I would have recognized at the bottom of a well. Here is how she got there, and it comes down to one bored woman on a rooftop. Qingyue is Qinglan's twin and one of 4 sisters, and she had drawn the short assignment that afternoon, which was to sit above the Xiangmanju and watch a door for 3 hours while her sister ate zongzi in a palace. And at the 2nd hour, she saw a plain carriage stop on the corner and a veiled woman get out and go in through a side entrance, and she recognized the walk. Princess Feng Hua does not use side entrances. Qingyue was over 2 roofs and on a horse before the woman was through the door. The zongzi banquet was in the Liu consort's own courtyard, and my wife was being kept there very politely by a woman who had been keeping people places for 20 years. Grand Royal Concubine Wang was 2 seats away, entirely happy on her 4th plate. Qingyue got a message through a serving girl. Chen Ruohan stood up in the middle of an imperial banquet, said nothing to anybody, and walked out. She took 100 guards with her off her own household roster because 100 is what fits through a city gate at speed without being called an army. And she went across the capital at a pace that closed 2 streets, and at the front door of the Xiangmanju, a steward put his hand up and said the building was reserved for a private function. Move. Your Highness, I am very sorry. The whole house has been bought out for the day by the Ministry of Qinglan, Qingyue. The sisters came off their horses at the same moment, and the 2 men at the door were on the ground before either of them had finished a sentence. Chen Ruohan stepped over them. Anyone else who stands in a doorway today, she said to the room in general, I will take his life, not his position, his life. Nobody stood in a doorway. The dining hall on the second floor was full of officials of the Ministry of Rights who had been sitting there for 2 hours drinking wine and telling each other jokes and had heard absolutely nothing. Somebody started to explain that there had been a misunderstanding, and Qinglan drew and brought her blade down through the center of a banquet table, straight through, so that the two halves went apart and the dishes went with them. That established the tone. Sun Lei came out of a side room at a trot with his hands spread and his face all concern, and I want you to appreciate what he did next, because it is the single most confident thing anyone did in that building. He took her up himself. He led the Grand Princess Jingxin up 2 flights of stairs to the door at the end of the 3rd floor, personally. And he was so pleased with himself that he got in front to be the one to open it. He wanted to be looking at her face when she saw what was inside. The door was locked. Qing Yue put a boot through it. And it was all wrong. That is what she told me. Not the blood, the wrongness. She had come up those stairs braced for one specific image. What she got was a table shoved against the far wall, a broken wine jar across the floor, my clothes on and buttoned and soaked from the elbow down. Red on the floorboards, red on the tabletop, red up the door frame where I had tried the handle. And me on my knees in the middle of it, with a piece of porcelain in my fist, and my hand shut so hard the fingers had gone white. Maithun was down against the wall on the other side of the room, not touching anything, breathing badly. Chen Ruohan made a sound I have never heard her make before or since. She got to me. I remember her hands on my face, and I remember that I could not focus properly, and I remember being extremely annoyed that I could not focus properly, because there was something I needed to say, and I had been holding on to it for several minutes with the last working part of my head. Do not, I had her sleeve. Wife, listen, do not move me yet. You are bleeding, be quiet. Hold the room, I got that out. Take the building, nobody leaves, nobody touches anything, do not let them clean it. Then I stopped being there. She held the building. 100 guards, 3 floors, 40 rooms, and 30 officials of the Ministry of Rights who spent the next 2 hours sitting exactly where they were with their hands on the table. And Qing Yue, who had been trained in Liangzhou by a man who taught his soldiers what to look for in a room, went into the chamber next door. It took her about 4 minutes. There was a brazier low against the shared wall, still warm, positioned under a duct in the paneling that fed up and through the decorative lattice into the room where I had been sitting. It was a good piece of work. Somebody had built that into the house, not for that day, but for whichever day it was needed, and had been maintaining it. And in the brazier, there was a cake of incense that had not finished burning. That is the entire case. 1 half-burnt cake of incense in a brazier in a private room in a building that had been bought out that morning by the Minister of Rights. Sun Lei tried the restaurant first. Your Highness, this is a disgrace. I will have the owner of this establishment before the magistrate tonight. To think that a house of this reputation would allow— The room was hired by you, said Chen Ruohan, in your name, paid from your household. You walked my husband to that door personally, and you closed it behind him. So he tried the second version, and it was the version they had built the whole day around, and he delivered it with his face full of embarrassed sympathy. Your Highness, please. Consider that there may be a simpler explanation, painful as it is. He looked at the floor. They were husband and wife for 3 years. They were alone. Perhaps feelings that were never properly resolved simply— And my wife walked up to him. What did you just say? I only mean that in such circumstances 2 people may fail to restrain— He cut open his own hand. Her voice went up for the first time. Look at this floor. Look at it. He broke a wine jar and he took the sharpest piece of it and he opened his own palm and he kept doing it, over and over, standing up for as long as he could to stay in his own mind. There is blood on the door handle where he tried to get out. She stepped closer. Does that look to you like a man who failed to restrain himself? Sun Lei had no answer, because there was none, because the entire plan had assumed that nobody in that room would still be conscious. Then she said the rest of it, out loud, in front of 30 officials, and this is the part that finished him. You bought this building this morning. You invited my husband. Noble consort Liu invited me to the palace in the same hour, so that I would be inside walls I could not simply walk out of. Princess Fenghua was brought here by someone she trusts. The brazier is built into the wall of the next room, which means it was installed, which means it has been there a long time, and the man who owns the use of that room is you. She let it land. And there is exactly one person in this empire who is served by a picture of the Duke of Jin and Princess Fenghua in a locked room. Say his name, minister, or I will. Sunlei went the color of wet plaster. He told me afterward, when there was no reason left for him to lie to me, what he saw when he looked up at her. He said that he had served the late emperor for 11 years, and that he had once been in a room when that man decided to remove somebody, and that he had spent 20 years not thinking about it, and that standing on the third floor of the Xiangmanju, he looked at a woman of 23 and saw her father's face come up through hers like something rising out of water. She had the Minister of Rites of Great Feng tied at the wrists and put in a cart. Then she took her husband to a physician, and then she took the Minister of Rites to the palace. I came around in a moving carriage with my hand wrapped and somebody's fingers in my hair, and the first thing I said was a question about the brazier, and my wife told me later that she nearly hit me. The second thing I said was, "Where is Fenghua?" At her manor, sedated. Why? Because she is the only witness who is in that room, and Chunjie knows it. And I sat up, which was a mistake, and got out of that carriage, which was a larger one. The physician had not finished. He had opened the wrapping twice and said something about the depth of it and something else about how many separate cuts there were, and I told him to bind it tighter, and I got on a horse. Chunjie had worked it out at almost exactly the same time. He had been sitting in his own residence for an hour when word came that Sunlei had gone into the palace in a cart with his hands tied, and I would like to have seen his face, because up to that moment he had been having an extremely good afternoon. The moment the minister was taken, there was one loose end left in the empire, and she was his sister, and she was asleep. He went out the door. We arrived at the gates of Fenghua Manor within about 30 seconds of each other, from opposite directions, both of us at a gallop, and we looked at each other across the courtyard, and neither of us said one word about it. Mei Fen was awake, barely, sitting up in bed with her hair down and her hands shaking around a cup. Qinglan had gone in ahead of me, and Qinglan does not do subtlety, and by the time I got through the door, she had already asked the question. "Was it you? Did you have the incense put in that room?" And Mei Fen came off the pillow. "How dare you?" The cup went into the wall. "How dare you? I want him back. I have wanted him back every single day for a month. I want him back honestly. I want him to choose it. Do you think I would drug a man into it? Do you think that is what I would take?" She was crying and furious at the same time. "If that is the only way I could have him, then I do not want him at all." I believed her. Standing in a doorway with my hand throbbing, I believed her completely, and it was the first thing about Chen Yueshou I had believed in 3 years. She saw the bandage then. "What is that?" "It is nothing." "What is that on your hand?" Qinglan, who has never in her life understood a rhetorical question, said, "He broke a jar and cut himself open to stay conscious." Repeatedly, for some minutes. And Mei Fen sat there and looked at it. "You did that?" she said slowly, "rather than touch me?" "Princess, you would rather cut your hand to pieces than touch me." She put both hands over her face. "Then everything you said to me in that room was true. All of it. You were not being cruel. You were just telling me." Her brother was announced at the door, and she said, without taking her hands down, "Tell the third prince I will see him presently. Take the Duke of Jin to the lake pavilion. I will speak to him first." That is the moment. Everything after it comes from that. The lake pavilion is a little open room at the end of a walkway over the water at the back of her manor, and I had crossed that walkway perhaps 400 times carrying things for her. We sat down. She had a robe over her nightclothes, and her feet were bare, and she did not care. "I will help you," she said. "Princess, he is my brother, third brother. He has held me on his shoulders." She was very steady, which frightened me more than the crying had. "And he put something in the air of a room with me in it. You should be certain before you decide this. If you speak in front of your father, you will be speaking against a prince of the blood, and you will be doing it in public. You will not be able to take it back, and your family will never look at you the same way again. Then let me ask you something first," she turned. "If I do this, will you come back?" And here is where I could have had everything. I want to be honest about this, because it is the only genuinely difficult thing I did in the whole affair. I had a woman with the only testimony in the empire that could put a prince in a cell, and she had just offered it to me, and all I had to do was leave the question open, just not answer it, smile a bit, let her walk into that hall with hope in her chest. No, I said. She did not flinch. If the price of your help is me, then forget I came here today, and I will find another way. I looked at the water. Saying yes to that would be irresponsible toward my own life and cruel to yours, and you would work it out in 6 months and hate me for the rest of it. Say the rest of it. You have obviously got more. So I gave her the rest of it. For 3 years we were husband and wife in name, and in practice we were mistress and servant. That was not entirely your doing, and it was not entirely mine. But in 3 years, did you ever once seriously try to find out who I was? I let that sit. Feelings are not a cue, princess. You do not get them by arriving first. They answer sincerity and nothing else, and there is no other door. She was quiet for a long time. And if you want a quiet life, I said, here is the only advice I have. Do not get into these games. Not with Chen Jie, not with Chen Yen, not with anybody. You are a princess, and princesses who pick a horse are the first thing the winner clears away. There is exactly one man in this empire you owe loyalty to, and he is your father. She stood up and tightened the robe, and I watched her face do something I had not seen it do before. Then I will help, she said. Not for you, for me. I have been selfish since I could walk, and I have been useless for a month, and I am tired of it. She looked out at the lake. And if a man who would do that to his own sister sits on that throne, this country will not survive him. Then she called her steward and gave the order that made the entire thing work. The Duke of Jin and I are leaving by the back gate. Take a carriage out of the front gate at the same time, empty, and let the third prince see it go. Tell him I am dressing. Tell him the physician is with me. Tell him whatever you need to. Keep him in that pavilion as long as you possibly can, and if he asks again, apologize very beautifully and keep him there. Chen Jie sat in that pavilion for 2 hours. We were already in the palace. The Emperor of Great Feng was in a state I had not seen. He had been sitting with a bound minister on the floor of his own hall for the better part of the afternoon, and Sun Lei had confessed to the incense within the first 10 minutes, and then had told the most beautiful lie I have ever heard a man tell. Your Majesty, I confess it entirely. The incense was mine, the room was mine, the arrangement was mine, all of it, and I ask for punishment, he kowtowed. But I beg your Majesty to understand the reason. It was not malice, it was pity. Princess Fenghua has been in visible distress for a month. Everyone at court has seen it. She came to me herself and asked for help, and I am an old fool who has served this house for 30 years, and I could not bear it. I thought only to give her one chance to be alone with him and speak her heart. I acted from kindness, and I acted stupidly, and I take every consequence. It is perfect. Do you see how perfect it is? It admits everything material. It explains the mechanism. It attaches the motive to a girl everyone pities, and it does not contain the name of a single prince. Half the men in that hall were nodding, and then the doors opened and I walked in with Chen Yuexiu. You are lying, I said. Say it to my face. Sun Lei turned around on his knees and saw the two of us standing there, and I watched 30 years of court service go out of his eyes. Mei Fen did not kneel and did not soften anything. She told her father the whole of it, from the pastries onward, that her brother had offered to arrange the meeting, that the condition had been a private introduction to the envoys, that she had agreed, that she had not been told about the room and would not have gone into it if she had. She indicted herself in the first 4 sentences, in front of the entire court. Her own scheming, her own stupidity, her own bargain laid out flat with her father listening. I had spent a month thinking that woman had nothing in her. They brought Chen Jie in under escort about an hour later. Wang Yucheng, who went to fetch him, was offered a quantity of silver in a courtyard on the way out that would have bought a street. He declined it and reported it, and when the emperor asked him why, he said, Your Majesty, I am your Majesty's man, which is the single best sentence any eunuch has ever said in that building. And Chen Jie was extraordinary. He admitted the conspiracy with his sister immediately, all of it, the pastries, the promise, the introduction. He said he had been a fool and a bad brother, and that he had wanted an advantage over Prince Rong and had used Fenghua to get it, and he begged forgiveness for it with tears in his eyes. And then he denied the incense absolutely. Your Majesty, I arranged a conversation. That is my crime, and it is a real one. But I did not put anything in that room, and I would not. Minister He has already told you he acted alone. Why would he take that on himself if I had ordered it? He looked at Sun Lei for less than a second. Sun Lei looked at the floor, and Sun Lei said, "I acted alone, Your Majesty. The prince knew nothing." That was the wall. Because in Great Feng, you do not put an imperial prince in a cell on the word of a girl who was drugged and the guess of the man who was drugged with her. You need the minister. And the minister was going to hang himself before he spoke, because he believed, with total conviction, that Prince An would get him out. The hall argued for a while. Chen Yen arrived, having heard, and volunteered enthusiastically to conduct the interrogation himself. And Chen Jie pointed out with perfect calm that his own sworn rival should probably not be the one holding the questions. He was right, and everybody knew he was right, and the whole thing was sliding toward nothing. And then the doors opened again, and a man walked in whom I had never seen. Thin, very pale, moving carefully the way people move when they have spent their lives being told to. Chen Jie, Prince Yi, the second son. He had been sickly since he was a child, so sickly that he had never been considered for anything. He had come to the palace that evening for one reason, to kneel and thank his father for a batch of snow ginseng pills sent to him a month earlier, which had done him more good than anything in 10 years. He had walked in on all of it by accident. The emperor looked at his second son, and I watched him notice the color in the boy's face. "Chen Jie, how is your health?" "Better than it has been in some years, father. That is what I came to say." "Then you will take the inquiry into this matter." The emperor sat back, jointly with the Duke of Jin. "You are not in the succession and you have no faction, and no one in this hall can claim you are partial." Chen Jie objected to nothing. He had no grounds, but he asked for one thing. "Then let there be a limit, father. A man cannot be left under a cloud indefinitely. Set a term." The emperor turned to me. "How long do you require, Duke of Jin?" And I said, "1 day is sufficient." The hall made a noise. Wu Zhen's head came up. Even my wife turned and looked at me. "1 day?" said the emperor. 1 day. Chen Jie bowed with his eyes down so that nobody would see them, and I saw them anyway. He was delighted. He knew Sun Lei. 20 years of service, a whole clan depending on him, and a mind that would break its own bones before it broke faith with the man who had promised to save him. "Then let it stand," said Chen Jie. "If nothing is proven by this hour tomorrow, the matter is closed, and no man raises it again." "Agreed," I said. "One condition. From this moment, Sun Lei and the third prince are held separately, under guard, no visitors, no letters, no servants, nobody within earshot of either of them, not a note, not a nod." "Granted." We walked out into the courtyard, and my wife took my good arm. "Husband, a day." "Yes." "He has been an official for 30 years. Men like that do not break in a day. They do not break in a month." "No," I agreed. "They do not break under questioning." She stopped walking. "Then what," said Chen Rohan, "are you going to do to him?" "Nothing," I said. "I am not going to do anything to him at all. Nobody is going to lay a finger on that man, and nobody is going to ask him a single question." We were in a side hall by then with Prince Yi. He had been carried there in a chair because he had insisted on coming and could not do the stairs. He was watching me with the polite blankness of a man who had never been included in anything before. "The supreme strategy is to subdue the enemy without fighting," I said. "The best method is to attack his mind. The worst is to attack his city." "That is from a military treatise," said Chen Jie. "It is, and it is the only thing in that treatise I have ever needed. Interrogation is attacking the city. You can hammer at Sun Lei for a month and get nothing, because he is not holding out against pain. He is holding out because of a belief." I sat down. "So we do not touch the wall, we take the belief." "Which is?" "He is 61 years old and terrified of dying, and he is only able to be brave because he is certain that Prince An is going to save him. That is the entire structure. He confesses he is a criminal, he dies alone. He stays silent, his prince gets him out in a year or two, quietly, the way these things are always done." I looked at both of them. Take that certainty away, and he collapses in an hour. He does not need to be broken. He needs to be told that he has already been sold. "And how," said my wife, "do we tell a man that, when he is under guard with no visitors and no letters, and he will not believe one word from anybody on our side?" "We do not tell him," I said. "We let him work it out himself. People only believe things they think they discovered." Then I explained the rest of it, and Prince Yi started laughing and had to stop because it made him cough. Chen Jie went to the He residence in person that evening because it had to be a prince, and because a prince arriving at your door at night has a particular effect on a household. He sat in their reception hall with the family, and he did not threaten them once. He simply explained the law. Your husband is accused of attempting to injure a member of the imperial house by covert means. If it is proven, the sentence is not exile, and it is not his head. It is the extermination of 9 degrees of kin. He let them look at that. Your sons, your daughter, your husband's brothers and their children, your own parents, your daughter's future husband's family, if she had married. 9 degrees is not a figure of speech, madam. It is a list, and the Ministry of Justice keeps a form for it. Lady Sun did not say anything for a while. Sun Bo, the son, 22 or 3, said, "What do you want?" "I want you to help us prove it," said Prince Yi, "which is the only way any of you survives, because if he goes down for it alone, you go down with him, and if he turns evidence against the man who ordered it, the court will have every reason to be merciful to a family that assisted." They said yes, all 3 of them. It took about a quarter of an hour, and there was no shouting. I have thought about that quarter of an hour a great deal. The heavenly prison is under the eastern wall, and it is not designed for comfort. And Sun Lei had a cell to himself at the end of a stone corridor with one grating high up that let in a square of night. At the second watch, the temperature dropped. We had 4 men with bellows and 8 buckets at the far end of that corridor, and we had been at it for an hour, and the cold that came down that passage was genuine cold, from ice, moving on air, with white smoke rolling ahead of it along the floor at knee height. Sun Lei woke up. Then a voice came out of the dark. "Father." It was very quiet. It was a young woman's voice, and it came from somewhere down the corridor where there was nothing but fog. "Father, it hurts so much." He was on his feet against the back wall. They came out of the smoke slowly, and they did not walk properly. Sun Bo first, then his sister, then their mother. All 3 of them barefoot with their hair down over their faces and their clothes torn and stained dark, and the lamplight from the far end coming through the fog behind them so that they had no edges. Sun Lei started screaming, "Ghosts! Ghosts! Guard! Guard! There are ghosts in the prison." And the guard came. That is the piece I was proudest of, and it was Prince Yi's idea. A big, slow jailer with a lamp, walking down the corridor straight through the middle of them, looking left, looking right, looking directly at the 3 figures standing 4 feet away and seeing nothing at all. "What are you shouting about?" "There! There! They are standing there!" "Where?" "In front of you!" The jailer held his lamp up and turned all the way round. "Old man," he said, "I have worked in this prison for 19 years. If there were ghosts down here, they would have run out long ago to get away from me." He spat. "Go to sleep. Scream again, and I will come back with a bucket." And he walked off, whistling, through the fog, past 3 people he was pretending were not there. That is when Sun Lei stopped being a man who was being tricked and became a man who was seeing spirits. Because a living person cannot be seen by nobody. "Father," the daughter came closer. "Father, do you not know me?" They said their names, wife, Sun Bo, Sun Ru. And then each of them lifted the hair off their face, one at a time, into the light, and he made a sound I could hear from 30 feet away round a corner. "How?" he said. "How? What happened? What happened to you?" And his son told him. "Men came over the wall the night before last. They did not take anything. They went through the house, room by room. They killed everyone, father. The cook, the gate porter, the girl who does the laundry, the dog." A pause. "And then they set fire to it, so there would be nothing left to look at." That is all we gave him. We did not name anyone. Nobody said the words Prince An. Nobody suggested a motive. We let a man with 30 years of court service do what a man with 30 years of court service does, which is work out who benefits. I watched it happen through the grating. He went from horror to confusion, and then he went very still, and I saw his whole face change, and he said, out loud, to himself, "He killed my family." Nobody answered him. He killed my family because a dead household cannot be questioned, because if I am the only one who knows, then I am the only door left. His voice was climbing, and a door that has been closed is a door that gets burned. And then, right on time, the last piece walked out of the fog. 2 figures in tall hats, one in black and one in white, with long tongues painted on and chains dragging on the stone behind them. And they came down the corridor without hurrying and put their hands on the shoulders of the 3 ghosts. Time to go. No, wait, please, my father. Move along. And then the one in white turned his head toward the cell. Sunlei, your allotted span is nearly finished. We will come for you in a few days. They walked away into the smoke, and the 3 ghosts went with them, and the corridor was empty and cold and quiet. Sunlei stood there. Then he took hold of the bars with both hands and started shouting, and he did not stop for a long time. When the birds are gone, the good bow is put away. When the hare is dead, the hound goes into the pot. He was hoarse inside a minute. Liang Feng, you are not even on the throne yet, and you are already throwing me away. I gave you 6 years. I gave you my house. The jailer came back and told him to be quiet. Take me to His Majesty. He had his arm through the bars. Take me to His Majesty right now. I will speak. I will speak to anyone. If I am going to die anyway, then I am taking him with me. I looked at the sky through the corridor grating. It was maybe the 4th hour of the night, not quite a day. I was rather pleased about that. Chen Yuexiu had watched the entire thing from a storeroom above the corridor with her hand over her mouth, and when it was done, she came down the stairs slowly and stood in front of me and did not say anything for a while. I understand now, she said finally, why Zhang Haozhe loses to you every time and never sees it coming. Princess, no, let me. I have had a month to think about nothing else. She looked back at the corridor. Brother Bo Jin's talent is a lamp in a room. It is a very good lamp. It lights everything in that room beautifully, and everyone praises it, and it is genuinely worth praising. Her voice was quite calm. And you are the sun. It is not the same kind of thing. He is not a smaller version of you. He is a different object entirely, and I spent 4 years admiring a lamp in daylight. Then she said the other thing. 3 years. A man like that was in my house for 3 years, and I looked at him every morning, and I did not see one single part of it. She wiped her face with her sleeve, roughly, like a child. Chen Yuexiu, you deserved to lose him. I did not have an answer for that, and I did not try to find one. They brought Sunlei up to the hall at the 5th hour, and the whole court was assembled by then, because word had gone round the capital during the night the way it does. Chen Jie was already standing there in a clean robe with his hands folded, entirely composed. I watched him see his minister come through the door. I watched him relax. A man brought up at the 5th hour after one night is a man who is broken under nothing, and nothing was exactly what he had counted on. Sunlei came down the middle of the hall between 2 guards, and when he got level with the 3rd prince, he made a noise like an animal and threw himself sideways, and got hold of Chen Jie's arm with both hands and bit him. It took 3 guards to get him off. The prince was bleeding through his sleeve. Then Sunlei emptied himself onto the floor of the hall of Taifeng. All of it. The plan with Feng Hua. The room at the Shangmanju bought in his name on the prince's instruction. The brazier that had been built into that wall 2 years earlier and used twice before for other people. The incense, where it came from, who supplied it, and how much. And that Chen Jie had been sitting in the next room the entire time, listening, and had spoken through the wall. The court did not make a sound. Chen Jie was very good. I have to keep saying it because it is true. Father, look at him. He was holding his arm. The man is out of his mind. He has just told this hall that I murdered his entire household. I have been under guard inside this palace since yesterday afternoon with your own men on the door. When exactly did I do it? Ask the guards. Ask any of them. It was a real defense. It was even a good one. Both of you are correct, I said. Everyone turned. Bring them in. And the doors opened, and Lady Sun walked in with her son and her daughter, washed, dressed, alive, and entirely uninjured. Sunlei went down, not to his knees, all the way down, flat on the stone floor of the imperial hall, and made a sound that I did not enjoy hearing. You are alive. He got up onto his hands. You are alive. Then it was, then nobody. Nobody, said Sunbo. Then why? Why would you? And his son said, because you committed a crime that carries 9 degrees, father. You put us on that list. Not the prince, not the Duke of Jin. You. He did not raise his voice. We were saving ourselves, and there was one way to do it, and you had already made the decision for us the day you agreed to buy that restaurant. Sun Lei turned around on the floor and looked at me, and I gave him the only thing I had. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest, I said. When disaster comes, they fly apart, separately. I looked down at him. When you were arranging that room, Minister, were you thinking of them? Because if you were not, you have no standing at all to be hurt now. He put his forehead on the stone. I am convinced, he said. I am completely convinced. I have lost to you in every particular. The sentences came before noon. Chen Jie, third prince of Great Feng, stripped of the title Prince An, reduced to commoner status, and confined to the court of the imperial clan indefinitely. Not executed. You do not execute them. You put them in a courtyard with a wall around it and a servant, and 30 or 40 years. Sun Lei, removed from all offices, all honors revoked, exiled to Lingnan for 10 years with no eligibility for amnesty, and his family untouched. Nobody moved against them. 4 separate people spoke for them in that hall, and I was the first of them, because I had given his son my word in a reception room the night before, and I was not going to be a man who did not keep it. Chen Jie spoke for them too, quietly and briefly and well. And as the sentence on his brother was read out, standing 3 feet to my left, Prince Yi's hands closed, both of them into fists, hard enough that the knuckles went white, and something went across his face and was gone again inside half a second. I saw it because I happened to be looking at the wrong place at the right time. I did not think about it again for 11 days, and by then it was much too late. Noble Consort Liu was on her knees outside the Emperor's private apartments before the afternoon was out. No jewelry, plain robe, hair down. She had done it correctly, which after 20 years in that palace she would. The Emperor did not come out. The Empress did. I should explain that these 2 women had circled each other for 2 decades without ever once landing a blow. The Empress had a daughter she adored and no son. Noble Consort Liu had a son with a real chance at the throne and had never let anyone forget it for 1 single day. Get up, said the Empress. You look ridiculous. Sister, I beg you, he is my son. Whatever he has done, he is… If your son is a son, said the Empress, then what is my daughter? Noble Consort Liu stopped. For 20 years you have paraded around this palace like a peacock in a courtyard. You have had the best rooms, the best allowances, and the loudest opinions about which of the Emperor's children were worth anything. I have watched you do it, and I have said nothing, because I am the Empress, and my position is not improved by squabbling. Her voice did not rise once. And then you invited me to a banquet so that a room could be arranged for my daughter. I did not know what it was for, I swear to you. You wrote the invitation. That is quite enough. From behind the door, the Emperor said, without opening it, You are the mistress of this household. Do as you see fit. I will not intervene. They gagged her. I am told that is standard when a woman of that rank is removed from an open courtyard, and that the Empress gave the order in a completely ordinary voice. Noble Consort Liu was taken back to her own palace and confined there, and the household staff was replaced that evening. She got 1 sentence out before the cloth went in, and it was the wrong sentence. The Liu clan will not stand for this. And that was when the Emperor of Great Feng opened the door. He came out into the courtyard and looked down at her, and his face had nothing in it at all. The Liu clan, he said. You are threatening me with the Liu clan? Nobody moved. Liu Yuan sits in my Department of State Affairs. Your father's tablet is in my ancestral temple. I have carried that family for 11 years, and I have carried it for one reason, which is that I did not wish to injure a son I had not yet finished assessing. He turned and went back toward the door. That reason no longer exists. He stopped in the doorway. Let us find out today, he said, how many of Chen Jie's people are actually mine. The Great Council the next morning was the fullest I ever saw that hall. The Emperor announced it flatly. The third prince stripped of his title and confined. The Minister of Rights exiled. The reasons given in 4 sentences with no ornament whatsoever. And I stood in the 3rd row and watched 300 men sort themselves into 3 groups in complete silence. The men of Prince An's faction went the color of paper and started doing arithmetic about their own households. The men of Prince Rong's faction were trying very hard not to look happy and failing at it in about 40 separate ways. and the neutrals stood there like a row of stones, which is how I finally understood what neutrality is actually for. Liu Yuan broke first, which surprised nobody. Left Vice Director of the Department of State Affairs, brother of noble consort Liu, uncle of the man who had been a prince the day before. He came out of the front row and bowed and asked for a formal review of the evidence by the Court of Judicial Review, with all due respect, in the interests of the dignity of the imperial house. I am informing this hall of a decision, said the emperor. I am not inviting it to be argued. Liu Yuan stood there with his hands still folded. Do you have a second matter, Vice Director? He went back into the row, and then Chen Yan, who genuinely could not help himself, stepped forward and asked for his brother's entire portfolio. All of it. The Ministry of Works Oversight, the Canal Commission, the Salt Administration in 2 provinces, the lot, in one request, on the morning of his rival's fall, in front of 300 people, with his chin up. I have never seen a man lose something so large so quickly. The emperor looked at his eldest son for about 4 seconds, and then he turned his head and looked past him, to the left, at a thin, pale young man standing near the back, who had not spoken all morning. Second son, are you prepared to share the burdens of the state with me? The hall stopped breathing. Chen Jie came forward, and he did it slowly, because he could not do it any other way, and he knelt. If Father commands it, I will do everything I am able to do. Not, I am honored, not, I am unworthy, if Father commands it. And then the room moved, and it moved fast, and it was the most naked thing I have ever watched happen in a room full of clothed people. Prince An's faction had spent one night working out that they were finished. They could not go to Prince Rong, because Prince Rong's people had been calling them clerks and cowards for 11 years and would eat them alive on arrival and give them nothing. They had no third option. And the emperor had just made one. Inside about 90 seconds, more than a dozen officials of the 5th rank and above had crossed the floor and were standing behind Prince Yi, and it was not subtle, and nobody pretended it was. And then Wu Zixuan stepped out, Minister of Personnel, head of the appointments of every official in the empire, a childhood friend of the emperor, and in 30 years of public life, the strictest neutral in Great Feng. A man who had refused to attend the weddings of both princes on the grounds that he might have to attend the other one as well. Your Majesty, he said, the second prince has spent his life in a sick room and has never once asked this court for anything. If his health permits it, I believe the state would benefit. That was it. That was the whole speech. 2 lines. It went through that hall like a bell. You cannot buy that. 11 years of 2 princes spending fortunes on banquets and appointments and marriages, and the man who moved the ground was a 60-year-old bureaucrat who had never taken a gift in his life and said 19 words. I looked at Chen Yan's face, and I watched him understand that he had lost his brother and gained a much worse problem in the same quarter of an hour. Then they came to the Ministry of Rights. Sun Lei's seat was empty, and a Ministry of the 6 cannot sit empty, and this is where the morning got personal. Chen Yan, who had had a bad hour and wanted a win, nominated a general named Chen Guang. The civil half of the hall came off the floor. A military officer? For rights? Your Majesty, the Ministry of Rights administers the examinations. He will be receiving the ambassadors of 2 foreign powers. Does he compose? Does he know the ancestral order of sacrifice? With respect to the general, he cannot be expected to know the difference between a memorial and a dispatch. And the emperor let it run for a bit, and then he said, Second son, what do you think? I understood what that was the moment he said it, and so did every man in that hall who had been there longer than a year. That was not a question. That was a test with one correct answer, and the correct answer was not a name. He had just elevated a son out of nowhere, and he wanted to see what the first thing that son did with it would be. If Chen Jie named one of the men who had crossed the floor 90 seconds ago, he was exactly the same as his brothers, only quieter, and his father would know it by lunch. Chen Jie bowed and said, The Duke of Jin. The hall made a noise. He is already chief receiving officer for both embassies by your Majesty's order. He is already Vice Minister of Rights. If he is competent to hold the harder half of the ministry's work this month, he is competent to hold the seat. And if he is not, your Majesty will find out very quickly, and at no cost. A small pause. He is also not mine, and he is not my brother's, which the envoys will notice. Prince Rong's people objected reflexively, 3 of them at once, because that is what factions do, and Chinyan turned around and shut them up himself. "Be quiet," he said it loudly. "The Duke of Jin has my full support." I watched him do it, and I gave him credit. It took a functioning brain to see that he had already lost the morning, and that there was no sense in also making an enemy of the only man in the hall who had refused both of them. "Li Rong," I came out and knelt. "You are appointed Minister of Rights." 22 years old, 14 days earlier, I had been carrying a tray. "Your Majesty is generous." "I am not generous. I am short of options." He leaned forward. "Understand this clearly, in front of this hall, so that nobody has to guess later. You will receive both embassies. If that goes wrong, I will not be able to protect you, and I will not try. Fail, and I take the ministry back the same afternoon." "Understood, Your Majesty." That night, in a room I did not know existed, 2 men were talking behind a screen. I know what was said because eventually one of them told me, and by then he had no reason to make it prettier. "Your Highness handled today correctly." The voice belonged to a man who had been introduced to that household as a tutor 11 years earlier. "By recommending Li Rong, you removed a great deal of suspicion from His Majesty's mind." And Prince Yi said, "I have waited a long time to be able to do a thing like that." There was the sound of a cup. The Ministry of Rights was never mine to give. Father had already decided on Li Rong before he opened his mouth. He asked me in order to see whether I would reach for it, because that is what the first and the third would have done. A pause. But I am not my simple elder brother, and I am not my confident third brother. Until a man is actually sitting on the throne, nothing is decided. Before imperial power, the bond between father and son is a joke people tell each other. Third brother had the entire Liu clan standing behind him, and he was gone in a single night. And my mother was a palace maid who died when I was 4. Liu Yuan will not accept it. No. Your Highness must not be seen contacting Prince An's former people. Not now. His Majesty is watching everyone who moves, and he is very good at it. A rustle of silk. I will collect them myself, quietly, over some months. They will come to me, and never to you, and you will not know their names until you need them. Then I place myself in your hands, teacher. And across the city, at almost the same hour, the Minister of Revenue was laughing in his own study. Father, Zhang Haojia had not laughed in a fortnight and found the sound alarming. "Our days are beginning," said Zhang Kun. "Prince Yi has come up, which means that man has begun to move." "What man?" And his father told him. The Zhang clan had never been neutral, not for one day. The performance of neutrality had been the entire product. They had been Prince Yi's people since before the exile, which was why the exile had been comfortable, and why a disgraced minister of a failed reform faction had come back to the capital 3 years later as Minister of Revenue, while better men stayed in the south. "Somebody arranged all of it," said Zhang Kun. "Not the prince. The prince was a boy in a sickbed. The man behind the prince." "Who is he?" "I have met him 4 times in 11 years, and I do not know his name." His father sipped his tea. "And I would ask you to remember, before you do anything clever, that we have received an instruction about the Duke of Jin." An instruction. Do not touch him. Those words. If he can be used, that is best. If he cannot be used, then it is better not to make an enemy of him. Zhang Kun looked at his son over the cup. Even the third prince, with the whole Liu clan behind him, was taken apart by that young man's hand in a single day. "You will leave Li Rong alone until you are told otherwise." Zhang Haojia said, "Yes, father." He did not mean it. But that is a matter for another time. 9 days later, the embassies arrived, or rather, they did not. The main gate of the capital had been closed since dawn, and the whole width of the avenue outside it was full of people who had come to look. Half the city had turned out. Great Feng had not received a foreign embassy in 30 years, and the population had opinions. They eat their meat raw, straight off the animal. They drink blood. My uncle's cousin saw it. That is the steppe, The Tibetans have arms longer than their bodies. That is not possible. It is what I heard. I stood out there under a sun with no wind. Full ceremonial court robe of the first rank, which is a garment designed for a hall and not for a road. Beside me, Zhang Haozhe in the same, and Prince Rong and Prince Yi, and 400 imperial guard drawn up in ranks, and the whole apparatus of a state reception. For 2 hours. They had been sighted at 8 li, then at 7, then, 40 minutes later, at 6. They were walking their horses. 350,000 men on our borders, and 2 embassies covering 1 li every 35 minutes on a flat road in the sunshine. Cao Yue and Sun Jian, my 2 ceremonial officers, were riding back and forth between the gate and the column and coming back with the same answer. They say the horses are tired, Minister. The horses have been resting for 9 days at the post station. They say the horses are tired. Prince Yi had gone gray in the face and had to be given a chair. Prince Rong had already said out loud, twice, that this was an insult and something ought to be done, and both times had stopped short of saying what. Zhang Haozhe said nothing at all and looked extremely relieved to be the deputy. At the 2-hour mark, I sent Cao Yue up the road one more time. He is not a large man. He was 52. He had been a ceremonial officer for 19 years, and his entire professional life was the seating order at banquets. And he rode up to the head of the step column and asked, politely, for the 3rd time, whether the embassy might increase its pace. His Majesty had been waiting since morning. And the curtain of the lead carriage came back. Delgerma Erdenet. Let me tell you about the Xi'an, because it matters. There are 8 tribes on that steppe, and the Yelu rule them all now, but the Xi'an were the 3rd strongest and the last to submit, and they are matriarchal. The queen is a woman, most of the officials are women, and a man marries into his wife's clan and takes her name. It is a country where the men are famously beautiful, and the women are famously more so. And the great Khan's younger brother married their queen, which is how they became the first tribe to bend. She was perhaps 25, and she looked out of that carriage at a sweating, middle-aged clerk on a horse and smiled at him. Of course, she said, how rude of us. We will hurry. And she dropped the curtain, and somebody at the front of that column shouted an order, and 200 step cavalry went from a walk to a full gallop inside 4 seconds. Cao Yue was left standing in the dust. Now. Within 2 li of the capital wall, riding at speed is a criminal offense in Great Feng. Not a discourtesy, an offense in the statutes, with a sentence attached, which is exile of 3,000 li in the ordinary case and death in the aggravated one. 2 imperial princes have lost their titles over it in the last century, and one of them was a favorite. Everybody in that column knew. Somebody had briefed them. Cao Yue got his horse turned and went after them, and caught the carriage and shouted at the window. Your Highness, you must stop! You must stop! The law of Great Feng forbids! The curtain came back again. First we are too slow, said Delgerma Erdenet, and now we are too fast. Do you take us for performing monkeys, to be walked and run at your whistle? She was enjoying herself enormously. The horses have taken fright. I am not able to control them. We of the steppe live in the open, you know. Where I come from, a man may ride right up to the Khan's own tent, and nobody faints about it. He went to the Tibetans next. It was a long way back down the column, and he did it at a canter. Tashi Dorje, the Tibetan prince, did not even open his curtain properly. We act together with the steppe in this matter. Persuade them first, and we will follow. Which is a confession, if you want one. 2 embassies from 2 enemies, coordinated down to the hour of the insult. So Cao Yue rode back up the road and got in front of the column and turned his horse sideways across it and stopped. A 52-year-old ceremonial officer of the 6th rank in a green robe on a borrowed horse, alone, across the road in front of 200 charging cavalry. I was too far away. I want that written down. I was standing at the gate a li and a half back, and I could see the dust, and I could not see what was in it. The man at the head of that column was a general named Altan Batu, and what he said has been reported to me identically by 4 separate witnesses. If he is not afraid to die, let us not be polite. They did not go around him. The horse hit him at the shoulder and he went off the road, and he was extremely lucky because a foot to the left and he would have gone under 200 sets of hooves, and there would not have been enough of him to bury. He landed in the ditch and rolled. And then, while the column went past him at the gallop, he got up. He got up out of that ditch with his leg wrong and one arm hanging. He stood in the dirt and spat. Then he said, to nobody, because there was nobody within 100 paces of him, "I was not strong enough. I have failed His Majesty." What we saw from the gate was a wall of dust about a li out, coming toward us, growing. "That is not a column," said Prince Rong. He had gone very still. Whatever else Chen Yan was, he had been raised by a marshal and had spent his childhood in barracks, and he knew a sound the rest of us did not. "That is cavalry at the charge." And from the top of the wall above the gate, a voice called down, clear and carrying, because my wife had climbed 60 steps in ceremonial dress to see better and had brought a field glass with her. "Husband! Those are the wolf banners of the steppe, and they are riding hard, and they are inside 2 li." I looked at the men standing beside me. "Well," I said, "what do we do?" Zhang Haozhe looked at Prince Rong. Prince Rong looked at Prince Yi. Prince Yi said, "Elder brother has more experience of military matters than I do." Prince Rong said, "This is a diplomatic reception. It is a matter for the Ministry of Rights." And then all 3 of them, in the space of about 4 seconds, arrived at the same beautiful destination. The Minister of Rights is the chief receiving officer. The decision is properly his. Quite so. Whatever your grace decides, we will support you. I looked at the 3 of them for a moment. 2 imperial princes and the deputy receiving officer of Great Feng, standing in a row, having just handed me an entire foreign policy in the time it takes to drink tea. "Thank you," I said. "That is very clear." Then I turned around and looked at the dust. I want to be honest about what went through my head, because people have made it much more heroic since. What went through my head was a road. That specific stretch of road, and a 52-year-old man in a green robe who had ridden up it 3 times in the sun to ask politely, and who had not come back. And underneath that, colder and more useful. They are doing this on purpose. They have measured us, and whatever they say in the hall next week is entirely decided by what we do in the next 90 seconds. "By the law of Great Feng," I said, loudly enough for the guard formation to hear it, "riding at speed within 2 li of the capital is punishable by exile of 3,000 li, and in the aggravated case, by death. They have been told this. They were told this 3 times this afternoon by an officer of my ministry, and the 3rd time they rode him down." Nobody said anything. "They do not regard us as a country. They regard us as a room they are walking through." I raised my voice. "So we will kill them." Somewhere behind me, somebody dropped a halberd. "Archers, to the wall and the flanks! Knock!" And the entire row of men beside me came apart. "Your Grace!" Zhang Haozhe had my sleeve. He actually had my sleeve in his fist. "Are you insane? These are envoys. Envoys, protected under every convention there is. There are 350,000 men on our borders, and you want to open fire on an embassy at the gate of the capital?" Uncle Wen, Prince Rong had gone the color of paper. "I must formally state that I do not support this decision." "Nor do I," said Prince Yi. I turned round. "Your Highness, 10 seconds ago you said, and I quote you exactly, that whatever I decided, you would support." Chen Jie did not blink. "I meant within the ordinary scope of the reception. My elder brother has military standing, and he has just declined it. I will not go further than he does." And Chen Yan said, "Nor will I go further than my second brother." They did it together, and they did it deliberately, and I understood exactly what I was watching. Neither of them was going to be a hand's breadth in front of the other on a day like this, whatever the outcome, because whichever way it went, the one standing forward would own it. 2 sons of the Emperor of Great Feng arranging themselves for a report, which left me standing in front of the main gate of the capital with 400 archers waiting on an order, and behind me, formally on the record, 1 deputy in hysterics and 2 imperial princes who had just filed their objections. And a voice came down off the wall. "Husband, I support you." Chen Ruhan came down those 60 steps at a speed that no woman in that dress should have been able to manage, and she came across the open ground and stood on my right-hand side in front of 400 guards and 2,000 spectators. And then, from the other side, from somewhere in the crowd of officials near the gate arch, "And I support him." Chen Yueshou came out of that crowd with her chin up. I would like to be composed about that. I was not composed about that. And this is where I have to tell you about the banquet, because I did not learn it until that night, and it belongs here, in the middle of everything, where it happened. 2 years and 2 months earlier, there was an autumn banquet at the Marquis of Anping's residence, and I attended it as the consort of Princess Fenghua, which meant I sat at the end of a table and was a topic. There was a young man there, a fourth son of somebody, who decided partway through the evening that it would be entertaining to establish my ancestry in public. What province, what family, what examination, whether I had any relations at all, or whether I had simply appeared, as it were, out of a ditch. It went on for a while. He was funny about it. People laughed, and I sat there and answered every question politely, and did not stand up, and did not go red, and did not appeal to anyone, because there was nobody in that hall to appeal to. Mayfen was 4 seats away with her face perfectly still. At the end of it, he asked me what it felt like to be a decoration, and I said, "Cooler than being a candle. You people burn down so quickly." Then I finished my wine and went back to talking to the man on my left about the price of grain. There was a screened gallery above the east side of that hall where unmarried women of rank sat when they did not wish to be seen. Chen Ruohan had been in the capital for 1 week that autumn and had gone to that banquet because her sister-in-law made her. She told me, on the night of the gate, that she had watched a man be dismantled for an hour by a room full of people who outranked him without one ally, and she had watched him decline to break. She said, "I did not fall in love with a duke. There was no duke. I fell in love with a man at the wrong end of a table who would not give them the thing they came for." 2 years. She sat on that for 2 years while I was another woman's property, and she never once wrote me a letter or sent me a gift or arranged an accidental meeting, because there was no version of that which did not damage me. She waited until the day I was free, and then she moved inside 11 hours. So when she came off that wall and stood on my right, I would like the record to show that I already knew who was standing there, and I would like the record to show that I have never in either of my lives been so glad to see anybody. She did not stop at supporting me. She turned around and went after her nephews in front of 2,000 people. "A guest has come into his host's house and fouled the doorstep." Her voice carried right down the formation. "And 2 princes of Great Feng are standing here, explaining that it would be impolite to object. Do you imagine that they will think better of us for it? They have been testing the temper of this court since they left the post station this morning. If we swallow this at our own gate, in front of our own people, they will go home and report that Great Feng barks." She let it land. "And that is when the war starts. Not today. Then." Mei Fen picked it up, and she went further, and she did it with her father's officials watching, and it cost her more than anything she had ever done. "My brothers are afraid of the border," she said. "Fine, everyone is afraid of the border. But the most contemptible man standing at this gate is not either of them." And she turned and looked at Zhang Haozhe. "It is you." He said her name. "I admired you for 4 years. I built you out of nothing, and I carried you around with me, and I fed you." She was not shouting. "I divorced Li Rong for you. I want that said out loud, here, in front of the guard and the ministry and every person on this road, because I have let it be a rumor for 2 months, and rumors are for cowards. I ended a 3-year marriage to a better man because I wanted you, and I did it on the strength of nothing at all." Zhang Haozhe's face was doing something I hope never to see on a person again. "And now I have seen you at a gate with a decision in front of you, and there is nothing inside you. Not one thing. You are exactly what you announced yourself to be on that crate in the market." She turned away from him. "I earned my fate, but you have earned yours, and I am finished paying for it." That is the end of Zhang Haozhe's standing in the capital, right there, on a road, out of the mouth of the woman who had been his only remaining asset. Everything else that happened to that man afterward was administrative. The dust was 400 paces out. Loose! I have never heard the sound before or since. 400 bows going at once is not a noise, it is a physical event, and the air over that road changed color for about a second and a half. The front of that column came apart. Horses went down, and the ones behind them went into the ones in front, and the whole beautiful, arrogant wedge of it folded up on itself at speed and slid, and the noise afterward was terrible and went on for some time. And 2,000 citizens of the capital, standing on both sides of that road, began to cheer. I did not expect that, I want to be honest. I had braced for horror, and what I got was a roar, and old men waving their hats, and somebody a long way back shouting my name, and it went on and on. They had been standing there for 2 hours, watching foreign cavalry treat their city like a paddock. They had watched a small, green-robed official get knocked into a ditch and get up. Altan Batu came out of the wreck of his own vanguard on foot with a sword in his hand and went straight at the nearest officer, who happened to be the commander of the guard detachment, a man named Ma Kai. He lost. It took a while, and it was not close in the end, and by the end of it he was on his knees on the road, missing several teeth, and he still had the sword, and he would not put it down. Delgerma Erdenet arrived about a quarter of an hour later with the main body of the embassy, and she came off her horse in a fury that was at least half genuine. "Explain this," she came straight at me. "You have fired on an accredited embassy at the gate of your own capital. I want an explanation, and I want it now, and then I want it in writing, and then I want it in front of your emperor." "Before you demand an explanation from me," I said, "you can give me one. Where are my officials?" "What?" "I sent 3 officers of the Ministry of Rights down that road this afternoon. 2 of them came back. Where is the 3rd? She said, without a flicker, "How would I know? Your roads are not my responsibility. Perhaps he fell off his horse." And a voice behind the guard line said, "I did not fall off my horse." They had to help him through. Cao Yue came out in front of the formation with one arm strapped across his chest and his leg dragging and one side of his face raw from the ditch, and he stood there in what was left of a green robe. "Minister, report." He was breathing badly. I asked the embassy to increase its pace. The princess agreed and gave the order to gallop, and she gave it while looking at me. I rode after her and requested a halt under the statute, and she told me she could not control her horses. I then placed myself and my mount across the road as an obstruction, in the correct form, in daylight, with my badge visible. He turned his head. And that man said, "If he is not afraid to die, let us not be polite." And they rode over me deliberately. It was not an accident, and it was not a runaway. I was looking at his face when he gave the order. Tashi Dorje of Tibet got off his horse so fast he nearly fell. "This is a matter of the steppe," he had his hands up. "The kingdom of Tibet has no part in it. We were pressed into keeping pace with them against our own judgment, and we have said so from the beginning." 3 weeks of coordinated pressure, and it took him 9 seconds. Delgerma Erdenet did not bother pretending anymore. "So he stood in front of a cavalry column," she said. "Then he was a fool. If he had been trampled into the road, it would have been no more than he deserved, and I would not have thought about it twice." And I said, "When you enter another man's temple, you do not bring your own rules." She waited. "Suppose I came to the steppe as an envoy of Great Feng," I said. "And suppose that on the way to your queen's tent, I stopped and took a wolf out of your escort and cut its throat in front of your people for my own amusement. And suppose that when your officer asked me to stop, I rode him down." I let her have it. "Would you accept that this is simply how we do things in the South? Or would you kill me on the grass?" She did not answer. "Take them," I said, "all of them, every man in that column, and the Tibetan mission with them, and put them under guard." "You would not dare." She stepped forward. "There are 200,000 horse at Liangzhou. There are 150,000 men at Shuzhou. Do you understand what you are holding? Lay a hand on me, and this empire burns from both ends." And that is when I did the only genuinely theatrical thing I have ever done in my life. I did it because I was standing in front of 400 men who had just fired on an embassy on my order, and I owed them something. Perhaps. I turned around. "Ask the men behind me whether they are afraid of your army." I raised my voice. "Brothers, are you afraid?" "We are not afraid," it came back like a wall falling over. "We are not afraid. We are not afraid," 3 times. By the 3rd, the citizens on both sides of the road had joined in, and the sound of it went up the wall and over the gate and into the city. Delgerma Erdenet of the Xi'an stood in the middle of it and did not say anything at all. Altan Batu, on his knees, spat and laughed at me with a ruined mouth. "Talk," he said. "Southerners talk. If you have the guts, kill me." "You want to die?" I said. "That is easy." And then our own side came apart for the 2nd time that afternoon. "Makai," Prince Rong's voice from behind me, "stand down. You will not carry out that order." Ma Kai had his hand on his hilt and stopped. Your Highness, you are an officer of the 16 guards. You are not the Ministry of Rights. Chen Yan came forward, and he was speaking quietly, which was worse. Your grandfather served under mine. Your family has been with my mother's house for 3 generations. Think about who is going to be standing in front of a tribunal when they need somebody to hand to the step, and think very hard about whether it is going to be a minister of the 1st rank or a guard commander of the 5th. I watched a man's face fall in. Ma Kai stood there with his hand on his sword for what felt like a long time. Your Highness, he said at last, if the old prince were alive, he would not have stopped me. Then he took his hand off the hilt and stepped back, and his eyes were wet. Chen Yun turned to the rest of the formation. The order is withdrawn. The prisoner is to be held, not executed. All guard units will, no, Your Highness. That came from a captain about 20 feet down the line, and then from another one behind him. We are His Majesty's men, Your Highness, not any princes. Today we are under the command of the Chief Receiving Officer by imperial appointment, and we will take his orders until we are relieved of them. Nobody moved to support Prince Rong, not one company. 400 men of the Imperial Guard stood in that road and quietly declined to belong to him, in public, in front of 2 foreign missions. I watched Chen Yan understand what had just happened to him. He had come to that gate as the heir presumptive of the military faction of Great Feng. In one afternoon, he had refused to make a decision in front of the guard, then tried to overrule a minister in front of the guard, then leaned on a commander's dead grandfather in front of the guard, and then been declined in front of the guard. You do not get that back. Soldiers forgive a great deal, and they do not forgive that particular sequence. I walked over to Ma Kai. Commander, may I borrow your blade? He drew it and handed it to me across his forearm without a word. It was a beautiful thing. Old work, folded and refolded, with a grain in the steel like water. I know almost nothing about swords, and even I could see it. This is a fine sword. It was made in the Oye tradition, Your Grace. It has been in my family for 4 generations. I turned it in the light. The elephant dances in its golden armor, I said, and the song of the splendid sword shines brightly. Behind me, Prince Yi said, Those are fine lines. Ma Kai looked between us, lost. Your Highness, I do not... It is about the armor of an army that has been kept perfectly, said Chen Jie, and the spirit of the men inside it, which does not bend. It is a description of Great Feng. He paused. And it is a message to the guests. Ah, Ma Kai nodded slowly. Then he frowned. But Your Grace said it was a pity. A pity about what? It is a pity, I said, to dirty a good blade on filth like this. I did it in one stroke. Now. Everyone on that road saw a minister of the 1st rank recite poetry and take a man's head without changing expression. Delgerma Erdenet told her queen. The story went north with the survivors. Within a month, there were people on that steppe who believed Great Feng had produced a monster. Here is what actually happened. I am a man from a century where the worst physical violence I ever committed was in the 3rd year of primary school, and it was a shove. I have never hunted. I have never been in a fight. I once could not kill a mouse in my kitchen and had to put a cup over it and carry it downstairs. I stood on that road holding a wet sword, and my hands were fine, and my face was fine, and everything below my ribs was in complete revolt. My mouth was full of water. My ears had gone. I could not have told you my own name if somebody had asked me for it, and the only thing keeping me upright was the certainty that 400 men were looking at me. I went the color of paper, and every single person on that road, including the woman standing 8 feet in front of me, read that pallor as a man who enjoys this sort of thing and has just finished enjoying it. Delgerma Erdenet stepped backward, twice. She did not mean to. I watched her do it, and I watched her hate herself for it. She had been looking straight at me the whole afternoon, and now she could not, and she covered it by turning her head toward the wall. I will remember you, Li Rong, she said. We will see, I said, and handed Ma Kai his sword back, hilt first, and did not trust myself with another word. Prince Rong wanted the rest of them released. It was the sensible thing, and he said so twice. No, I said. They stay under guard, all of them, both missions, and not one man goes back over the border until His Majesty has looked at them himself. I am the Chief Receiving Officer. I am not the Emperor of Great Feng, and this is his decision and not mine. And that, more than the volley and more than the sword, is the sentence that saved my life 11 days later, although I did not know it at the time. The emperor was in the empress's apartments waiting for news, and I am told they had been talking about the succession for most of the afternoon. The eldest is brave, he said. He is genuinely brave, and he is not a fool, and he wants it so badly that you can hear it when he walks into a room. That is the difficulty. A man who wants it that much will always find a reason why the thing he wants is also the thing the empire needs. And the third, said the empress? The third turned out to be an animal, and I raised him, and I will be thinking about that when I am dying. He put his cup down. The second is the one. He has judgment, he has patience, and he has no faction and no clan behind him to feed. If his health holds, he is the one. His mother was a palace maid. His mother, said the emperor, was a palace maid who has been dead for 18 years, which means the boy has nobody standing behind him at all. He looked at his wife. And you have no son, and the strongest helm in this court behind you. There was a silence. You want me to adopt him, said the empress. I want him written into the register as your son before he is named. He gets a mother with a name and a family. You get a son who owes you everything, and no rivals. And when I am gone, there is a man on that throne with a personal obligation to protect you and to protect Fenghua. He rubbed his eyes. It is the neatest arrangement I have been offered in 11 years, and it is my own. The empress said, slowly, I would want to meet him properly first. And then the doors came open without anybody being announced, which does not happen. Eunuch Zhou Lihua came through them at a run and went down on the floor. Your Majesty! What? The Duke of Jin has beheaded a general of the steppe embassy at the main gate. He has ordered the guard to fire on the embassy column. Half of the vanguard is down, and he has placed both missions under arrest and is holding them. The Emperor of Great Feng did not move for several seconds. Then he said, very quietly, say that again. He said it again. And then he told him why, and the Emperor listened to all of it. The 2 hours in the sun, the 3 requests, the gallop, and the green robe in the ditch. And his face changed while he listened, and by the end of it, he was standing. He was right, he said. God help us all, he was right. And he was right in the only 90 seconds anybody was going to get. Then he sat back down and asked the question that the whole afternoon had actually been about. And how did Prince Rong and Prince Yi conduct themselves? Zhou Lihua hesitated. Answer me. They objected, Your Majesty. All 3 of the senior officials present objected to the order. The deputy receiving officer, Zhang Haozhe, objected first and most loudly. Then Prince Rong stated that he did not support the decision. Then Prince Yi stated the same. A pause. Prince Rong later attempted to countermand the execution order through Commander Ma Kai. The guard declined to follow him. I have been told that the Emperor of Great Feng sat there for a long time and looked at the wall. I have been holding a piece of jade up to the light for 11 years, he said at last, and this evening somebody turned it over for me. The Empress said, Your Majesty. Did nobody support him? In front of 2 foreign missions and 400 of my own men, did not one person in that road stand with my minister? They did, Your Majesty. He looked up. Grand Princess Jingxin came down from the wall and stood on his right and declared her support in front of the formation. Zhou Lihua kept his eyes down, and Princess Fenghua came out of the officials and declared hers. Nobody said anything at all for a moment. The Empress had put her hand over her mouth. My sister, said the Emperor. And my daughter. And there is one more thing, Your Majesty. Say it. Princess Fenghua also stated publicly, in front of the guard, the ministry, and the citizens on the road, that she divorced the Duke of Jin in order to marry Zhang Haozhe, that it was the error of her life, and that she is finished with him. I did not hear about any of that until much later. What I remember about the end of that day is standing in the middle of a road at dusk, gate torches going up behind me. My wife on one side, holding my sleeve because she had worked out that I was not as steady as I looked. 2,000 people going home talking, and a captain of the guard bringing me a cup of water without being asked. 2 months earlier, I had signed a piece of paper in a flower hall, handed back every gift I had ever been given, and walked out of a woman's house with empty hands while she told me not to want things that were not mine. That evening, I stood at the main gate of the empire with a borrowed sword, and 400 men shouted behind me that they were not afraid. So that is the story, and I was extremely pleased with myself, and I want you to hold on to that image for one more moment. Me. On a road, at dusk, delighted. Because there is one thing I did not know for another 11 days, and when I found it out, I stopped sleeping properly for about a week. Somewhere in that court, in a room with a screen across it, a man I have never met and cannot name had already given an instruction about me. Not kill him, not break him, not buy him. Do not touch Li Rong. If he can be used, that is best. If he cannot be used, then it is better not to make an enemy of him. Which means that while I was congratulating myself on a fragment of porcelain in a scabbard and a stack of paper made out of something nobody wants to discuss at dinner, somebody with a great deal more patience than me had been sitting in the dark the entire time, watching the whole performance, deciding what I was for. I spent 2 months thinking I was the one doing the noticing. I had been noticed by exactly the wrong person. And he already knew my name before I ever heard of him.